Welcome to coverage from Seddon Park. The players, both sets and umpires are on the field. Somewhat unexpectedly, the floodlights burst into light about 5-10 minutes ago. Jacob Oram and Nathan Smith just making their way off the field. And we're ready for resumption. 136 for 3 here in New Zealand in second innings. A lead of 340. Kane Williamson 50 not out and Rashin Ravindra 2 not out. I shared a lift with Rashin Ravindra this morning. We did as what I've done pretty much every day this tour. I've gone into a lift, pressed G for ground, ended up on the 4th floor, and this time I just journeyed back down to the ground with Rashin Ravindra, who did know how to use the lift. First ball then of day 3, and it's going to be bowled by Matthew Potts, and he beats Kane Williamson with a little bit of a lifting delivery, possible a bit of a nip back into the right hander. No, actually it kept its line. Williamson played inside it, but I think he was beaten there, Anton. Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon. It's an interesting start to the morning with the floodlights going right from the outset, but yeah, Matthew Potts has started a very nice delivery there. Kane Williamson just playing down inside the line of it, but the ball definitely darted away. So England need a really good start here.
2 slips in place. Ben Stokes has brought one in after that delivery, and Williamson readying himself and pushing up to mid-off. Stokes fields, and the score remains 136 for 3.
Yeah, it's not often we actually start with the floodlights on, is it? It's actually quite gloomy and probably perfect conditions for England to start the day with. See, we've got 3 long sessions coming up, but
we do have 2 monster sessions coming up, don't we? 2 hours 40 minutes, I think, for the afternoon session, and then could well be a 3-hour session in the evening. So we shall see what the state of the game is there. As Williamson this time touch too short and wide from Matthew Potts, and Kane Williamson 50 not out overnight moves to 54, cutting the ball through the 2 fielders in front of and behind point and away to the boundary. 140 for 3 New Zealand.
I must say the English bowlers may have enjoyed a little lie-in this morning. None of them got to the ground too early, did they? They would have needed it after a big day in the field yesterday. And Coach Brendan McCullum, I'm sure he sent a text out saying just hold fire for an hour or 2. The weather was pretty average this morning, but a little break in the rain for now.
Yeah, the forecast for the rest of the day looks positive. There is a lot of cloud, can't see any blue sky, and we're not expecting to today. We may get hit by a rogue squall along the afternoon, but we're not going to lose a lot more time now, you feel, as this time Williamson comes forward and punching up to mid-on. If you're listening to us in the UK, it's myself, John Norman, and Anton Devcic, and if you're listening in New Zealand, it's myself, John Norman, and Anton Devcic.
It's easy, isn't it? Nice and easy.
You know, you hail from Croatia back in the day, is that correct?
Yeah, down the line a little bit.
I used to do a lot of Europa League commentary. It was called Europa League back then. I'm not sure, it's something European Cup Championship combined 11 something or another these days. I get a little bit confused, but pitched up, and this time Williamson's forward, and once again just pushing the ball up to mid-off, no run. So it's domestic football teams all over Europe coming together, and I used to go to these little offices in West London. I get my teams at the start of the week, and my heart used to sink if I ever got a team from either Serbia, Montenegro, Croatia, because there's not a lot of vowels in there.
No.
It's quite high scoring if you're playing Scrabble. There's Potts again. Williamson this time up on his toes and punching to mid-on. And depending on what side of the mountain you live, you pronounce the K's, the C's and the J's in all manner of ways. Yes. And I never got my head around it.
No, well, it's fair to say that even though I'm from that side, I don't have my head wrapped around it either, to be honest. But I know how very important it is to get it right, especially in that part of the world.
Yes, it is. I seem to remember a few years back now, but because there is a Croatian population here, isn't there, or formerly from Croatia. Did you play for am I right in thinking this? I said this to Manners, and you know when you say something and you doubt yourself, but did you play for essentially a New Zealand-Croatian team at some stage? Was there a New Zealand-Croatian?
There is one. Yeah, I haven't, although I've received hundreds of countless emails
Asking you to
I
play.
haven't managed to play for them yet, but
So I'm not imagining things. It
no,
does exist.
they
right?
have one. They definitely have one, and there is a big Croatian population, especially up north, where Tim Southey's from. They came out and they decided that up north was the place for them.
Gus Atkinson is going to share, not quite the new ball, it's 33 overs old, but at the start of the day's play, it's customary for he to normally take one end. He picked up a wicket yesterday, did Atkinson. That of, who was it? It was Tom Latham, who chopped on for 19. He's had a wonderful year, 51 wickets at just over 22. And this delivery from Rachin Ravindra, or to Rachin Ravindra, is just pushed towards the offside. Staggered field for Ravindra, who gets a short delivery on the body, swivels and pulls, and he'll get off strike and moving to 3 not out. 141 for 3. He's not had the series he would have hoped. I think he's averaging 17. He got a couple of starts in the first test match and hasn't gone his way, so no doubt he'll be hoping to cash in today. Williamson at the other end, 54 not out. So you've had the requests, but so whereabouts up north then?
Generally Whangarei, north of Auckland,
Okay.
North Shore.
Dargaville?
Dargaville, yeah, there's probably a few
That's where the pioneers.
sprinkled through there.
There's a museum in Dargaville.
Yeah.
Have you been there?
No, I
'Cause
haven't been there, but I've heard of it.
My stepmother-in-law, she hails from that part of the world.
Yeah.
And essentially, whoever put that museum together 100 years ago or so, there are lifelike models of people who actually lived. So her great-great-granddad is basically one of the models,
Interesting.
cutting down a tree or something. But yeah, the old, the pioneers that arrived 200 years ago or so, I think that was one of the areas that they first set up base. Atkinson in again to Williamson, bowling over the wicket to the former skipper, and he pushes this to the offside. No run.
Yeah, big population in North Auckland as well, just over the harbour bridge there.
Oh, well, that's where my wife's family come
North
from.
Shore,
North
yeah.
Shore. There's a lot of South Africans there as well.
Yeah, a lot of people. It's a nice part of the world.
It's a beautiful part of the world. The rest of Auckland isn't blessed by beaches, is it? But the North Shore pretty much
great.
boasts them all.
Yeah.
Lovely place to live. Atkinson in again, pitched up, driven back to the bowler, just to the left of him. He doesn't field. It's fielded by Stokes at mid-off. Slow start to proceedings here on day 3 at Seddon Park. We're set for a long day if the weather assists or allows. Could be playing all the way up to 7:30, which is 6:30 in the morning back in the UK. And New Zealand's lead 345. I mean, if they're batting, we're not expecting them surely to be continuing to bat past 6 o'clock or so. They'll want to get England in as Kane Williamson for the second time today feasts on a ball that's just a touch too wide and short, not at any great pace, and despite a stacked offside field, leans back and back cuts this to the left of point. I think it's Carse at point, and away to the boundary for 4. There's no fielder out at third. Plenty of catching fielders in place. If England have got any chance, they are, of course, going to have to snuff out this Kiwi second innings in quick time. Maybe 100 runs on top of what they scored by now. It's possible. New Zealand have suffered quite a few collapses along the way recently, as Williamson drives to Zach Crawley, who's at straightish mid-wicket.
I think it's important for England to at least have a goal in mind. You know, they're not one to just sit back and let something happen. They're going to try and advance the game as quickly as they can, whether that be with attacking fields trying to take wickets, or bouncer plans, things like that. They're going to try and advance the game, and history will tell us over the last sort of 2 years that England, no matter what score New Zealand put up, they will try and chase it as best they can.
And it'll be exciting to see.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I sort of I don't have a feeling that the Black Caps will declare any time before 500, but
absolutely not.
a really good.
And with the extended session, they may be around 500 by
right.
tea. So I think they'll bat for a good hour after that.
And they've got 2 clear days of sun over the next 2 days, so they won't mind going into the 5th day if they really have to.
It's a shame. I've got a question for Manners. He's just disappeared out of the commentary boxes. Roshan Ravindra playing in his crease. Straight delivery from Matthew Potts. Good length, and Ravindra just pushes this in towards the offside, no run. Is it just do my glasses need a clean, or is it raining out there? Might be my glasses.
Glasses might need a clean, yeah. But going back to your point about Roshan Ravindra, he had a really good series in India, and just notice playing here in New Zealand, you can't get away with throwing your hands through certain lines, and you know, in India you can afford to get away with that. So
Potts continuing to bowl round the wicket, and again Ravindra seems a little angry with himself there. He's playing on the back foot, he's playing high and correct and pushing towards Duckett at extra cover. Along the floor, just comes down and does a bit of gardening. His record actually in New Zealand, if you take out, and I know it's unfair to do so, but if you take out the 240 that he scored against South Africa, it actually doesn't make great reading. His overseas record is actually better. He's top scored as well in the last 2 series away at India and Sri Lanka, and his second top scorer against Australia here earlier this summer. 1 innings and note there as this is left alone from Ravindra. And yeah, we've not seen the best of him in this series, that's for sure, which will be a frustration to him, of course.
I think, especially being such a young cricketer in the early stage of his international career, adapting from Indian subcontinent conditions back to English, Australian, New Zealand conditions can be quite a challenge, and you know there's probably reasons why Kane Williamson and Tom Latham have the ability to do it, because they've experienced it over and over again.
Potts continuing. This is of drivable length, but touch too wide, and Ravindra early in his innings just lets this go through. The other problem, of course, or the other issue, is that teams identify weakness, perceived or otherwise. Katie Martin was on comms and Ravindra was caught behind the crease in the gully slip region, and she pointed out that was the 5th time it had taken place. Similar looking shot as well. So doesn't take long, does it, for opponents to identify and essentially direct the bowlers who may not have seen too much of who they're bowling to, and just tell them where to pitch the ball up or drag the length back, whatever. Left alone again by Ravindra. Good ball from Potts. 1 ball left of the 35th over here on TalkSport 2, and New Zealand have made their way to 145 for 3.
It's interesting. Yeah, obviously every team does their scouting, works out what the opposition are going to do, but as a cricketer, once I got to a point of time where I knew my game really well, I tended just to scout myself, and then that gave me the answers of what the bowlers were pretty much going to do to me, and I'm sure he goes through that process, but maybe he's just still working out how he actually is going about his game at this point of time.
Pitched up again, drivable length again, but too wide, and Ravindra's not playing ball. Happy to let this go. We've got the smallest crowd of the summer so far, and you can understand why. It's a Monday morning here in Hamilton. There were plenty of people. There's a big queue outside the coffee shop that we've been going to this morning, with people on the way to work or just popping out for their first coffee of the day. A young lady with an extraordinarily loud laugh in the coffee shop. She was a slip of a thing. There was nothing of her, and a laugh that would shake a mountain.
English or New Zealander?
New Zealand. I mean, a proper whoa, makes you stop in your tracks kind of laugh. But she was happy enough. She was laughing a lot. It was actually our favourite coffee shop because it's a family-run business, and we were all taken by the 11-year-old boy that was serving us on Saturday. Is Williamson facing second over, bowled by Gus Atkinson, and again he just gets up on his toes and pushes his ball. Easy pace, back to the bowler, no run. So yeah, it's one of the things I absolutely love about New Zealand. They still have independent, locally run coffee shops, sushi shops, building shops, whatever shops, and it just means that there is such a focus on quality and community and customer service and whatever. But yeah, there was this little kid, 11 years old, and what a little character he was. And Atkinson in again, left alone by Williamson.
I hope he was getting paid.
No, of course he was. Well, maybe he was getting some pocket money.
Yeah.
But I asked him about it. It had such a panoply of choice, from savoury through to sweet, great coffee, and I asked him about all the different offerings. He knew all the ingredients. His dad was watching on, and we were delighted. And he sold up as well, so I went in there for a coffee, and I ended up coming out with all manner of treats. So we went back today, and he wasn't there. Very disappointed. So I asked his mum, and it turns out he'd had a fall. So he'll be back tomorrow, she said. He's having a sick day as Williamson pushes this up wide of mid-off. He'd fallen off his bike yesterday. And so I thought he was at school. Should have been at school.
Well, most schools now have... It's actually quite interesting. Most schools have let it go for the year, but there is the odd school that needs to get another couple of days in, I think. My son is supposed to go to school today for a half day, which I thought was a little bit random.
Yeah, we have inset days back home where basically teachers fancy a day off. Atkinson in again, and Williamson just opens the face of the bat a touch as he comes forward, tries to guide the ball, as we've seen many times, through the slip cordon the way to the boundary, but it's fielded by Brooke. I am joking, by the way, because my parents were primary school teachers, so I know they work ridiculously hard, and it's a job that, after watching what they went through for 30 years, put me off ever doing it.
Yeah, they do a wonderful job.
They do indeed. But yeah, but that kid, he's back tomorrow, so we'll be back for before play on day 4. And I imagine, well, unless of course New Zealand get knocked over and England decide to try and chase down 400 in 10 overs. Atkinson again. This time he's targeting the pads of Williamson, who comes forward and just pushes this to the right of Zach Crawley at mid-wicket. Comes through for a single, and New Zealand have added another run to their score. 136 for 3 at the start of play. We didn't get any cricket before lunch. Lunch pushed forward to 12:30, weirdly, because play didn't start till 1:30. But we are going to try and get in as many of the 90 overs as we can today. And then if we don't, we're going to come back a little bit earlier tomorrow, which does kind of change plans, because we were going to go out tonight as a team. And Anton, you are more than welcome to join us, but we might push that back to Tuesday. Left alone again by Ravindra. It's a good bounce there from Atkinson, who is he bowled a few in first innings. 26 overs, 3 for 63. 3 for 66, and that's the end of his 6th over in second innings. He managed to put his feet up for 35.4 overs. Well, he did actually bat for a couple of those, but here he is again. Matthew Potts sharing the duties at the start of the afternoon, and New Zealand's lead now has reached 350. I asked you the question yesterday, Anton. I know Kiwis are a nervous bunch when it comes to their cricket team whilst they're watching. I said, what score would New Zealand have to have for you to dispel any notion whatsoever that England could win? As Potts is in, it's on the pads, clipped away, and that will race to the boundary. Only question whether it came off the bat or off the thigh pad. Either way, it's another 4 runs to score, which sees New Zealand reach 150. It does come off the bat, and Williamson's now 63. So yeah, what score would New Zealand either have to be bowled out for or set as a declaration for you to dispel any notion whatsoever that England could win?
Yeah, I think it has to be 500, and I even have a feeling that they might go past that for the fact that there's 2 really nice days of weather coming after today.
2 slips in place as Potts continuing from the Tim Southee end with 2 slips in place, backward point, 2 cover fielders, a mid-off and a mid-on. There's fine leg. And is anyone signing an autograph? Deep square leg as well? No, which says a lot about the fact that most of the kids in New Zealand are either at school or they go to school, some of them, all the way up to December the 19th, Manners. But a lot of them are off school, but they're not here in the numbers that we saw over the weekend. So many kids. It was great to see for Test cricket. As playing forward, but with bat well away from bodies, Williamson seems to be hurried a touch. But yeah, so the question is that how many is too many?
Well, I think anything over 450 would be too many. What New Zealand will want will be over 500. But considering New Zealand don't play a hell of a lot of Test cricket as well, there's going to be some players out there that are just going to want to fill their boots, and Kane Williamson's filled his boots for many years, but the likes of Rachin Ravindra, Darren Mitchell's been light on runs. Glenn Phillips will probably want to just get out there and have a bat. The opportunity's there, and I've got a feeling they might take it.
Yeah, I agree. Short, wide cut, slapped to point where it's fielded by Jacob Bethel. He picked up a good catch at mid-wicket yesterday. Will Young yesterday, he must have really regretted that shot. It was one of those shots that we've seen from New Zealand. He just didn't commit. It wasn't a 100% shot, was it?
Neither here nor there, was it? It was sort of, he could have probably tried to hit it for 6, but tried to keep it down, but didn't at the same time. Yeah, it was, and he hit it sweetly.
It came off the meat of the bat, didn't it? It was a good catch from Bethel, actually. Here's Potts again. Williamson this time on the front foot, but again happy to play and trust the bounce and lateral movement, or lack of, and pushes this towards first slip, no run.
It was a really good catch, because trying to explain Seddon Park, where Bethel was positioned, he was basically looking straight out the main gate, and that main gate is west, and the sun at that time of the day just beams straight through that gate, and it becomes really hard to see anything. And it was flat and hard, and he didn't make it look too hard, but I've fielded there many times over the years, and I've done my best to get over the other side as quickly as I could.
Just one slip in place now. Williamson reacts like this is, leapt up at him, and it did at great pace. But deals with it. Ball just played with soft hands, just drops down in front of first slip, where it's fielded by Joe Root, and that's the end of the over. 125 kilometres an hour, that delivery. So again, it might have bounced a touch more than Williamson was expecting, but he dealt with it comfortably enough. 150 up then for 3 wickets at lost, one of them being William O'Rourke, the night watch, who was dismissed yesterday. A lead of 354 with Williamson and Ravindra at the crease. After another word from Anton, it would be Neil Mathell.
I was thinking earlier that England haven't had much luck this game in particular. They obviously only had 35 overs off with the ball, and they've got two and a half long sessions to bowl here today.
Atkinson, yeah, outside the off stump, left alone. Nice bit of bounce.
That's your worst nightmare, that, isn't it? After you've bowled a long first innings, you get 30 overs off, you come back the next day and you've got 2 3-hour sessions. That's really back-breaking stuff, especially third game of the series.
3-hour sessions for a while weren't allowed. There was the what used to be known as the Federation of International Cricketers Associations, in other words, the International Players Union. Here's Atkinson again, bowls. Ravindra drives up towards mid-off, wideish mid-off, fielded by Stokes. It's now the World Cricketers Association, that's right, isn't it? The WCA. They've changed their name, even higher profile, and I'm massively in favour of the players having a big say in the administration and organisation of the game. But they, in consultation with the ICC, at one stage had the ICC place a limit of 2.5 hours on a session, but that was soon compromised. That only lasted a couple of years. Atkinson in again, bowls to Jadeja, and that's pushed up towards Stokes again at mid-off. So the compromise was, look, we need to consider broadcasters and advertisers and the sponsors, and so we need you to play more. So the compromise was, okay, we'll have an extra drinks break.
Yeah, an extra Powerade it'll tie you over for that last hour and a half. Yeah, no, fair enough too. No, I think now that I'm retired, I think they should be out there.
Here's Atkinson again to Ravindra, Rachin Ravindra. No Jadeja in there at all. 150 on the board for New Zealand, 150 for 3. Rachin Ravindra has 3. Kane Williamson has 63. And Williamson's conversion rate was from 50 to 100. Was comfortably the best amongst all current players before this series began. And he got 2 half centuries. So it was 32-35, 3200s, 3550s. Like nobody currently playing comes close to that. Here is Atkinson again, short, pulled by Ravindra. Doesn't time it at all to Bashir at mid-on. So he made 93 and 61 in the first test. So those numbers are now 32-37. But based on his previous conversion rate, I think it would be a fair investment to put $20 on him, reaching 3 figures today.
Especially after knowing what he averages here at Seddon Park, I think it wouldn't be paying much. You'd barely get your money back, I'd say. But you're right, yeah, his conversion rate is fantastic.
Here's Atkinson again, one outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Rachin Ravindra, taken by Ollie Pope, 150 for 3. Yeah, in order for it, in order for you to get a meaningful return on your money, you'd be having to think in the several tens of thousands of dollars, wouldn't you?
You would. Maybe Steve Harmison's got that type of money in the back of the box, but I certainly don't.
No.
Not that we're allowed to bet on cricket anyway. Are we allowed to bet on cricket? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
We are.
We are. Well,
I might not be able
us
to because I'm
full-time
involved in coaching.
broadcasters are. Yeah. You've got a contract with Northern District, so
Yeah,
I
so I
suspect
think
that probably would be a breach.
That's a breach, I think.
Do you want me to put one on for you?
No, thank you. Did I pass the test?
Yes, you did. England have got a funky field. A slip and 2 gullies? No, 1 catching point and 1 square gully for Kane Williamson.
It does get quite confusing, I guess, at times when you're retired. And I spoke to Heath Mills, the Players Association man here in New Zealand. Someone brought up that question: once you retire, where do you sort of stand? I guess, and he just told us, he goes, "Look, boys, you're best just to steer clear of it, full stop. Then there's no confusion."
Great man, Heath Mills, and I think he's actually the chairperson of the WPA, I think, isn't he? That's
Yes.
cut away. No, not cut. He tries to cut it, Williamson. Doesn't make contact, taken by Pope.
There's plenty of other things to bet on as well, isn't there? It's horses, and the dogs here in New Zealand are being decommissioned, so they're no longer going to be able to bet on greyhound
no
racing.
greyhounds
No,
in New
they're
Zealand.
just recently they're going to phase it out over the next 18 months, I think. Yeah.
Wow. Or the dish lickers, as they're referred to.
Dish lickers, yeah.
Why is that? I'm curious. In New Zealand, 150 for 3.
I think it's got something to do with rehoming dogs and all that sort of stuff, and the
So
way
it's a
they're treated. Welfare, yeah.
issue. Okay, all right. Here's Matthew Potts again. Bowls to Williamson, plays defensively, back up towards mid-off. I get that. I mean, I'm absolutely no expert at all, but and I've read accounts of abuse and the levels to which people will make dogs run faster and indeed run slower.
Well, exactly, yeah.
But I think when they're fit and healthy and are just left to run, it's very clear that they enjoy it. But always takes a small minority to abuse anything. Here's Potts once again. It's flicked very nicely off his pads by Kane Williamson out towards deep mid-wicket. Bryden Cast Fields, 151 for 3. So they've got a couple of years. I mean, if you're in the greyhound business, you need to...
Yeah, I think they're giving them a chance just to sort of work it out. And I'm not sure how that would go, though, when people know that it's sort of going to be phased out. It'd be a hard thing to keep running your dogs for 18 months and then all of a sudden pulling out of it, I guess. I'm not quite sure why they're doing that, but they've obviously got a plan. They're a lot smarter than what I am. They'll have a plan, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think I best not comment. I know very little about it. That's punched off the back foot by Ravindra out towards extra cover, and it's Ben Duckett diving away to his right. Ben Stokes is getting more and more creative with his field now.
Yeah, I think they've bowled quite well to Rachin Ravindra to start the morning as well. They're clearly looking to open up that gap between his pad and his bat. They're bowling around the wicket and they're trying to get him to force that ball as he did in that first innings when he was dismissed, caught at gully. They obviously have seen something in his technique, as Katie Martin mentioned as well.
Here is Matthew Potts once again. Rachin Ravindra forward. Pushes that straight back to the bowler. Potts does the fielding. It must say it does feel like a bowling day. Grey, heavy grey overcast skies. Rain for much of the morning. The counter to that is that as hard as the ground staff work to try and dry the outfield, the ball will get wet. Joe Root's working on it furiously at the moment, trying to keep it dry, or at least one side of it dry. 151 for 3. Rachin Ravindra 3 off 27.
It's unusual, isn't it? Yeah. Speaking about the ball, I've already seen Ben Stokes make his way over to the umpire on a couple of occasions. So I think they need to be smart with that. Like, if the ball is getting slightly wet, that it's not too old. So that's a big weapon for England. They need their ball to stay true, and the umpires just need to be smart. If it has been affected by the outfield, they need to get a new one out here.
Here is Gus Atkinson continuing to Kane Williamson. Pushes that out towards extra cover. I have to say the ball is doing absolutely nothing. And actually, Ben Stokes is off the field at the moment. Rian Ahmed is on. But evidently he said to Ollie Pope on his way off, carry on with the funky fields.
Yeah, carry on. I'm going to be 2.5 minutes, I think. You know, they're trying things though, which is good. Like, it's here he is, he's back.
There wasn't even
It
2.5
wasn't even
minutes.
2.5. There can't have been a queue.
He's standing down in a fly slip position at the moment, but he's outside the boundary's edge. He's just trying to signal to the umpire that I'm back. Atkinson in again, left alone by Williamson. And there's no run. The one thing, I don't know, I assume this has changed over the years, but the one thing I find very, very endearing about Kane Williamson, the person rather than the cricketer, is the apparent disregard that he has for his appearance.
Yeah. What are you trying to say?
But I've seen him on tour, like in the breakfast room. And here's Atkinson once again, and Williamson chops down on this, and it's collected by Harry Brook running in from cover point. So it appears that he has dressed himself in whatever random items of clothing that he first came across lying on his floor, and it would appear to me that he's not a regular beard trimmer.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's not a negative criticism at all. I genuinely find it.
I think he's just got to that age where it doesn't really matter anymore for anyone how he looks.
Atkinson outside the off stump,
We
and
all
that's
get
left
there.
alone.
We all get there at that stage.
Oh yeah, I think it's fabulous, you know, in an age and an era where sports people have Instagrams and images to uphold.
Well, the other thing is he's got 2 items of clothing. He's got his New Zealand training kit and some jandals, some shorts and a T-shirt that he wears back home, and that's probably all he owns. He's only ever worn those 2 sets of items.
Actually, that's exactly that's all I've ever seen him wearing. Atkinson in again to Williamson. Guides this one up towards off stump. But I did notice Shane Jurgensen was the bowling coach for a very long time, and Jogo would occasionally say, Kane, do you want to maybe think about wearing I don't know, like the same socks on both feet, sort of thing? And Williamson would look down and go, oh, am I not?
Yeah, as if he's not sponsored or something for some socks, surely.
Here's Atkinson running in towards us again outside the off stump. Williamson leaves alone, and that was a maiden over from Gus Atkinson. 151 for 3, 40 overs gone, and Williamson is 64. Rachin Ravindra has 3. The lead is 355. Just a little bit of an air of a net session at the moment.
Yeah, it is. It has that feel about it, with the lights on and the crowd's not really getting into it. Just the Barmy Army haven't quite woken up this morning yet. They may be still making their way to the ground, but as we see Bashir coming into bowl first time today.
Does Kane Williamson have an Instagram account? Is he on Twitter?
I think he does, but I think it's managed by someone else, because as we keep mentioning, he's actually relatively useless with all things other than cricket. Let's just say domestic life. He might not have things down packed. I actually had to hang a TV for him once in his house, and he had no tools. He had nothing. And I put a hole in the wall, and I missed the stud, and now there's a big hole in his wall when he just put the TV over it. So we always have a laugh about that.
He's a wonderful, wonderful cricketer, is Kane Williamson, and I think that the simplicity of his life outside of cricket has contributed probably to his ability to produce so regularly and so impressively on the field. Here's Shoaib Bashir, who's into the attack for the first time, bowling his off spin. A little bit of a drag down first delivery, and it's Gus Atkinson who chases after it, slide tackles alongside it. 152 for 3. Doting father, though.
His father, did you say? What did you say?
I said
yes.
doting father.
Yes, great. He's a great father, and he's got 3 beautiful kids, and we're all pretty young at this stage, so he's doing well to be performing how he is, because as a lot of our listeners will know, it can be tough and a lot of sleepless nights, but he manages to keep ticking along, doesn't he?
Here is Shoaib Bashir, and that's chopped down into the ground by Williamson, and it's fielded at slip by Harry Brook, stepping away to his right.
A little bit of turn here. Definitely getting some good bounce. Be interesting to see how New Zealand play this. There's a little bit of protection back for Bashir. There's a long on back. Short mid wicket. Looking to get him to drive down the ground.
Bashir in again, and Williamson drives. A little bit of bottom hand there, just forcing it, looking to get it down to long on, but it's back to the bowler.
Kane, looking at Kane's tempo, although it's not free-flowing, he definitely looks like he is trying to push the score along. He's not just blocking and waiting for bad balls.
Oh, Bashir now, as Kane Williamson backs away, tries to cut, gets a bottom edge down into the ground. Perfect evidence in what you're suggesting.
Exactly, it wasn't quite there to cut, but he's used his feet well. But the ball turned and bounced sharply back into him, which opened up an opportunity for another chop on. But Williamson survives that one, but his tempo does look a little bit more aggressive.
Quite like the idea that there is a man sweeping as well on the offside at cover. Williamson now back and across, allows it to spin into him. Not a great deal of turn, and it's not quick turn either, but nicely placed by Williamson for a couple as Jacob Bethel chases.
That's the most important part in New Zealand, I believe, in terms of bowling spinners. You've got to try and draw certain shots from players, and how you set your field helps to do that. They're obviously looking to bowl quite straight, man back. They want them to push down to mid on as much as you can, and then they've got to catch in mid wicket in. So if he makes any mistake, those players come into play.
Shoaib Bashir to complete his first over of the day, and on the back foot Williamson will keep the strike, and I'm sure that having just described the personality that Kane Williamson is, he is not a strike hogger, so that is just purely coincidental, a single off the last ball of the over. And in case you didn't know, the stories you may or may not have heard about great batsmen hogging the strike are true.
Well, they are true, and I got some advice from the England coach one day about T20 cricket, and he said, always make sure you face the first ball, because you can set the over up how you like to set the over up. And it was good advice, because sometimes the guy at the other end stuffs up the first couple of balls and you've got to get him out of the mess.
Oh, I see. Right, yes. Okay, so you're looking at, you need 10s, and the guy on strike goes dot, swing and a miss,
yep.
Single.
Yeah, then you've got to be the hero. But it made so much sense to me, because obviously sometimes in T20 one guy's going good and the other guy's not so good, and the very first ball of every over is so important in how you set it up. So the person that's going well ideally wants to be on strike early doors.
Outside the off stump from Bryden Cast, who's also into the attack for his first over of the day. 155 for 3, it's left alone. You didn't play in the IPL. We mentioned you've played in a number of other T20 tournaments. Have you ever been to an IPL game?
No. It's a funny one. I think there was one year that I got a phone call saying that go in at a certain bracket and we'll pick you up, and it never happened. So I sort of lost hope after that. But I haven't. But I do. I sort of went through a bit of a phase where I watched it early doors, and then sort of the timing here wasn't bad. But now I'm actually getting back into it. It's really good to watch the game.
Here's Bryden Cast once more to Williamson. Drives nicely up towards mid-off, but straight to the fielder. Ben Stokes with a sleeveless sweater on now. We lost the whole of the morning session. If you're joining us for the first time, wondering why New Zealand are scoring so slowly, it's because they didn't play for the first 2 hours scheduled. But they're now 155 for 3. I've been to one IPL game, and it was the very first one. And Brendan Cullen made 150.
And he was the most amazing part about that game is he was on like 5 off 20 balls, I believe. He was really butchering it at the top.
Bryden Cast in to Kane Williamson, who cuts behind square on the offside to the unguarded third boundary for 4. It was short and wide. It did sit up and beg to be hit, and Williamson obliged. Lovely shot. Moves on to 71, 159 for 3. I was complete. Do you know what happened? India's last Test match, they played a Test series right up until 6 days before the opening game of the T20. And you won't believe this unless you go and actually look at the scorecards. And India's players, they only arrived the day before the Test match. Here's Bryden Cast once again, and steered again by Williamson, this time straight to Brook in the gully, or fifth slip. And Dale Steyn took 7 for 23 or something, or 6 for 23. And India were bowled out for 90 in exactly 20 overs before the very first T20 game.
Coincidence?
Well, it's good marketing.
Wow. Not so good for Test cricket, but great for T20. It was amazing, that first game. I love watching highlights of that.
His Cast again outside the off stump, and there's no run. Of course, I was in India for that Test series, and so the first T20 game was just a few days later, and I have to say I was pretty sceptical about it, and then and McCullum did what he did. I'd never heard about, let alone seen hitting like that.
No, and the fact that it was the first ever game of the IPL. Surprised the IPL didn't offer Brendan shares in it after that. He set it up, didn't he, for what it's become now, I guess.
Yes. Oh, and a cut shot from Williamson, and he gets a little bit lucky. He is forcing the pace now. He really is. He backed away there to a good length ball on off stump, tried to cut it through the offside. That was a brave shot, and it could well have cost him his wicket. Remember, 93 and 61 in the first Test match, and he's got his third half century of the series now, but he wants 100, but he's not happy just to hang around. It's a double change in the commentary box. A first word in this half hour anyway from Steve Harmison, and then it will be Garth Galloway.
Yeah, England have started okay. I mean, Williamson and Ravindra likes to get on with it. Williamson just got about his job and the usual fact, but might go on to fast forward a little bit now. Bashir's into the attack.
Bashir bowls, and it's defended by Ravindra. So, first introduction into the attack for Bashir. He hasn't bowled much, has he? This is his 7th over. What did they bowl? 97 in the first innings or something? We're now into
97.
the 42. So he's been I'm sure he hasn't been reluctant, but the team's been reluctant, or Stokes has been, as the next ball's clipped into the offside. You're all good, Harmy. You had a nice reminisce with Daniel McCarty on Sport Nation today, the 2005 Ashes.
Yes, go back through the lives and times.
Good fun.
Chat with Neil Wagner in here as well, which was good fun.
How's Neil?
Promoting his new book.
How is he?
Very good. Good form.
Well, here's this ball's pushed into the onside. Well, he might have it. I mean, his book might be quite interesting, of course, because he, a lot of people have been talking about the duration of Tim Southee's send-off, and his lack of form, and Wagner was stood down really by the New Zealand team, told that it was his time was up. So it should be, I hope, an interesting read if he delves into those issues. Here's a shorter delivery, and Ravindra is looking to pull him away over the onside. Doesn't play it particularly well.
It's an interesting journey, Wags, wasn't it?
Yeah.
New South Africa to England, back to South Africa to New Zealand, and 64 Test matches. Champion bowler, heart like a lion.
Very competitive. Started for Otago and then ended up in Northern Districts. Here's a little bit of bounce for Bashir this time as Ravindra pushes forward, gets a thick outside edge. It's past Brook, it's slipped down towards third man. 2 more runs, but Ravindra not really in complete control. 161 for 3. Just feel that Ravindra is fighting against himself a little bit
big
here.
time against himself. He's just for a bit of rhythm. I think in this series so far, just as he gets into rhythm, he's given his wicket away. It looks as though he's just going through the gears a little bit, and when he feels as though he's in good touch, that's when he's vulnerable, susceptible to getting out.
Absolutely is. Bashir bowls again, good delivery, and Ravindra is watchful, playing into the offside. 161 for 3. Bashir 7 overs, number 28. Also, we've been watching him. You know, he has this tendency to push forward. Ravindra always looking to get on the front foot, and as you say, often making room and slashing the ball through the offsides, his starting point. But today he's almost deliberately looked to sit back a little bit, stopping that instinct of getting forward. But the result of that is that his footwork has been pretty minimal, full stop.
Yeah, minimal, full stop. And when you get into this position, you don't want to play a shot, because you know in the series so far, this is his 5th innings, and probably 4 out of them 5 innings he's getting out by playing shots. So it's a happy balance. And I think Stokes has probably sensed that. So he's brought the spinner on. He's brought his probably most he's strike bowler on, who can potentially give you width, give you something to hit, but also put the ball in a good area when you can get nicked off. So good from Stokes.
Here's Bryden Cast bowling to Williamson forward and straight back to the bowler. And again, Williamson's looked just a little bit, I mean, he's so, like all great players, he always seems to have time. But he has looked at times troubled by the bounce.
He's been troubled by Cast in this series. I think Potts has had a number on him in his career. I think not a number on him, but Potts has got wickets against Williamson whenever Potts has played against him. Cast made him look uncomfortable at Wellington. But I mean, Kane's been in 101 balls now, and he hasn't looked at all uncomfortable in this innings.
No, just a few balls that he thought from Potts, as we see this next delivery from Cast, just short and rising into the right-handed batter. Pushes it off the back foot to cover. Just a couple of balls from Potts that seem to be keeping just a little bit low. He's been doing quite a lot of gardening, Williamson, which is part of his game, but he likes to go down and just prod where the ball's landed, reshape the pitch a little bit.
So much rhythm. You know, his movements and everything that goes with a bat and defence, the bat twirl, the leave. He seems as though the bubble he's in is typical Kane Williamson.
Yep, in a league of his own and a mind of his own, as he gets a short delivery and pulls that away. Crawley at about 10 metres in from the square leg boundary fields, so just not a perfectly timed shot by Williamson. A shorter delivery from Cast, 162 for 3. Williamson with that single is 72. Ravindra is 6. The field swaps over for Ravindra. This will be interesting, because Cast, I think, will try and give him just a little bit of width outside the off stump and say, why don't you hit me?
The field set for that. You know, we've got Jowett. He's starting at second step. He's just moved to about third or fourth, just hedging his bets really. Joe Root at slip, Brook at gully. Backward point is right behind square. Cover point. Ben Stokes is set in a field which suggests a little bit of width. Mid on and mid off are very, very very, very wide. So you're expecting Cast to. We're having a little bit of a stop at this minute in time because the sponsor's logo's decided that it's not going to rotate, and now it's gone off. It's now on white. So, you know, Castle he's coming around the wicket and will look to bowl a little bit wider, I think, to Rachin Ravindra to see if he can get him out the bubble, see if he can play away from his body.
Castle's going around the wicket to the left-handed Ravindra, and this is a ball which is cramping him up a little bit. He comes forward, pushing to mid-off. 162 for 3. Well, I was very pleased when I heard that we were supposed to be playing golf this morning and you called it off. Weather conditions, and you were absolutely spot on. At 9 o'clock it bucketed down.
It did, yeah. A bit earlier than that, there might have been a right, oh, we've got this wrong, but then, yeah, 9 o'clock it came down, and boy, did it come down. And I would not like to have been on the 12th.
Well, we would have
walking
been.
in by then.
We would have been a long way out, I think, and a long way back to come in. Now, this is a good delivery from Carson. Well left by Ravindra. We've seen him leave more this morning than we have in the entire series. 162 for 3. No, it did. I was sort of at 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock. I was thinking, what on earth we could be out there? Would be. There's no wind like when we played the other day. It's perfect conditions, and then down it came, and I thought, you're a wise man, Steve Harmison. Not the first time I've thought that since I met you.
Yeah, the wind wasn't there, and as I say, Manna said, the camel on the other side of the ground. There's a little bit of a weather detector in that camel. I think he must have been lying down about 9 o'clock this morning.
This is a poor shot from Ravindra, and it almost brings about his downfall. Just exactly what England are looking for, as Cast drops that one just a little bit shorter, and Ravindra goes playing with a horizontal bat, trying to give himself room and hit through the offside. Hits the bottom of the bat and ends up on the onside. 162 for 3, the plan almost working.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think Cast has given Ravindra, not verbals as in nasty verbals, but I think Cast is probably just reminding Ratchin that he is out a bit of form. They're trying to set a game up. He's got 6 off 37 balls. You're supposed to be a shot maker. Come on, where's your big shots? All that stuff will be mentioned out in the middle from Bryden Cast. He doesn't mind having a little bit of a chirp. I've seen what he's been going with Daryl Mitchell, and I think that's been good. Friendly banter between the two of them. I don't think it's stepped over the line at all. But I think Bryden Cast is just reminding Ratchin Ravindra he isn't out of rhythm at this moment in time, and if you've got a big shot, come on, let's see it. Reminding that Ratchin Ravindra probably played with Bryden Cast in the game that the Ravindra played for Durham a couple of 2 seasons ago.
Indeed. Young's played for Durham as well, hasn't he? Most of them have. It seems.
Young, Ravindra, Latham came through our academy. 2 years with the academy here, and 2 years, in that 2 year period where, from an academy point of view, when he was in Christchurch, 6 months of it was at Durham through Paul Wiseman, great man Paul Wiseman.
Yeah, he is. I heard a whisper that because yesterday, of course, when a wicket fell, poor old Will O'Rourke had to go out with about 22 minutes to play. It seems to me to be too early for a night watchman.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, and I heard a whisper that the English players were saying to him, "Where's Russian? Where is he?" And you've been bowling rockets all day. What are you doing out here? Bashir bowls, and this has turned into the onside. They'll pick up a run. Will Williamson, 163 for 3. That's a fair question.
Yeah, I was never a big fan of the night watchman. Very early on in my career, Garth, I got caught hooking as night watchman. Not the next morning. And the batters decided that if we were ever in a position where we needed a night watchman, the big fella from Ashington was never going to be asked.
So you were caught the night during the night watchman role.
Oh yes.
Who did you hook?
Darren Gough.
Here's a good delivery from Bashir, which sees just a little bit of turn. He holds that one back a bit, and Ravindra has to wait on the back foot. Well, that's a great way to get out of it. Just go and play.
It is. I mean, there's so many jobs where if you make a monumental mistake when you first do it, especially around the household and chores and things like that, you never get asked again.
And short leg as this ball's pushed into the pads of Ravindra. Well, I'm so incompetent at practical things, and I married a farmer's daughter, and just everything is left to her.
Somebody else, yeah. Oh,
fantastic. To her, she's just, she runs the pool, does the garden. I might do the lawns from time to time. I like the kitchen though, as Bashir bowls, and gets a bit of room, and he's really trying to give himself room on the length as Ravindra on that time. He drops it a little bit short, and Ravindra's trying to slash the ball through the offside. Just needs to be careful.
Yeah, keeps low from there, and he's in real trouble. He's got fast hands, and his movement was good there, Ravindra, to give himself some room, open up the offside. But if any in a bounce, and he's in trouble.
Around the wicket is Bashir. That's a good delivery, and Ravindra is defending cautiously. 163 for 3. The Barmy Army are back. I think more English supporters in the ground today than New Zealand, I suspect, on a working Monday here in Hamilton, the middle of the Waikato province, as Bashir bowls, and again Ravindra is coming forward. So Ravindra has just added 4 runs to his overnight total in 54 minutes. He's struggling a bit. He's faced 42 balls, and the fight against his natural instincts continues. Williamson is 73. It's 163 for 7. Bashir, 8 overs, none for 29.
He's still there though, and that's the most important thing for Rachin Ravindra and for New Zealand as they try and take this lead into the sort of late 300s into the early 400s. I still think anything over 400 will be a tough ask for England. Not because I don't think they can do it, Garth. I just think the exertion, the mental they've had to go through from the end of September when they left England, their Red Bull tours, Pakistan and here, it's took a lot out of them, and I think to go and chase 4th innings 400 will be a big ask. Especially
with the bounce just fractionally variable at times now. Here's Williamson playing a lovely shot, drives, but can't beat Atkins at mid-off. 163 for 3. Yeah, it's a long time away from home, isn't it? And already...
They work hard. They've worked hard.
Yeah,
they lost in Pakistan, but they worked hard. Won the first Test match. This group's gone through... I mean, they've worked hard in this winter, so one big ask.
Yeah, we were just talking about, I mean, obviously the middle order is very solid, and with that we talk about Root, Brook and Pope, Stokes as well, as this ball is played into the onside by Williamson. But the top still feels a little bit vulnerable. I suppose Pope will go back to 3 when they play India next year, and against Australia that will be the plan. Crawley feels like a bit of a problem now.
He goes through, Zach goes through sort of fits and starts, and you can see the rationale of why they stick with him because of what he can do. Low score, high score, low score, low score, low score for a period of time. I think the combination with Duckett, I think it works. I really do. I think they've had some good success.
Here's Cars from the City in bowling to Williamson outside the off stump, clip to Duckett at backward point.
Where in the past, some of Ollie Pope during the summer, when he's having a bit of a bad trot and he was captain, I was thinking actually he might need leaving out for his own good, just from a mental point of view. Never ever thought that about Zach. I've never thought that about Zach. I think mental-wise, I think he's fine.
So even when you saw him walking off, trudging off after this last innings where he looked despondent, you think all A-okay?
Yeah, from a mentality point of view and the way he plays and the role that they see him playing. Zach will come out and hit the first ball of Tim Southey later on tonight or tomorrow for 4, I can guarantee.
Absolutely, and he's done it on a few times in this series, as this is outside the off-stump, no shot from Williamson. I mean, I've missed him in this series. He's become, we talk about being a rabbit or a bunny of Matt Henry. Those things happen in cricket, just the nature of how things have fallen. But I love watching him bat.
I mean, he is. He gets you on the edge of your seat. I think he's more suited when the ball comes on, a little more bounce on it.
He'd enjoy Australia.
He will enjoy Australia, and I think that's why I don't see England making a change. I'm intrigued to see where Bethel goes and what his development is over the course of the next 6-12 months. Pope will go back to 3 because Smith has to come back in the side. He's too good not to play. Bethel will have cricket. He's going to have India's one day as Champions Trophy. He's going to be around the white ball squad.
2 balls remaining in the over as Cast bowls. He's caught in front of the pads and Steve Hammerson's given him out. Williamson, a huge appeal for LBW. Height might be the only factor. Cast stands with hands on knees and Pope runs to Stokes and they review. Here we go.
Had to review. It's Kevin Williamson. It's right in front. 2 noises, but I think it's pad.
He said it's not high, you can hear.
Yeah.
Interesting, isn't it, that Cast stayed where he was. Good thing about this review is the bowler had no say at all.
No, but I wouldn't give Ollie Pope any say in it either, because in the summer he was 0 from 8.
Yeah,
He had a shocker in the summer.
Now, Adrian.
All right, well, here's your first impression.
Oh man, that's out. It's got to be. The only thing that's saving him is on the field is given not out. This could be umpire's call. I don't think he's hit it.
Aldridge coming up now.
Oh, this could be so unlucky for Bryden Cast because I think it's close. Kane's not very big. Kane's not very tall. It's hit him just, I think, on the last roll of the knee roll.
on the front pad.
On the front
It's,
pad.
you know, it's very similar to his dismissal in Christchurch,
Yes.
where Carse sat him back like this, just bowled that lovely length and then pushed the ball up a little bit further. It's one of Carse's great strengths.
Outside off, impact in line, and wickets is umpire's call.
Not out.
And you'll be staying with your original not out decision.
Continuing on, we
Now
talked
when you're on
about the
screen,
little bit of luck
you're on
that
screen
New Zealand
now,
haven't
signal
had
there.
throughout this
Signal you're not out now.
this New Zealand summer. Talking about the luck that Will O'Rourke didn't have, and he got Harry Brook inside edge back onto the stumps. Kane Williamson's got a bit of luck there. For me, that's out for all money. How Adrian Holstock has not put his finger up. I mean, I know I'm a bowler, but that's out. And it's even worse because it's Kane Williamson.
There you are. There you are, the preaching from Steve Harmison. I must say, I tend to agree. It looked out, didn't it? Your finger went up very quickly indeed. You're a long way away, but it did. Here's this ball pushed into the offside. 163 for 3. Williamson lucky to be there. He's on 73, Ravindra 6. Just one question when you're talking about where Bethel might fit in, and I'm going to be very interested to watch him in the second innings. Everyone's been impressed with the way he plays. I thought, though, that O'Rourke really worked him over yesterday. He didn't like the sheer pace of O'Rourke. No one does. He was bowling around 150. He was just short of a length. The ball was following the left-hander from around the wicket. I'm going to be really interested to see how Bethel handles that if he gets it in the second innings.
Yeah, I agree. I think, but you as a batter and a young batter coming into any format of cricket, world cricket, when you come in, you get tested, and you get tested in the front foot, you get tested outside the off stump, you get tested with a short ball. And the short ball one is the one that you have to pass muster. If you don't pass muster on the short ball, quickly word gets around, and you then start getting bombarded with it.
Here's Bashir beginning another over, and he bowls to Ravindra, who cuts to backward point. More comments from Steve Harmison, and then John Norman.
Oh, I mean, pride and Carse. I know you've bowled really well throughout this summer, but this New Zealand summer. But I mean, that element of luck, top of the stumps, that just lucked out against Kane Williamson. I'm probably going to be sounding like a Brecon record as normal, but as a bowler, that's good.
Bashir continuing on the pads of Ravindra, who looks nowhere near the fluent attacking batter who timed the ball so well, hit it hard as well against Ravichandran Ashwin, Ravindra Jadeja and Washington Sundar and the gang. He is 6 from 44 deliveries, seems to be battling with himself as much as the England bowlers. As Bashir again coming in, and this is on leg stump. Ravindra comes down with a leg slip and a regulation slip and smothers any spin. Floodlights on here at Seddon Park. Not fully. What are you, just a deep square leg being pushed back?
No, the point's gone out, but Duckett's
Duckett's
just come up.
Left-hander.
Duckett's just come up inside the circle, mid on, mid off inside.
Down on leg stump again. This time Ravindra gets down on the sweep and pulls the ball to backward a square on the leg side. The Barmy Harmy making all the noise over there on the banks. They're all standing up around, what is that, a little temporary bar? It's like 4...
Yeah, it
what
looks
are
like
they
a
called,
bar.
parasols?
Doesn't it?
I don't know if they're serving drinks up there, but it would make sense. Our old mate Tiny, he must be there. You had a drink with him the other night, didn't
Yeah, he's on good form.
you? He got me out.
Mr. and Mrs. Tiny, they were in good form.
Barmy Army against Talksport. Cricket match. Down the track comes Williamson, and Stokes at mid-wicket dives despairingly to his left. The ball whistles past his outstretched hand and away to the boundary, and Stokes, for the second time in the last 6 or 7 deliveries, just looks to the heavens in frustration. England feel they should have got Williamson's wicket. The last over, ball of the last over, bowled by Bryden Carse, and Steve Harmison felt it was out. I was at the back of the comms box. I believed it was out, and truth be told, I think it probably should have been given out, actually. Cut away to backward point this time by Williamson, who moves to 77. He's actually upped his tempo. His strike rate was around 50 at the start of the day when he was 50 not out, now up pushing 70. 13 fours in his innings, and I think what's happening is he's seeing at the other end Rachin Ravindra struggling so much. He's actually realising he's got to move the scoring on, because Ravindra's kind of digging himself into a hole very, very slowly. And if Williamson just bats for that century and takes time out of the game, whilst it may not make a great deal of difference, it's just going to allow England to continue applying the pressure. So a chance that's gone New Zealand's way in the last over, bowled by Bryden Carse, who has bowled 9 overs in this second innings, and he's going to start his 10th, bowling round the wicket to Ravindra, who cuts on the front foot, just in front of point where Duckett fields. You did a 2005 chat on Sport Nation, didn't you? We had Jeremy Coney. We swapped you. I don't know. What would your cricketing top trumps? You ever played top trumps as a kid?
Yeah, vaguely remember it.
So yours would be that it will be. So do you know how it works? Do you know how top trumps works? Essentially, you have
a
a
bigger squad
card,
than somebody else's.
but your picture of your face, or you bowling.
What a horrible thought.
Well, I'm looking at it. And then you'd get your stats alongside you. In fact, there should be bouncer from Carse, and Rachin Ravindra ducks, gets out of the way. Carse just gives him a couple of pleasantries as he makes his way back to his mark. So I guess your one would be, I'm not sure age would come into it. Maybe you'd only be top trumps when playing. Strike, no, well, no, it would be caps, test caps. So say you come up against Neil Wagner, we're playing top trumps, and I've got Neil Wagner's card and you've got your own card. And if I said caps 64 and you would be 63, Neil Wagner would win and I'd get your card. That's how top trumps works. Here is Carse again, and this is driven back to the bowler, who half fields, shapes to throw down the stumps, but the ball's not in his hand, no run. So Harmison would be caps 63, test wickets 228.
28 or 26?
26. Strike rate.
Yeah. No
I don't know
idea.
what that is. 69 maybe. I don't know. 70.
Average? 30.
Average.
30, 31.
Ashes 1.
2.
Speed. Average speed. Or top speed. No, it'd be top speed. What would be your, what was the fastest ball you ever?
Mid-90s?
94, 95. On the body of Rachin Ravindra again. Tries to come forward. Pushes it to Ben Duckett. Comes in at point. So you beat Wagner there. That's for sure.
Mid-90s, that's one thing. Yeah,
Well,
mid-90s,
no, you want more Ashes than Wagner.
That's not easy. No, not hard,
doesn't
sorry.
matter.
Yeah.
Then your batting average would have to come into it as well.
Mine,
Test runs.
12.
And maybe you could have a Harmy question. Were you ever the ranked #1 in the world for bowling? Yes or no? Or highest test ranking?
Yeah, I think I'd
Number
get
one.
that one.
You'd win that. That's top.
That's 3.
Carse is coming in again, continuing around the wicket, angling into Rachin Ravindra, who's coming onto the front foot again and punching up to Ben Stokes at mid-off.
Sure you'll win on the book seals. Yeah, he's got a book out.
This isn't about time you did another book. Get Jared to write it. Maybe Manners. Manners, do you want to write Harmy's book? Done. 10% to me, by the way.
I mean, when I wrote mine, poor John Woodhouse, who had to sort of scribe it for me. I mean, he had this dictaphone which you speak into, and then you stick it in the computer, and it sort of helps you transcribe it. And all of a sudden, he didn't understand Geordie, so he had to. So it took 39 hours of me waffling on for him to produce what was, by all accounts, what people tell me is a decent read. So I hope Neil Wagner's is better than that. I hope it sells well, because I mean, really lovely fella. He was at Durham last year, and Durham lads really enjoyed him. Put his heart and soul into Durham the short period of time he was there. So yeah, he's a good man, Neil Wagner. Fantastic cricketer. Somebody who, as a tail ender, I couldn't think of anything worse than facing someone like Neil Wagner. I mean, a bit like Brett Lee, you just couldn't get out of the way of a bouncer. I mean, you could on a bouncy track, but not on a. You play him on a wicket like this. There's somebody 6'5" and not very good with a bat. You wouldn't get out of the way of it. You wouldn't know how to.
Leg slip in place for Rachin Ravindra, who climbs into a short delivery from Carse and pulls this through mid-wicket and all the way to the boundary. That's the best shot we've seen from Ravindra today. Carse is giving him a pretty unfriendly word or two as he makes his way away from the batter. 172 for 3 there, New Zealand lead by 376, and after 52 deliveries, Ravindra finally moves into double figures. Williamson 77, Ravindra 11. And I can give you an update from the Gabba, where Jaiswal has gone early in India's first innings. Mitchell Stark with the breakthrough. India bowled out Australia for 445, I think. Carey hitting a few, and so India are one down early there. They've had a bit of rain in Brisbane, haven't they? We've had a bit of rain here in Hamilton. It took out the first session of play here on day 3 of the 3rd Test match. We haven't had a wicket yet, but I think we should have. Williamson fortunate to survive an LBW shout. Did we see the ball was shown to be crashing into the top of leg stump? Did we see how much of the ball was hitting the stumps? It was given not out on field, and of course
not quite enough.
Well, man is saying 49.
Well,
we haven't actually seen
that.
it was nearly.
It was
pushing 51, the 50.1% that you need.
I thought it hit flushed into the bills, but hey, and it's like I said, it's Kane Williamson. It was a big chance for England.
Well, as they say in Australia, look at the scoreboard. He's still there. We don't have to just look at the scoreboard. Look out onto the field of play. So yeah, you did your 2005 Ashes chat with Sport Nation, half an hour. Can I guess what the questions were? Bashir continuing, and Williamson, short delivery from Bash as Williamson just rocks back and cuts through the offside, through extra cover for a single.
It was good fun, Dan McCarty. Yeah, I
So do you
probably knew the questions.
Can we try? Shall I try?
Yeah.
Ricky Ponting, cut cheek.
Yes, that Lords.
Hang on.
Yes.
Michael Clark slow ball.
No, didn't.
What?
Didn't get asked.
Get out of here.
I brought it up though because it was a good one, wasn't it?
I think Steve Harmison. I'm not sure I celebrated a wicket in my life more than that one. Down the leg side and clipped away, square of the wicket for a single. I was working at TalkSport then, right? And sorry to make the 2005 Ashes about me rather than you for a second, but I was new to TalkSport. I'd only been there a year, and it was played in August, wasn't it? So the Premier League had come back into town. Bashir's set to continue. This is tossed up a touch more to Williamson, who comes forward and just drives this to long on, where Ben Duckett comes in off the field to collect the ball. So I was shadowing Ian the Moose Abrahams at Selhurst Park. Poor you, says Scott Taylor at the back of the box. You have no idea, Scott.
Some shadow there.
Well, it was quite easy to sit in his shadow. Moose, if you're listening, apologies. Forward is Ravindra, and no run. So anyway, I went to Selhurst Park, and it's an old school press box there. It's quite long and narrow. Windows are open. Your view is very often obscured by pillars. But for the first and last time, it was a pre-smartphone era. There's Bashir coming round the wicket, and Ravindra just stepping back and across and opening up the stumps and cutting this in front of square through the offside for a single. So people weren't on the phones watching it. One of the journos had brought one of the old school portable TVs, and it was just plonked there in the middle of the press box. And everyone was, everyone's there to watch Crystal Palace versus whoever. Might have even been AFC Wimbledon, I can't even remember. Because they ground shared for a while, didn't they? But essentially, we were all watching. We watched your over. Your over. No, Freddie Flintoff's over when he got rid of Langer and Ponting in Selhurst Park press box. Everybody was watching it. Forward is Williamson, pushed the offside, no run. All the journos were being paid to watch Crystal Palace versus whoever, and all the journos were sitting there watching this little box, and we all were going crazy when Flintoff took those 2 wickets.
The Ponting Langer over was just ridiculous.
It was ridiculous.
He spent 15 minutes having a conversation from mid-on to mid-off with Michael Vaughan, telling Michael Vaughan he should be bowling and how badly I was bowling. And do you know what? Every time I walked back to me mark, I couldn't disagree with him.
Well, Harmy's off, so I'll continue describing. So anyway, England took those 2 wickets and they chipped away, but then there was a horrible little partnership towards the back end of the day, and by the time the football had finished and all the post-match presses had been and gone, I had to make my way back home, and I live quite close to Crystal Palace. And I got back to my house. I was actually living with my parents at the time. Walked in the front room, turned on the TV, and the day was reaching its conclusion. And I sat there, stressed, because if Michael Clark had come out the next day, then Australia probably would have won that game. And Steve Harmison rocks up with one of the most famous slower balls in the history of Test cricket. Seams, limbs, that's what they call it now, isn't it? Limbs.
I remember that. It was a lovely bowl, wasn't it?
Oh, the best thing is, if Harmy was here, when he recounts that tale, Freddie Flintoff was in the slips, and Harmy had a terrible slower ball. As passes in, this is a short delivery, and Rachin Ravindra ducks under it and lets it go through. He had a terrible slower ball, and Freddie Flintoff, his great mate, one of his two best friends in cricket, along with Rob Key, was in the slip corner, and he could see what Harmy was about to do. It was the final over the day, and he was just like, oh no, not the Harmy slower ball, please. And then Harmy runs in and bowls Michael Clark. All ends up. I don't know if Harmy ever tried that slow ball again. Did you try that slow ball again? It's cut away by Rachin Ravindra, but it's fielded on the bounce by Gus Atkinson at cover, and he throws the stumps. Throws the ball at the stumps at the striker's end, but Kane Williamson's back and he doesn't connect it anyway. If you didn't pick that up, Harmy's just said, yeah, I tried it 3 times to Mahendra Singh Dhoni in an ODI, and he hit it for 6 every time. It's incredible. That Ashes series, it resonated everywhere. You can't move. Well, you can't move for people who didn't see it or did see it, but here, even here in New Zealand, so many people have said to me that was their first memory of cricket, really, or was their favourite memory of cricket. It's what got them into cricket.
Well, especially at the time when New Zealand weren't going that well. It was the excitement that New Zealanders needed anyway in terms of cricket.
Wow, anyone but Australia as well.
Well,
right?
that's right. Yeah. But it was just good cricket. It was good old school cricket.
Well, it was exciting cricket. It was a series that was blessed with 2 teams with personality. Shane Warne and Glenn McGrath with the ball, and obviously Adam Gilchrist, the wicketkeeper bat, and then Matthew Hayden at the top of the order, Ricky Ponting chomping on his chewing gum and getting the double teapot out at times. Wide of the crease, another short delivery from Bryden Cast. Boy, has he put in a shift over the course of the last month. And then England, of course, had Freddie Flintoff, who was at the absolute peak of his powers. Harmy himself, who'd had so many amazing spells and game-winning moments in his career, and he was as good as he'd ever been. Marcus Trescothick at the top of the order, who we heard Neil Wagner speak about earlier today. Michael Vaughan, and then of course Kevin Peterson coming into the side. So
it's just characters in both
characters.
teams.
You need characters in all sport. Atkinson is, or rather, Carse is in, and it's a short delivery on the body of Williamson. Just gets inside the line and languidly pulls this to one of the 2 fielders back with a square behind the back. I think it was Crawley who fielded, and it's another run. 178 for 3 then here. New Zealand. Williamson moves to 80. New Zealand lead by 382.
The other thing that was so great about that time of Ashes cricket was there was almost rivalries within the game, like Shane Warne, Kevin Peterson, Brett Lee running and bowling thunderbolts, and you could almost sense through the telly that there was actual rivalry there between certain players in the team, and it was exciting. And, it helped that those players were some of the best players in the world at the time.
Well, it was the best team in the world against the second best team in the world. Cast continuing, another short delivery. Rachin's, he could have just stayed there, standing upright, and let that ball sail over his head. Indeed, the umpire agrees it's been given as a wide. 179 for 3 here at Seddon Park. It was the number 1 and 2 teams in the world. England had beaten everyone up until that series. They'd gone through the summer before. They'd won all 8. How many was it? Since they won all 7. They won all 7 Test matches. They then went to South Africa, and they won 2-1 against a really, really good South Africa side. And they'd beaten West Indies for the first time in 30 odd years, and England haven't beaten the West Indies since the winter before. over the wicket this time, left alone again by Rachin Ravindra.
West Indies team was
It
great to watch as well.
It was just on the downward curve, but still had Chanderpaul and
Yep.
Ambrose and Walsh, and of course Lara, Chris Gale must have been just coming into the side around that time. So they still had talent, real test pedigree. Jimmy Adams,
Sarwan.
Sarwan, was Ramnaresh Sarwan playing? Could well have been, yeah.
Would have been, yeah.
So, you know, it was still a good West Indies side. So, you know, England went into that series with confidence. But Australia, that Australian side is the greatest in history up with the West Indies side. So, you know, England hadn't come close. This is down the leg side and clipped to one of two fine leg fielders for another single.
It was all out attack, England side as well. You look
Oh.
at the bowling line of Palmy and Flintoff at the peak of their powers.
Yeah,
were-
both bowling at in excess of
it was-
90.
and it sort of reminds me of what we're seeing here from England. You know, over the last 2 years, it's sort of
Yeah.
gone back to that a little bit.
But the other thing, well, there were two other aspects to that series, which is why it's remembered so vividly and fondly 20 years on, 19 years on. England hadn't beaten Australia for so long, so there was that wait, it was 20, what was it? It'd been 1985 since they'd last won at home under David Gower. They then went to Australia, they won in 86, 87, and then I think Steve Waugh came in 89, and basically England had been flicked aside from 1989 to 2005. So on the sweep is Rachin Ravindra, and he'll take a single to deep square leg. He moves to 17, the score 182 for 3. But then on top of all of that, it was the most extraordinary series. You know, Edgbaston, that test match, that potentially changed the course of test cricket in England for the next 20 years. Australia, of course, with an amazing spell of fast bowling from Glenn McGrath at Lords in the first test. And then the Old Trafford test where Australia just about hung on. And then, of course, the draw at the Oval, Kevin Peterson taking on Brett Lee. Bashir continuing from the Tim Southey. And that's a good diving stop.
The good hard-fought
Short leg.
draw is almost
Oh,
non-existent
yeah.
anymore, is it?
Absolutely.
But those were some of the most exciting to watch.
Well, the 2009 Cardiff draw, when Monty Panesar and
right.
Paul Collingwood and Jimmy Anderson clung on for the best part of an
That's
hour and a
right.
half, is one of my favourite Ashes memories. Here's Bashir, and down the track, lofted up and just beyond the reach of Bride and Cast at mid-wicket. Oh, that's another little moment that's gone the way of Kane Williamson, who moves to 82. 18 off 100. Bashir tempting the fourth shot. And the TV director focuses it in on the face of Ben Stokes, who blows out and just, wow.
Kane Williamson is riding his luck here. He's hit it to the one guy who is working his backside off. He's bowling over after over, and you can forgive him if his legs are a little tired there, but I have a feeling if it was someone else, they may have been able to grab that catch.
This is a little bit of a drag down from Shoaib Bashir. And Williamson will push this towards cover point. Fielded by the bowler, comes through for a single, and the score moves along by another run. 184 for 3 then here at Seddon Park. Myself, John Norman, and Anton Devsic alongside me, just reminiscing a little. I have just had a message from, and it's a shame that Harmy's just disappeared actually, because according to Gary Morgan, there's down the leg side, clipped away for another single. 7 for 2, by the way, India, in that Border Gavaskar test match. Harmy took the wicket of Sachin Tendulkar in an ODI at Cuttack in 2008 to a slower ball.
Slower ball again.
Slower ball, Harmy.
That's two very good scouts with that average slower ball. Was pretty Flintoff
Absolutely.
talks
I
about.
wonder if Flintoff was laughing at that one. Williamson just takes a step down the track, over pitch to touch, very wide from Bashir, and it's almost dragged to Duckett on the long on boundary. Drinks break here at Seddon Park. I could do with a drink. 186 to 3. Katie Martin's here. Yeah, I think I might have a water already, Scott. Thank you anyway. Katie Martin will be coming in very shortly. I'm still sat here with Anton Devcic. And the game has moved on, not particularly quickly. Truth be told, we've had 19 overs since the lunch break. No play beforehand, and New Zealand have moved along from 136 for 3 to 186 for 3. You do not need to be a maths whiz to work out how many runs they've scored. The lead has swelled up to 390. Ravindra, who looks well short of form, timing, is still at the crease. 61 balls faced, and he's 17 not out. Kane Williamson has had a couple of moments, very close LBW shout, and he's just chipped the ball over mid-wicket on 2 occasions as well. He's 84 and 16 away from another century. But we still have loads of time here. A decent crowd. I mean, the crowd we've got here, Anton, I'd say is probably about the kind of crowd you'd get for a test match involving New Zealand and a team that wasn't either Australia or England.
Yeah.
Would that be fair?
Yeah, absolutely fair. Generally, the weekends go pretty good here in terms of the crowd, but got to remember we're getting late into the year now, and Christmas is fast approaching. People are probably just trying to tie up a few loose ends regarding work, and probably looked at the weather forecast as well and realised that there might not be much play. But as the day goes on, there's a few more trickling in, and still a lot of cloud about. The lights here at Seddon Park are still switched on, so the light is a little bit dim, but no rain to see anytime soon anyway, but there might be a little bit later on in the day. But Hamilton can be a bit of a weird climate where it misses us, and all of a sudden it's sunny the next 5 minutes. So hopefully we can get through the rest of the day with no breaks, with a couple of long sessions to finish off the day. So England have got a job to do.
Did you ever scratch the ball?
Did I ever, or could I ever?
Did you ever? Or were you ever?
When I bowled, it got hit into very hard surfaces. If that answers your question.
So the seamers who wanted to get a bit of reverse
Just gave the ball to me, basically. Yeah. Yeah.
Bowl them a couple of half trackers. No, was it you and I were talking about reverse swing and how it is less of a feature in New Zealand than other grounds? It was, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
I mean, it's very hard to imagine being able to produce some reverse swing in these conditions here. Seddon Park, lush outfield, there's moisture around. Unless you're able to keep one side of the ball really dry. But how do you do that?
Well, I quite often think this when we go to places, India and Sri Lanka and places like that. I always, whenever I've been there, my hands are just constantly wet. Where subcontinent players probably don't feel the heat as much as what we do, so therefore they might not sweat on their palms as much as us. That's the only thing I can really put my finger on why subcontinent teams tend to be able to get it to go quicker than what I guess touring teams can. But there's no, I don't know if there's a secret to it. It's some teams are just better at doing it.
Rahul Dravid once said to me that he found it very amusing that when Senna countries players said to him, "You guys don't feel the heat as much as we do," and Dravid said, "Of course we feel the heat the same. We're all human beings. We just don't sweat as much." He said, "Yeah, we're used to it. So our bodies understand the need, and they've adapted to conserve fluids a little bit more. So they kind of sweat when they need to, rather than us who just sweat profusely." Ben Stokes is into the attack after the drinks break. He comes running in, pounding in to Kane Williamson, who opens the face of the bat and runs it out behind square on the offside. But so in a situation like this, 186 for 3 into the 52nd over, nothing happening, soft ball, no seam movement, and you want something to happen.
Tired bowlers.
And the umpires are being really, really unhelpful by refusing to change the ball. I mean, what do you do in New Zealand? Like, can you give it a scratch or? Like how do you make it start swinging? Down the leg side from Stokes, pull shot and a
Well,
miss
you
from Kane Williams.
Technically can't, but there are techniques you can do. Obviously, where the bowler's feet land on the popping crease, that's generally the hardest, most abrasive area. So you might go to a Yorker plan for 5 overs and just try and scuff it as much as you can from the footmarks of the bowler. That would be extremely boring to watch, but they're setting themselves up to try and get the ball to do something.
Here's Stokes once again, and it's clipped away by Williamson for a single down towards long leg. What about the women's game, Katie Martin? Any bottle tops involved?
Not that I know of. I don't think I've really seen that much reverse swing. In the test that I played, it was in the subcontinent, and there definitely wasn't any reverse swing. And I guess probably the length of time in the game as well. The other problem here really is when you try and... It was so often you just want to throw the ball into the ground, and I think we're looking at here now as well, they've had that extra layer of lacquer on the ball because New Zealand sourced their balls from Australia, and they felt like the ball didn't swing for long enough. So because of the fact that I guess things have changed, there's a lot more eyes on what people are doing. We've seen some mints in mouths in Australia from a South African player a few years ago as well that's got stamped out pretty quickly. So I think now players are saying let's try and get it swinging longer as possible, but yeah, there's not too much you can really do legally, I think, to be able to get the ball to reverse.
Here's Jen Stokes into Rachin Ravindra, steers it to backward point, no run. 187 for 3, lead 391.
Just thinking back to your comment about subcontinent players not sweating as much as, let's say, touring teams. How do they then shine the ball? Because you're only allowed to use sweat now.
They just sweat selectively. Just in certain areas.
Do you remember when they used to get, during the COVID times where you weren't allowed to obviously use saliva? I think that rule's same place, and Jack Leach's head was used.
Yes, indeed it was. By Ben Stokes, pushed away by Rachin Ravindra, no run.
They were also using handy towels in between overs to wipe the ball down, which I found quite amazing.
Can I just say that COVID time was the most ridiculous moment. We had a COVID tour in Australia, and that was before the Indian men's team actually were going to have that tour, and they ended up staying at Adelaide Oval, which has got a beautiful hotel. If you've ever been there, the Oval Hotel at Adelaide Oval overlooking the ground is one of the most incredible places to stay.
Stokes in again. Oh, full-blooded cover drive. Glorious looking shot from Rachin Ravindra, just that he missed it. And it goes through to keeper Ollie Pope. There was an Australian opening batsman who, for a while, had a very heavily bandaged left hand. They said it was to do with some fingers, and super glue apparently was used to keep the bandage together, and it obviously became very hard and abrasive. And he was the designated ball polisher, according to some teams that played against that Australian team.
There's so many anecdotal stories that you hear. I was saying this the other day, a long time ago when there weren't extra prying eyes by hundreds of cameras, the Coca-Cola bottles that had those bottle lids, and there was plenty of Coke drunk during middle of the play and so on. And yeah, look, I think obviously it's really challenging nowadays to be able to, well, it's obviously illegal in the game to be able to do anything in terms of adjusting the position of the ball. And so I think you just rely a little bit on naturalness of what's in your pants, and there's a lot of abrasiveness on some pants these days as well.
Zippers.
I was going to say that. There used to be a brand of pant that had a zip on the side, which didn't always get used for zipping up your pants.
Do you remember those? There was some pants, I think there was some New Zealand one-day international pants at some period of time where down the side they had sort of, I don't know what would you call it, like not sticky stuff, but it just meant if your hands were wet you could just rub your hands on it. And so that was used a little bit to shine the ball as well. And I think then they worked out, I'm not sure if that was the right material we were allowed to use on pants. You would have played back in, those are the W-Star days, I think.
Yep, I remember those.
Shoaib Bashir's into the attack, and Williamson drives that one down the ground, fielded by the bowler, no run.
Do you know one thing though that used to frustrate fast bowlers? When they didn't want the ball to, the shine to go, and then the captain put on a spin bowler and they thought, oh, here we go, the spinners are just going to absolutely rag because not often spinners really landed on the right place, Devi? That's what the pace bowlers said, so they rough the ball up.
Bashir to Williamson on the back foot, punches it into a gap at cover, takes a single.
Spinner was never on the drives either, shining the ball, were they, Devi?
No, and I had Tim Southey and Trent Boult barking at me. Probably two of the most important bowlers that we've had.
Do you remember there was footage a couple of years ago, inadvertent, not deliberate footage of a player being seen leaving the change room at the end of a tea break, emptying 2 sachets of sugar into his pocket? Do you remember that? And the theory was that it was some time after the South African captain Faf du Plessis had been fined for very obviously using a mint in his mouth, so then. And Steve Smith, to his credit, when he was Australian captain, said, we too shine the ball in exactly the same way. Here is Bashir. It's a half-tracker. Rachin Ravindra has been given... he's been given a gift, and he's a man in need of a gift or two. Pulled that away for 4.
I was going to say it was a genuine half-tracker, and I don't think he's managed to time it. That's how much of a struggle it is at the moment for Rachin Ravindra, but he heads to the boundary, and hopefully he can... maybe just string together a couple of little singles here and just get this innings moving a little bit.
Sorry about that. Shoaib Bashir once again round the wicket to Ravindra. Also short, not a half-tracker, but chopped out towards cover, fielded by Matt Potts, diving away to his right and knocking it on, actually, allowing Ravindra to come back for the second run. So there was a theory that umpires were becoming more vigilant about which players had pockets full of sweets. And they were keeping a closer eye on them. So this player, apparently off his own volition, decided to take matters into his own hand in order to get some sugar onto the field. Filled his pocket with sugar and was attempting to eat it to create some sugary saliva to try and polish the ball. But then he realised that he was unable to transfer it from his mouth to the ball because he couldn't use saliva. So he hadn't fully thought through that as an option. Clipped away now by Ravindra, who keeps a strike at the end of the over. 195 for 3. Williamson 86. Rachin Ravindra 24.
It does remind me of a story that I once heard. Look, these are all anecdotal stories, whether there's truth, whether people have put a little mayo on this, we never know. But lip balm was, there's nothing worse cricket season. Your lips get dry after day one out in the field, and a little bit of lip balm got put on the ball, and players used to ask why one player kept kissing the ball. Just that extra bit of lip balm, but...
Good luck.
Yeah.
There is always truth in these anecdotes. People don't just make them up. I mean, the earliest one apparently was John Lever, who used Vaseline. He had Vaseline on his forehead on a tour of India in 77, 78. And I would imagine Vaseline would be pretty efficient at shining the ball. And he got away with it for a long time. Umpires just weren't looking for that sort of ball maintenance techniques. Stokes in again outside the off stump. New Zealand's lead is 399.
Well, scientifically, the way you need to be able to get the shine on the ball is heat. So that's why you see players rubbing the ball so much with their hands, because that's the hottest area. And I don't know, Debbie, if you've noticed, some players do put it under their armpits. You see a lot now after COVID times, a lot more red marks under the armpits, and there was just a fact because that's extra bit of heat under there as well.
Here's Stokes again outside the off stump, left alone, no run. The armpit thing is the same as when you see players rubbing the ball on their back or using the sweat from their back, because apparently the sweat from your face contains more oils. And that's...
How do you know this stuff?
I'm repeating what players have told me. I've just sat there absolutely gobsmacked thinking, what are you on? Here is Stokes once again, and that's punched off the back foot towards cover. I promise you there have been players, some of whom may or may not have been named Darren Gough, who said to me that back sweat was better for shining the ball than face sweat. It's true. No, I mean, sorry. I've been told that. That's true. I don't know whether, but and they reckon that purer sweat without any impurities is better for shining the ball. Here's Stokes again, and this is punched off the back foot straight to Bethel at gully or backward point. This is all because the ball is going straight and the umpires won't change it. England can't make it do anything at all other than hit the middle of the bat.
The more I listen to this chat, the more I work out that cricket's actually quite a sick game, isn't it? Really.
Played by a lot of
Played
sickos,
by a lot of
probably. They've
sickos,
always
yeah.
said there's something wrong with cricketers, haven't they?
It is a crazy game. I mean, you know, who said why not just throw it? Really? I mean, like baseball. Here's Stokes once again, and that's pushed up wide of mid-off. The answer, of course, is because it takes more skill to bowl it with a straight arm. But it started underarm.
Do you think? Did you actually know that the females are the first people to actually bowl overarm? Just because that's
Because they had such big skirts that they couldn't
Yeah.
bowl it underarm.
yeah.
It's when they were playing cricket in a whalebone skirt. Can you imagine that? It's the same time that the men were playing in jackets and cravats.
We always used to get the questions as, do you used to wear those culottes, which are like long shorts that look like skirts, and you had to wear you had the buckle belt on the pads back in the day, and some of the worst tan lines. I always say I was a little bit too young for that era.
Stokes again. Down the leg side. I think he's been dropped. Williamson on the pull. He's got a glove or a bit of bat on it. And Pope has leapt to his left and got a glove to it. Adrian Holdstock's the umpire, and he's not signalling anything. It looked like a drop, and I think it was a drop.
It looked like it came off the back of the bat. It looked like Williamson got through his shot a little bit too early, and as he was rolling his wrists on it, it looked like it just clipped either the edge or the back of the bat, or definitely hit something. So it was a fantastic dive from Ollie Pope down the leg side. He had to travel a long way to his left and got a good hand to it in the end, but just as he hit the ground, yeah, as I'm looking at the replay, he's definitely hit it straight off the shoulder of the bat.
Well,
Another
it is
chance.
Daniel McCarty's going to come and take over from me. He's going to bring his own brand of ridiculousness to the commentary box. I'm sure that we can move on from ball maintenance and ball changing, perhaps, as Shoaib Bashir is going to start another over of his off-spin. Williamson is 87, more seriously, looking at a 33rd Test century, and he's been looking at it since the close of play yesterday. And we were talking about his character and personality, Katie, Williamson, and how largely the world passes him by, unless it involves a cricket ball, cricket bat, or his children. But I wonder, actually, whether he, you know, I mean, he always wants to bat for 100. But with this lean time coming up, only 2 tests against Zimbabwe, a couple against the West Indies, hopefully 3. Has the third been confirmed yet? Do you know? Because they said they were going to add a third.
The West Indies next year?
Yeah.
Yeah, yep. Scott Wayne,
That's
the
confirmed.
CEO, said that.
Okay. So just 5 test matches coming up next year. And also this being the last test of the summer, that one is defended. So just a really nice way to go into what is basically a 6-month sabbatical with 100. Yeah, your last memory's your best, and it'll sustain him, hopefully. Especially with having made 93 and 61 in the first test. And looking really good. Oh, that one is steered away, but in the air, past Harry Brook at slip. A second slip would have been in the game there, but I'm not sure Williamson meant to play that one as obviously in the air as he did. But he picks up 4 runs and he moves into the 90s. New Zealand's lead is 405. Just 2 balls remaining. A thought from both of you about, you said off air, Anton, that you thought that Tom Latham wouldn't even consider having a bowl today until that lead was over 500. You may even have said well over 500. I don't know what you agree with that, Katie?
Yeah, I think definitely well over 500.
Williamson defends again, no run.
The point I made is the Canterbury mentality is to grind your opposition into submission, and we have a Canterbury coach and a Canterbury captain, and I can't see it changing. And I don't necessarily disagree with it. I think they're in a position where they can.
Defended again by Kane Williamson. So what is it about the Cantabrians? Are they rugged? Are they men and women of nature? Are they used to a tough life? Are they? And so they treat life toughly in return.
Katie lives closer to them, so we'll let her answer that.
Well, I'm a Dunedin girl, so I'm as loyal to the bone as they come. But they're pretty one-eyed, aren't they? They love their rugby, and they're sort of earthy people, I would say. Very brutal, very black and white in terms of their opinions and thoughts on things. And yeah, they're definitely a proud province, but they're a different bunch, I would say. Do you think?
Anton's leaving us just as we're getting into some Canterbury bashing. Yeah, it's a real shame. It's a real pastime of New Zealand, isn't it?
Always happens, doesn't it?
201 for the loss of 3 wickets as Ravindra drives Stokes, slicing off the back into the point region where Crawley is there to field.
How well are they bowled to Rachin Ravindra? They've just hung it wider. They've set the field where he can't cut or drive through point, and they've set the deep square leg field where he can't get the pull option out, and haven't really given him too much to drive down the ground.
He scored 23 of 63 balls today, but to his credit, he hasn't gone chasing, especially when that ball sort of bounced above waist height up towards the breastplate where he's forced through the offside and obviously succumbed a number of times. He pulls up his sleeve without real conviction or confidence through very straight mid-on, past Cast to the fence for 4. But most importantly, I think Ben Stokes has done his hamstring. He is just walking off the field. He's holding his right hand across his face. He looked in real bother the moment he released that ball. He has done his hamstring. He's just walking straight off the field, Cardi, and this is worst case scenario. You're already trailing by 409 runs. He's got through a heavy workload in this test. He's bowled well throughout the series, and he will leave left hamstring, it looks like.
Straight away, looking at Brendan McCullum, who's been sitting down in front. He's just got off his chair. He's just walked slowly into the changing room. I've got no doubt he's going to console him. He had his hands in his head. He is limping off with his hands on his hips now. Just the agony, the frustration. He has been so lion-hearted in terms of this test match. The amount of overs he's bowled between here and Wellington, and we know it's such a big year coming up for England as well, with India and the Ashes, being the captain, and he's desperately wanting to be able to be available for that, and he's given up so much cricket in terms of lucrative opportunities to make sure he's ready and available for this test, or for his test career. Such a shame.
Well, he spoke so candidly and openly about the impacts of the injury in Pakistan, and how he was in great company, and apologised to his teammates for a dark mood that he did have as a result. And you just feel for the guy. We know how tough he is. I did ask English management after the first day, how do you feel about him bowling so many overs as he did the first day, and any feedback? Don't think he's great at, I'm fine. That sort of tough mentality that he brings. Wonderful contributor, fighter, just a fine player, and no one likes to see that. Probably a few Australian fans are chuckling though. So we're going to have a change of bowler and a change of approach. Jacob Bethel, the left-arm finger spinner, is coming in. I don't think he's bowled yet in the series. I look around.
First bowl international cricket.
So, shot blonde hair from over the wickets, bowling from the city end, replacing Stokes. 205 for 3. Ravindra's up to 29, and he defends into the offside, sets off for a single, well judged, 206 for the loss of 3. The partnership is worth 78. The lead is 410. You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of New Zealand versus England on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
Just correcting myself, he bowled 1 over at Hagley. Got hit for 4, so this is
not memorable
time.
then.
Not memorable, not at all.
I think we can dance our way around that mistake.
I thought maybe they might have given him a few overs anyway, just because of the bounce that is here, and just the fact that it's been such a big workload for the pace bowlers. I think Atkinson and Kasi bowled record number of overs in terms of this test series for them as well.
206 for the loss of 3. Here's a sweep, very fine, by Williamson. He's got at least a couple. Wait, there is the call from Williamson. He moves to 93.
I read something somewhere that Cast had bowled 151 overs in the last couple of months, which probably is now up to probably 160, and it's the most that he has bowled in his domestic season. He had obviously some time away in terms of being suspended. But again, you can just see him out there. He was cramping on day one, and it is a big workload. The humidity here as well can take it out of you.
Around the wicket bowling to Williamson, into his pads. He sweeps away down towards Crawley. And an oh from the bowler, and right off the middle of the bat. So Williamson moves to one more than he made in the first innings in Christchurch. Now 94 off 136 balls, 209 for the loss of 3. And just a little bit more edge after seeing Ben Stokes leave the field, if you're just tuning in. After bowling to Ravindra, pulled up lane. Left hamstring, it did look like, and he just walked straight off the field, and his face like thunder. The wider of the crease from over the wicket. Ravindra comfortably forward, driving through the offside for a single. He's up to 31, 210 for the loss of 3. The game was New Zealand grinding them into the ground. The game was sort of drifting along. I'm sure you've all been talking nonsense here. We're having great fun on Sport Nation, the New Zealand radio. That's the end of the over. We got a very odd message into our studio.
Yeah, what was it? I didn't know that you actually had talk back through. That's great.
No, just people sort of message.
Yeah, right, okay.
Message in. And I think his name was Keith. And a message for Smithy.
Was this a legitimate Keith or a made-up Keith?
Well, no. We tracked the number. He calls himself Keith anyway.
Yep.
I can't verify that. But he said to Smithy, here's a bit of trivia for you, Smithy. On the day you scored your first Test 100, which was against England at Eden Park, don't ask me for the year, but I think it was in black and white. I was having my wedding day.
Yeah.
And I made the wedding party stop having the photos to turn on the television to watch you get your 100.
Wow.
Bashir starts a new over, dragging the length down. It's cut away to the fence for 4. Through backward points. Ravindra to 35. Bashir's been pretty tidy, but Ravindra, a fine player of spin, moves to 35, 214 for the loss of 3. Keith, though, then dropped in the very important information that the marriage didn't last.
Oh, that was fair.
It was kind of a red flag, wasn't it?
Do I dare ask what Smithy's response was to that?
Well, Smithy took a role of marriage counsellor, and then made
Smithy was a marriage counsellor.
Yeah, on this
okay.
occasion. Whether or not a good one, only time's going to tell. Bashir from around the wicket, past umpire Raza from the broadcasting ends, much better, quicker through the air, straightening a touch, defending his Ravindra. We did ask for other instances when someone has scheduled a wedding on the day of a very important sporting fixture.
Yeah.
And my lord, we were inundated. Very poor planning. Here's a slog sweep and a powerful one. Away by Ravindra. I think that's gone all the way. Gee, he's belted that. 220 for the loss of 3. He moves to 41. He's starting to go through the gears. 10 runs off this over already halfway through. We've got a flood of instances. And it's quite staggering how many were first marriages. But I think my favourite was just a club cricketer who messaged in going, I had to convince my wife and my in-laws that we had to get married on a Sunday because I wanted to play club cricket on the Saturday.
Oh, no.
It didn't go down well. Defending, push back to the bowler.
Club cricket.
Club cricket.
And go and obviously go to the club rooms afterwards because that's why you play club cricket.
Exactly. Prioritise club cricket over the wedding. I think the message finished. Didn't care. I got a 5 for. It's all that matters. Very wide of off stump, spinning further away, left alone.
So that was the highlight of the weekend then, was the fact that he got a 5 for on the Saturday.
Not married.
But I
Priorities.
guess if you're in that situation, right, you've gone, I'm too deep as his wife because everyone's ready to go for this wedding. If I say no now, if I pull out now.
But she's going to finish the over with a good delivery on off stump, push by Ravindra, no run.
Imagine, I pull out now. Everyone's there for, at least I'll have a great party, and then obviously let's give 6 months until the divorce papers come. And have you ever seen, you get reasons for divorce. What is it? Oh no, I'm going to get the word wrong here.
Do you want to write it down?
No.
Dunedin education. Here we go, Dunedin education.
Go to the school with David Bain.
Yeah.
I mean Daniel Loader. Oh no, both of them.
Both. Go with Daniel Loader.
What's the word?
Well,
it starts with an I.
You're not. Eric, feeding her, half fully on the pads. Irreconcilable.
That's it. That's it.
the one.
Irreconcilable.
Yeah. Harmy, the linguist out the back, had that.
I see. I don't know why I was looking at you, Hummy, in the back for that. Sorry, mate. You know when sometimes there goes to familiarity and it's you at the back. So
220 for 3. There is cricket going on. Don't worry about that. New Zealand well and truly on top. The lead is 424. Bethel continues. Williamson dancing down the wicket, lofting straight down the ground for 6. A 33rd Test match 100. The little maestro loves this venue. It is his 7th at Seddon Park, a 5th Test match 100 against England. They're all on their feet.
he is the heartbeat of this New Zealand batting side, isn't he? It's his 5th Test in a row at Hamilton where he scored 100. He loves this ground, averages over 95 here. You sense in the last 20-odd runs it's been a build-up of pressure. He's increased his impetus out in the middle. Some half opportunities, but a glorious shot down the ground to bring up the 3 figures. Arthur Hamilton is here because he is a local boy, he's an ND boy. He's someone that you absolutely cherish watching.
Bethel bowls, he defends to the onside, just forward of square. 100 with 14 fours, 1-6 of 137 balls. Striker gets 72. Very good scoring rate with minimum of fuss. And he's got the start and gone on. And he wants more. Dances down the wicket, hits powerfully just to the right of Bethel, who reacted quickly. He's good in the field, Bethel. Moved swiftly to his right, but the ball was just past him. And out of the fence for 4, straight back past the bowler, and the umpire has to get out of the way in New Zealand. Scoring much more quickly now. 230 for 3. The lead is 434. 100-run partnership just like that off 102, sorry, off 168 balls, Katie.
You just get a sense now that they're looking to try and target Bethel. They bash him out of the crease, and it means it brings another pace bowler back, the tiring pace attack as well. New Zealand 434 in front. We said they want probably at least 500. I think it'll be more north of that as well.
Quicker through the air, angled in towards leg stump, just turned around the corner to fine leg. A run takes Williamson to 105.
When you think about Kane Williamson, you probably grew up in the era of Martin Crowe, you know, arguably New Zealand's greatest ever batter, and we've been fortunate now to see once-in-a-generation player in terms of Kane Williamson. And as a player, when you get to play with those guys, the once-in-a-generation players, those that are always just the echelon above anybody else, the greats of the game, it just helps you so much as a player.
Bethel over the wicket to Ravindra. Plenty of bottom hand as he drives powerfully through cover for a single. 232 for the loss of 3. Well, I don't think there's much argument now if you're just looking at sheer numbers. Weight of runs over a long period of time. 33 Test hundreds. Like, he's going to end up with 10,000 Test runs if he wants to carry on. Of course, New Zealand don't play a lot, and I know you and Manners are talking about 5 Tests in the next year. There could be 7. I know New Zealand cricket's working on getting another 2-match series away from home, but he's turned down a central contract. Kane Williamson, he'll pick and choose when he plays in T20. We just don't know how much he's going to play. But if you told me a New Zealander would get anywhere near that number when I was young, pushed into the cover region, no run army, no, that stuck it across to his right, he fields. I told you you're bonkers. Mad.
I did actually get asked this question the other day
It's the end of the over.
if I thought Kane Williamson would retire, and I said, well, why would he retire? To think that he's got to, like every Kiwi's dream is to be able to not just only play at Lords, which he'll get the opportunity to do so in a couple of years, but also in Australia.
4 Tests.
So, and that is massive. Like a Boxing Day Test is on so many players' bucket lists.
And he was captain of the last
Yep.
tour where there was high expectations and New Zealand faltered badly. Surely that might be in his mind. Here's the chance for me to atone. Don't
Yeah.
have the pressure of being captain.
Agreed. And I think it would surprise me if New Zealand did look at selecting him for the T20 internationals. We saw the T20 Men's T20 World Cup in America and the West Indies and how much they struggled there, and whether they'll look to continue just to refresh that side.
Bashir continuing his 15th over, beating Ravindra through the air as he's dancing down the wicket, but Ravindra has such great reaction. He sort of hesitates, waits, lets the ball pitch, plays with the spin, punching through point for a single. 233 for the loss of three. Didn't get picked up on the IPL, did he? So he's sort of missing out maybe on those.
He's in the SA20,
yeah, he's
isn't
going
he?
to South Africa.
So that's a big reason why he also turned down a New Zealand cricket contract. So he'll be there in terms of that. And then I think he is playing county cricket, is he, this year, next year?
Because his strike rate in T20 has been sort of tracking backwards in an age where teams looking for 160, 180, aren't they, as far as strike rate? 233 for 3. He defends from the crease, straight back to the bowler, but 33 test hundreds. And Gary will point this out. England were very lucky in Christchurch. Over the last few years, his conversion rate, after he gets past 50, is staggering. So to see him not reach 100 after getting 50 twice in the same game, so unusual. He is just a machine. The serene one turns another one through the onside for a single, 234 for 3. The lead is 438.
I mentioned on there yesterday about Will Young and the fact that I think he's passed 50 11 times, still yet to get 100. And Stephen Fleming, he had a few struggles in terms of conversion rates, and people sort of said, well, what is the difference in terms of why you can't?
Ravindra's beaten through the air once more. Good bowling this. No chance to score. He has to just reach for the ball wide of off stump to stop a stumping. Excellent bowling.
Stephen Fleming, I think it took him something like 23 innings before he got his first 100, and then he got 8 or 9 since that point in time. But he said he didn't score them at domestic cricket, so he didn't have that experience.
Quicker, wider of off stump. Then you add into the Stephen Fleming element. How many of those hundreds were doubles?
274 against Sri Lanka.
He got 3, I think. It's like, how could you not convert? But when you get up to 100, you get to 200. Cricket, wonderful sport, isn't it? We love that. Slower through the air, wider of off stump, but the length is the problem here. Just missed and rocking back and smashing through to Ahmed, who's on the boundary. That's the end of the over. You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of New Zealand versus England, the third test from Hamilton, day number 3. New Zealand have taken their score from 100, what were they overnight? 136 for 3. They've added 99 runs. Kane Williamson has gone past 100, his 33rd test match 100. Up to 106 now. Rachin Ravindra is 44. They've added 107 runs together. The lead is 439. And the big news for our TalkSport 2 listeners is Steve Harmison jumps in. And he can react to this news. Ben Stokes in his, 36th over in the match, pulling what looks like a left hamstring. He pulled up and then just walked off the field, and I have not seen a grumpier man in a very, very long time. Harmy, as John Norman's going to jump in alongside you, potentially devastating blow for him and his team.
Devastating for Ben, for England. The repercussions of longer term where that left hamstring and what happens. White ball teams in January of India games, in February, March of potential Champions Trophy. We're talking about Ben Stokes coming back for that. I think he was. I'm not sure if he was involved in SA20. He said he wasn't going to go to the IPL, and he hasn't, to prioritise Test match cricket. I'm gutted for him. I really am. I think you can hear it in my voice. I think everybody knows what relationship I've had with Ben Stokes over the years, but seen him throughout the summer when he come back from the hamstring, and the hard work and the dedication he's put in to get back fit. And I mean, when I didn't see him in Pakistan. I seen him in New Zealand for the first time over the course of this winter, and I was amazed. $1 million. The first thing I did say to him is, "You look $1 million," and the way he's had to work to get back from that hamstring he had in the middle of the summer for the Superchargers, and now to go and do it again, absolutely devastated for the England captain.
Matthew Potts it is. He's coming into Rachin Ravindra, who's 44 from 88, so getting a strike rate of 50. He's really seemed to be struggling with his form, timing, his own body really for much of the first portion of his innings, but getting into his work a little bit better now, but the story is Kane Williamson, 106 to his name. A few moments of fortune along the way. There was a couple of chances that just evaded fielders at backward point and mid-wicket. It was a very close LBW shout, which Steve Harmison gave out, if not the umpire, as forcing shot from Ravindra. Thick outside edge flies short of Ben Duckett at Gully. One of two. There's Joe Root at fourth slip position. No slips between him and the keeper Pope, who put down a tough chance as well from Williamson. It was Root's face as well. I'm not sure if you saw it, Harmy, as Stokes made his way from the field. I'm not sure the TV director picked it up, but Root had his, he was in the slips and he was just watching. So essentially he was facing us here in the commentary box and it was just written over his face. It's a grimace, really. He knows, as you do, just how much work has been put in to get Stokes back playing, and England have performed so much better with him being able to operate as both batter and bowler and gun fielder and captain. They've missed a lot of him in the last year and a half. As round the wicket comes at Potts, this is driven to Bryden Cast at mid-off. Rachin Ravindra gets a send-off from the bowler and his innings comes to an end. New Zealand have lost their first wicket of the day here at Seddon Park. 235 for 4, a lead of 439. Ravindra trying to whip a full ball through mid-wicket and he's just slapped it to Cast at mid-off.
Yeah, poor shot from Rachin Ravindra. Good work from Potts coming back on. He's bowled a ball into the channel like the rest of the bowlers, looking to get Ravindra out, to set the field outside off stump, for try and get Ravindra to play in that area. And Ravindra's tried to hit him onto the leg side and didn't quite, flamingo style, didn't quite get it on top of the bounce, head going forward. And he's just with a sort of flick of the bat's twirled in his hand as he's made impact with the ball, and it's gone completely in the wrong direction, or the opposite direction to the direction he was trying to hit it. So that for me tells you he's so out of rhythm and so out of nick. He's managed to get to 44 of 88 balls. He has worked hard to get there, but that shot there, John Norman, 6 months ago, playing in the top of the form, or even when we was playing in India, he would have belted that over the top of the leg side, no problem whatsoever. And it just shows in this series. And what this game does to you when you're not in nick, you really have to make sure when you do get into a bit of form, you cash in, because Rachin Ravindra looks, from a tempo point of view, he looks all at sea.
He does, and that's the end of a little bit of a soggy and sorry series for Ravindra. A lot of hype coming into this series after we saw commentated on his exploits in India. He performed well against Sri Lanka in a losing cause, and also against Australia, and hit big numbers against the SAD team, South Africa D team, that toured here last year, but hasn't quite got it right. It was a little sad to see at stages, but I mean, New Zealand's still in an incredibly strong position. England will be set a world record target, or a target, if reached, will become a world record. 439. Daryl Mitchell, the new batter, at the crease with leg slip and Harry Brook at wide first slip. There's a short mid-on. Rayan Ahmed's on the field at a catching mid-wicket as he comes forward, Mitchell, and pushes this back to Matthew Potts, who's now bowling over the wicket to the right-handed New Zealand at number 5. There's also a mid-on and mid-off point, and Shoaib Bashir is at backward square leg. Anyone hoping for some fireworks, I think, will probably be a little bit disappointed, because I think Mitchell does take his time to get going. He can be very strong and powerful. I take it back. He has just creamed his second ball up and over Bryden Cast at mid-off and away to the boundary for 4. So clip that up and play it back to me at the end of the day.
Yeah, he's coming ultra aggressive, Daryl Mitchell. First ball he had a look at, next ball he's tried to hit over the top. I must admit, John, 443 in front, with the clouds the way they are. I mean, yes, you want as much time as possible, and you talk about a mad sort of half an hour here before the tea interval, but it'd be a good time to bowl.
Over the wicket again to Mitchell on the pads, who comes forward and pushes this to Rehan Ahmed. On the field for Ben Stokes, who, if you're just joining us, well, I hope you've had a good night out. Just rocking in on a Sunday night at 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah, Al Sober, you're up. Ben Stokes, England captain, has walked off the field with a hamstring injury, which might keep him out for the foreseeable future. That is a sobering thought if you've just come in, if you're a cricket fan, at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, put down the water, you don't need it anymore. Get yourself to bed. You're up in 5 hours. I imagine you weren't the type that stayed up all night listening to the wireless as England played overseas, Harmy.
No, but I probably was coming in at this point in time on a Sunday night.
Still do. What are you talking
Yes,
about?
yeah,
It's
when
still
I was-
the case.
I'd like to say when I was 18 and 19, but it was actually when I was 15 and 16.
Yeah, well, we may have grown up in different parts of the country, Harmy.
Lived a similar life in the early part of it.
We did. Your story the other night, by the way, I had to tell you to stop telling it because our producer Scott looked like he was about to faint.
Yeah, I don't want to really go down that
We
one
won't
again.
go down it, no, absolutely not. Williamson's still there, by the way, ever present. 106 to his name. 20 Test centuries at home, Williamson, as he pushes this to point. It's 8 more than his the second best. Ross Taylor with 12. And he's still got a few tests to come, although New Zealand don't play a great deal. Comes forward. It's Bashir bowling from the Tim Southey end, and Williamson takes his gloves off after pushing this ball back to the bowler. He's just doing a little work to his bat handle.
Yeah, just a little bit of maintenance. What have we got? Half an hour till tea time. And I would imagine, Williamson won't come out of second gear. I think everybody else, if I was New Zealand, I'd be wanting to come out of second gear. And looking not long after tea, if these clouds are still with us like this, I'd be looking to have a bowl. I really would.
Said Steve Harmison, hopefully, as Williamson playing in his crease, pushing this to the wide of Matthew Potts, who's claimed a solitary success today, mid-wicket. Bashir continuing. He's in, he's passing on. This is very wide and edged by Williamson, and it's gone to the left of Root at first slip.
Brook at
Actually,
first slip.
Brook at first slip. And Brook was expecting the ball to go to his right, thinking that possibly Williamson was going to cut it. We saw a ball go to the right of Brook a few overs back, but instead this has actually gone to the left of Brook, and he slipped as he's tried to make his way back to the ball. And has that gone away to the boundary, or was it cut off? Cut off. So 2 runs to the score. Williamson's still on strike. It's been a good innings, but it's been a touch flighty today. Cut to backward point this time from the blade of Kane Williamson. It was a very close leg before shout. Bryden cast bowling. You gave it out. And went upstairs, and a lot of the ball was going on to hit leg stump, but not enough to overturn the on-field not-out call. We've seen a drop behind the stumps by Ollie Pope. Really tough chance diving to his left. We've seen that opportunity not taken by England. Forward this time is Williamson. Punch back to the bowler, Bashir. Seen a chance go over the head of backward point, and one go over Bryden Cast at mid-wicket. Not a chance, but essentially went very close to the fielders. So, the moments have gone Kane Williamson's way. And of course, he, like all good batters, have made sure that he's taken advantage of that.
Yeah, absolutely. He's gone, in his illustrious career so far, 33 Test match hundreds. I would say it probably wasn't one of his most rememberable from the fluid and the movement and shot execution, but still means exactly the same. And
here comes Matthew Potts, Daryl Mitchell, who crashed the ball just about over mid-off in the last over. just glanced at this length delivery on the pads, and he's done so fine. There is a leg slip in place, but it's gone well wide of Joe Root. Bashir is quite square and can't come round to cut this ball off.
It hasn't been one of Kane Williamson's most fluidest, but I tell you what, it just shows the strength, the mental strength of the man, that once you get in and you get to 50, the ability to go on to get the 100 and the big score. It's been a phenomenal career at that.
Potts again, expansive shot from Daryl Mitchell, loses his body position completely. There's a little question actually from Ollie Pope to Harry Brook about whether Mitchell got a little outside edge on that, but no. I'm not predicting anything ever again, by the way, after calling a slow start to Daryl Mitchell's innings after one delivery, only for him to then crash one over mid-off's head for 4.
This is the right thing, though, from Mitchell. Mitchell, I mean, you will not get any better bowling conditions than what this is right now. You've just seen the England captain walk off. England psychologically have gone. And I think it's important now they cash in before the tea break.
Potts again, and this is pushed to Rayan Ahmed, who shapes to throw the ball down at the non-striker's end. Williamson was down the track a couple of paces, but Williamson was back, and here we are. Mitchell with his eyes on quick runs then. Maybe the declaration in mind. He's gone out there with a sense of purpose. Maybe he's been told exactly what the target is going to be, the target that will be set. 449 it is. I can't see them giving England anything less than 500. And of course, you only have to go back to Wellington, where they were kept in the field for a long, long time. In terms of the runs, was it 533 they were set in the end, New Zealand? 583. So, you know, they'll be in no real hurry. But maybe we'll be seeing them bowling for an hour and a half or so later today, as Mitchell's forward this time to Potts, and it's pushed to Bethel at mid-wicket. We've seen a bowl a couple of overs because of an injury picked up by by Ben Stokes. Hamstring, or a harmy, as I called it off air. He's pulled a harmy. Pulling a harmy, what would that mean? Ordering 2 beers at once?
No, that's usual round.
That's what I mean. Pulling a harmy.
I'm not sure I'd be pulling a harmy 2 rounds now.
Defended by Mitchell, back to the bowler. You don't often... Daniel McCarty said that Ben Stokes looked as grumpy as he'd ever seen any man. You were a bit grumpy when you turned up at that bar in Wellington, so to make you feel better, you'd basically been made to walk a lot further than by the producer Scott Taylor.
I mean, when you say it's just round the corner, I mean, it wasn't. You weren't expecting round the corner up the hills, not hills. I was whistling the Sound of Music for about half a mile.
Potts again. This is pitched up, and it's pushed back. Really, it's a defensive prod. Matthew Potts might have got a finger to the ball. It's deflected onto the stumps, but Williamson is behind at the crease at the non-striker's end. Yeah, you weren't happy. Do you remember Goffey's face when his Nando's didn't turn up? I tell you what, when we do the commentary from back home and you put in the order for a 10-strong team and everyone's Nando's turns up apart from Goffey's, you don't want to be anywhere around here.
I didn't rub it in, did I? I had sauce from ear to ear. I'd even asked them to pass us the napkins, didn't I? Coffee, do you want a couple of me chicken wings?
Yeah, you'd ordered, well, as is customary, you'd done a harmy. You'd ordered 2 courses and you got both of yours. And Goffey was on one of his feast or famine.
He was on air at the time, though, wasn't he? That's why he didn't get his.
Bashir's going to continue bowling, and Williamson props forward, clips us to square leg and sends Daryl Mitchell back. Yeah, he wasn't happy. Stokes, though, I mean, how long did he miss when he picked up the hamstring injury playing in the 100? I mean, he missed a whole series, didn't he?
He missed 2 series.
No, he missed the Sri Lanka series, I think. This time Williamson just plays back and pushes this through extra cover. There's no fielder there, there's a mid-off. And Gus Atkinson at deep point has to run round to field. Williamson moves to 110, Mitchell's 8 not out. 247 for 4 here at Seddon Park.
Missed the first Test match against Pakistan, didn't he? So, as
You're right, he did, yeah.
every cricket fan knows, he got injured in the 100. So he must have got injured in August. I'm not sticking the boot in or anything. Injured in August, missed September, and missed the first game in Pakistan.
That's right, he did miss a test against Pakistan, defended by Williamson again. He's certainly not he's not changing his approach to his cricket since the dismissal of Rachin Ravindra.
So that's 8 weeks.
8 weeks, so it's guesswork slightly, but where are we now? I suppose England don't play a test
Middle of
match
February.
until Zimbabwe, end of May. He's not playing in the IPL. Again, forward is Williamson. And, again, defensively played to a ball in and around off stump. Fielded by Bryden Cast at short mid-on. No run. So essentially, I mean, is he available? I lose track of what he's available for in terms of white ball cricket. He's available if Brendan gives him a call for the 50-over stuff down the track, but still played defensively by Williamson. But I guess that call won't come if he's playing in the SA20, which is February. Would he be back for that? Manners, when is the SA20 start? Is it that? January the 10th? I thought it was kind of February time. Okay, the 10th to the 10th. Backhand cut in front of square. Another run from the bat of Kane Williamson, who must be approaching Harry Brook at the top of the run scoring list for this series. 111, 248 for 4, the lead to 452.
Yeah, so that takes him till February. I think all England fans were probably hoping that he would come back for Champions Trophy. Brendan asked him, and I think he probably would, but I think that might be too much now. I think that could be out the window. So, I mean, it's a big blow for England, but it's a huge blow for Stokes because of how hard he's worked, and you've seen the leadership qualities he has with his team, and that's not knocking against Ollie Pope of what happened in the back end of the summer or in obviously the first whenever he was captain. But England are a different team when they've got Stokes in it, and it's so unfortunate. In this situation, though, game situation, 452 ahead are New Zealand, and I come back to the fact that yes, I'd want the wicket to deteriorate, and I'd want a bowl on a wicket which is deteriorating, and that maybe takes you into tomorrow. Williamson going well, Mitchell going well, but these overhead conditions on a flat pitch when it's red hot. This wicket will be flattened out. In these conditions, if you were bowling brand new ball, I'd expect to make inroads.
Matthew Potts driven on the up by Williamson, not only on the up but in the air, and it's well fielded at mid-off by Bryden Cast, diving away to his right. Just a solitary slip in pace now. It's been a day of hard toil, a very long session between lunch and tea, with the morning session having been washed out here in Hamilton. So 2 3-hour sessions basically, and it means that we lose a whole session, but if we play till 7:30, which regulations allow us to, we'll actually only lose half an hour from the day's cricket. Here is Matt Potts again, and forward comes Williamson, using his feet actually, step and a half down the track, nudges it to Jacob Bethel at mid-wicket. There was a time when sessions were limited, when the PCA and FICA, the Federation of International Cricketers Associations, said to the ICC, these 3-hour sessions are nonsense, and they're dangerous, and the longest session we can have is 2.5 hours. And the ICC said, okay. That lasted about 12 months. Steered away by Williamson down towards the third boundary. Zach Crawley does the fielding. The ICC came back and said, right then, how do you plan to keep the sponsors and the broadcasters and the advertisers happy with the fact that... So they said, okay then, all right. Well, we want an extra drinks break then. ICC said, all right then, you can have an extra drinks break and we'll play 3-hour sessions.
And that's why we lose 7 to 10 overs every single day of Test cricket.
Here's Matthew Potts once again, and Daryl Mitchell nudges that out on the onside again to Jacob Bethel, and there's no run. Do you remember? There was a time when I was covering county cricket. I mean, this was the most extreme example, but there was a time when you had to bowl the overs.
Yeah.
And I was commentating at 21 minutes past 8 at the Oval.
Yeah, my first introduction to county cricket, 104 overs in a day, you had to bowl them. 110 in second team cricket, and you had to bowl them.
Here is Potts once again, and a swing and a miss from Daryl Mitchell. Boy, oh boy, did he lose his shape there. He ended up looking at the sky. He swung at that so hard. So that also was a, for want of a better phrase, a health and safety issue. That they said, you know, that you can't be having these super long sessions. You can't. I mean, I remember in county cricket, you know, in extreme circumstances, you'd be like 48 overs to be bowled in the final session.
Well, I think there's 45 overs left in this day's play.
Short and hooked by Daryl Mitchell, and hooked very nicely, but he won't pierce the field. Rayan Ahmed's out there in the deep, on for Ben Stokes, who looks like he's pulled a hamstring. Nothing official from the England camp so far, but you don't need to be a biokineticist or human movement scientist to work out that it looked like Ben Stokes.
You've got that vacant look on my face again, Manners. English, please.
You didn't need to be a doctor or a physiotherapist.
Gotcha.
250 for 4. New Zealand lead by 454. I mean, it looked. Yeah, I mean, you have to chuckle, I suppose, or you cry. I mean, Ben Stokes signed by the Mumbai Indians Cape Town to spearhead a very revamped team. They finished bottom of the SA20 in both of the first 2 seasons, and they revitalised the team with Trent Boult and Ben Stokes leading the evolution of the Mumbai Indians Cape Town. And you know what, it might be the middle of the night, but the word will have got to them. Who's the director? Who's the head honcho of the Mumbai Indians now?
Is it Mahela?
Mahela
Jayawardene? I think so. Is it Mahela? I think
there was a change. There was a change. Yeah, just
not
recently.
Boucher?
No, he got moved on as the IPL Mumbai Indians coach. That's a sweep shot, really well played by Daryl Mitchell. Down on one knee, premeditated, got it just right, and rather than a paddle sweep, he's actually hit a paddle sweep. It looked like a paddle sweep where you just use the pace of the ball, but he has actually hit it, and it's gone for 4 behind square on the leg side. It's a very, very fine shot. And Mahela Jayawardene moved himself from as head honcho, director of cricket Mumbai Indians, to coach the IPL team, and I think somebody else was appointed. Reverse sweep now from Daryl Mitchell as Shoaib Bashir moves a little wider of off stump and has reverse swept it very, very well indeed. Robin Peterson, the former South African left arm spinner, is the head of the Mumbai Indians Cape Town team, but who's the Mumbai Indians conglomerate supremo? Scott, that's what we need. Who's taken over from Mahela Jayawardene? Mumbai Indians IPL, that'll be Mahela Jayawardene, I think we'll find. 258 for 4 with those 2 boundaries. As Shoaib Bashir is halfway through his 18th over. The lead is 462. And Bashir in tosses that one up. Lovely piece of bowling, lovely loop and flight on that one. And it's exactly, Ben Stokes may not be on the field, but it's a very Stokes policy. When the batsman goes on the attack, you almost encourage him by tossing it up. And there's a Ben Duckett is on the boundary behind the bowler. He's straight. He's neither mid-on nor mid-off. There's no name for that position. 258 for 4. Is there?
No, I don't think so. What is it? He is very, very straight. Just
Deep
Probably
umpire position.
He'd be deep umpire, yeah. 2 steps to his umpire's right and on the boundary.
Here is Shoaib Bashir once again, and tosses one very wide of the off stump. He's like, go on, hit that one then. Daryl Mitchell happily says, I can't, but I've already hit you for 2 fours. So he leaves it alone. First 2 balls went for 4, 258 for 4. New Zealand leading by 462. And one of the England substitutes is running onto the field, just to remove the helmet, that's all. But it does look very much like New Zealand want to have a bowl this evening, Harmy. And as you said,
Yeah, I think
grey
they should.
skies, lights on.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have normally been in any hurry. The forecast for the next 2 days is very, very good. I don't see there's any need for Kane Williamson to sort of change his tack. But I just think in the last hour, what's happened with England in the last hour? Ben Stokes going off. These clouds are not really gone anywhere. There's this little sense of shift now, and I think Mitchell coming in, being ultra aggressive all the way through. What is it? 10 minutes till tea time, and I'd be really, really keen on having a bowl because the clouds of where they are, because there's a little bit in the atmosphere, and because England have just seen their talisman, their leader, just walk off in in such a negative fashion. I think I'd be tempted with everything like that's gone on in the last hour to try and somehow get out, even if they have to wait till I get to 500. But I'd get out and give myself a good 20 overs at England tonight. Maybe it's a bit more, and then you come back tomorrow with still a decent ball. But the conditions for batting tomorrow will probably be better because of there'll be a bright blue sky, be nice and warm, older ball. I think you could make inroads tonight, 2 or 3 wickets tonight, and that's it. It's game over.
Full and wide outside the off stump from Matty Potts, and left alone once more by Kane Williamson, who is 112 not out, century number 33. You know what I like, Harmy, is to see Ollie Pope. Ollie Pope was moving the chess pieces around on the board there, just waving them around, but so was Joe Root, standing alongside him at wide slip or at second slip. And I think for a while, it's fair to say that, when Joe Root gave up the captaincy, he didn't want really much to do with it. I mean, he caught, obviously he was the senior, but, it had taken its toll. It had hurt him emotionally. I'm not so sure it didn't hurt him physically, actually. It had really sort of was weighing down on him. That's what he said. And that one is steered away behind square down towards the 3rd boundary. Zach Crawley does the fielding. But it's tell me if I'm imagining this.
No, he did look that way, but I think at this minute in time, needs must. And I think there's a needs must, and the ultimate team player is Joe Root, and I think Joe would do, and the environment's different.
I mean, if Ollie Pope is clearly steering the thing, but the team, sorry, but Joe Root's obviously clearly involved. I mean, he's co-pilot.
Yeah, he has to be.
Navigator or something.
The amount of cricket he's played, he has to be involved. And he another one, seeing the angles and knowing what the plans are. Yeah, I'm sure Joe Root is giving Ollie Pope as much advice possible, like he probably was during the summer.
Here is Potts once again outside the off stump. That is a tired. Well, that ball behaved like it was a tired delivery with a very old soft ball. And as Jeremy Coney said yesterday, the pitch is behaving more and more like a blancmange, and that one has just died like a cold squash ball on a winter's morning. That was just blobbed and hardly bounced. Bounced the second time before it reached Pope.
And that's why I would be tempted to have a go tonight while the clouds are over. Try and get the ball to move laterally. Brand new ball will behave differently on this surface than a 65-year-old ball.
It's a very interesting looking field. 5 men in catching or single saving positions on the offside, and a slip and a long off. So it's a 7-2 offside field for Matty Potts. And so we've got you've got 2 backward points. Zach Crawley's come up from 3rd, so you can call him a short 3rd if you like, but he's 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. Ben Duckett is in the same position. There's only 5 yards between them. 2 deep backward points or 2 short 3rds. an orthodox backward point, a cover, an extra cover, and a mid-off. It's a fascinating field, and a slip. As I said, a 7-2 offside field. With mid-on and deep backward square, the only men on the leg side. Outside the off stump once again. I mean, Daryl Mitchell's a smart guy, but even he would have to think for a couple of minutes about what that's telling him.
Yeah, obviously England are just trying to hang it out there. That's why he's walked across his crease a couple of times. That's why he's walked down the crease a few times to try and give himself some momentum to hit it over the top. If he's going to hit it on the offside, he's going to have to try and go over it. The likelihood is if he hits it hard on the floor, there is somebody there to stop it.
Here is Potts once again outside the off stump once more, and it's left alone by Daryl Mitchell and taken by Ollie Pope. Yeah, I mean, England we've seen teams go completely defensive, haven't they, Harm? I mean, they're just obviously just waiting for the declaration. You know, we've seen teams, a couple of men on the boundary, ring field, everyone saving one, very defensive bowling. But England, I think, are somehow managing to use that approach, but with fielders in catching positions as well. So they're still trying to take wickets.
Yeah, they've got to keep taking wickets. And Mitchell's the one that they've identified the plan too. I mean, Williamson's just in a bubble in a world of his own. I think Kane's going to have to make a mistake to get out here. I really do think that if Kane Williamson gets out, it's a mistake by Kane Williamson rather than something else. Set the field to Mitchell, hope to set him a honey trap with men around in catching positions on the offside and throw it wide and see if he wants to take the bait. But I said before, you know, that a little bit of desperation from England is another reason, you know, why I'd be looking to get into sort of fourth and fifth gear for me in New Zealand tonight. 44 overs left in the day's play. It's a lot of overs left. You could make good inroads into this England side. That's going to be without Ben Stokes.
Short and pulled away by Williamson. That's 4 runs. Shoaib Bashir certainly, he often starts the over with a drag down, a short ball, and that was he's got a field. I like he's got a short catching mid on and a long on, and a mid wicket and a square leg, and so it suggests length turning into the right hander.
Doesn't matter what his field is there, that deserves to go for 4. That's a long hop. Yeah. I mean, I'd fancy myself even now to put that away.
Williamson now wants a single. He pushes it out on the offside. Bashir reacts very quickly, as does Ollie Pope, with whipping off his glove. So it's again predominantly leg side field. Rian Ahmed's down that deep backward square leg. There's nobody at deep mid wicket. There is a catching mid wicket square leg. Backward point, mid off. Third of the way back, Zach Crawley. Man sweeping on the offside boundary in front of square, Gus Atkinson. So a spread field, but Bashir mustn't bowl short. That is short. It's cut behind square on the offside, and it'll be cut off by Gus Atkinson, who's once again down on his knees. I do feel for Gus Atkinson. His movements are like that of a man who's recently run a marathon. Everything's a bit sore and stiff.
Yeah, and rightly so. He's had a wonderful 2024. We've talked about the records that he's broke. He's into the 50s now of wickets taken since July to now in 2024. He's had a brilliant year, and he does look a man who's bowled a lot of overs.
Bashir again outside the off stump here. And, it was at least pitched up, and Williamson has tried to chop it behind square on the offside. He's given himself a wee bit of room. He's missed it, but that 4 took him to 119. Daryl Mitchell has 17. New Zealand 465 for 4. We've got another 3-hour session ahead of us after the tea break. 4:30 local time to 7:30 in the evening. Means by the time we've wrapped up, following on and super over, and once we've secured the commentary box, and
I hope they don't switch the lights on.
It's going to be a late evening. Driven out towards extra cover and fielded by Zach Crawley. Will it still be light by the time we leave?
No. Yeah, I think the groundsmen might have left by the time we leave, Manners. I think the groundsmen might have gone as well.
And the good news is that we start early tomorrow as
Early
well.
tomorrow morning, can't wait. But again, another reason to why I'd have a go tonight, because and a good go and a big go tonight. You know, tomorrow morning, a little bit of a due factor on starting that a little bit earlier. All that there. But what's happened in the last hour to England with Stokes? Lights are on, clouds over. We've got 470 on the board. I mean, 43 overs left today. I'd fancy myself to have a good chunk at England tonight. Go at England hard. And all you have to do is pick up a couple of early wickets. And I mean, chasing 500 is one thing, but if you get England where they've been in the past in this series, 71 for 4, 43 for 4, 77 for 4. That's 3 times in 5 innings, and throw in the fact that Stokes won't bat. I've no doubt that Stokes won't bat. That's why I'll be going tonight.
Jacob Bethel starts another over of left arm spin. Williamson forces it off the back foot to mid off, and they trot through for a single. Do you know player auctions for T20 franchise events? Obviously the IPL one. It's become an event. It's become a broadcast sponsor event, and the smaller, lesser franchises have climbed onto this. It's a marketing sponsorship opportunity, so they have auctions as well. But have you noticed that it's only the sort of level 2 downwards players who actually feature in the auction, and that one is reverse swept by Daryl Mitchell nicely for another single. In other words, if you're the superstar, then you conveniently don't actually feature in the.
You can comfortably book your nice house that you're going to rent for the next month, and be confident that franchise is going to buy you.
And nobody knows how much you cost. That's certainly the case. You know, it's like nobody knows how much MS Dhoni's paid by Chennai Super Kings, because he's MS Dhoni and it's Chennai Super Kings. Sweep shot here from Williamson, straight to Joe Root at short fine leg. Ben Stokes was like that when he signed for the SA20. It was announced with the fanfare of bugles and trumpets that Ben Stokes had been signed by MI Cape Town for the SA20. It just bypassed the auction. The Mumbai Indians Cape Town said, we're going to have Ben Stokes, and we've signed him. Josh Butler was the same with the Par Royals. They signed him, that bypassed the auction. Here is Jacob Bethel again. Sweep shot from Williamson. Again, doesn't make contact, hits him on the pad. But informed sources close to the SA20 say that the Stokes contract was very similar to the Josh Butler one, which is in the region of 13.5 million rand, £500,000. And if that, gee, can you imagine? Sweep shot once again from Williamson, and he has got something on it here. That's slightly unusual. I think it must have been a bottom edge. No, he hasn't got anything on it. It's buys. I think it may have nutmegged Ollie Pope. Has that gone between his pads? I think it's got between his legs.
Yeah, it's gone straight between his legs. There was a lot going on there for Ollie Pope to contend with. It's gone into the footmarks. Actually, it's hit his pad, I thought. Watching that again, that looks as though it's hit his left pad. Yeah, it has. Massively hit his left pad.
So that's what Ben Stokes is now looking at. Having identified that the tournaments, the events that he wants to play, prioritising obviously Test cricket for England. Last ball of the session, we think, cut away by Williamson as Jacob Bethel gives him a little bit of width outside the off stump. May have got that wrong. I thought that he was at 10 past 4, but obviously not. So the question I wanted to ask you, Harmy, 274 for 4.
It's nearly quarter past.
I thought it was at 10 past tea. Oh, right, they are going to take tea. Okay, well, let me just ask the question anyway. How does that work, then? I mean, so Ben has planned his diary, he's planned his workload, and he's identified the SA20 as somewhere where he wants to play, and he's got a very lucrative contract. So does he take insurance out?
Yeah, the insurance. Okay. So there'll be an insurance policy, I'm sure, being taken out by the Stoke side, by the MI Cape Town side, and that will, obviously the contract will have to be fulfilled, I'm sure. I'm not 100% sure on how it is, but at the end of the day, I'm sure, MI Cape Town will be covered. Ben Stokes will be covered. And the insurance bit of it, I mean, it is so insignificant. I'm really, really disappointed for Ben Stokes because of what's happened to him. The hard work he's had to do to get back to be England captain. The overs he's bowled in this trip so far, and he's bowled really, really well in England. Look, proper side again with Ben bowling. So to see him walk off, I really, really, really feel for the lad.
Yeah, it was incredibly sad. And you know what? The injury was sustained because he was once again leading from the front and bowling the hard overs when everybody else was sore. He was sore too, but he was showing them that he wasn't going to let everyone else do the work. He was going to do the heavy lifting as well. And he had bowled a lot of overs. Tea time then on day 3 after losing the morning session. We're playing some stretched hours on day 3 to catch up. And India and New Zealand have moved to 274 for 4, leading by 478 with Kane Williamson on 123 not out, Daryl Mitchell on 18. Just the 1 wicket consolation stuff really for England today. Rachin Ravindra caught it mid-off by Bryden Castle, mistiming a drive against Matthew Potts for 44.
New Zealand just making their way out onto the field. No sign of New Zealand bowlers warming up during the tea break. It was noted. The sun out here, floodlights still on. It's as bright conditions as we've seen all day. 68 over ball, and as I say, a lead of 478. Williamson 123, Mitchell 18. New Zealand 274 for 4. Anton Devcic is just having a little bit of a coughing fit, so I won't cross to him. Neil Manthorpe, who has been chomping at the bit to get back behind the microphone. He was born to broadcast, and he's going to be broadcasting throughout this evening session that we're bringing you live and exclusively here on TalkSport 2. Not 1, not 2, not 3, 4 commentary stints for Manners coming up. Will Kane Williamson be batting when he comes to the mic? To the 4th, we shall see. Anton's recovered, and after a few words from him, it will be the returning Neil Manthorpe.
Yep, well, that break for England would have felt very short, but they're back out there now. And Bashir is going to start off from the Tim Southey end. Daryl Mitchell on strike.
It is Shoaib Bashir, as you say, and there's appeal for leg before wicket. First delivery, it's turned, it's spun in towards Daryl Mitchell, and it was allowed. And I think initially, anyway, very confident appeal, not out, says umpire Ahsan Raza. And what a pleasant gentleman he is, by the way, Ahsan Raza. I haven't been on the field with him, but in the hotel he's been terrific company. 274 for 4, they've reviewed it.
They have, yeah. I think the discussion was whether it hit him outside the line or not.
Review for
It did turn
LBW.
back
Original
sharply though,
decision is
so
not out. I've checked
looked
both
good
feet.
though.
It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
Voice you can hear is Rod Tucker, the third umpire.
Front on coming
Right,
up
we're
now.
having our first review of it. Anton Devcic has got his eyes focused.
Gone close to the bat. Can we check for ultra edge?
I don't.
please?
We can't see off stump, so I'm not sure that we can't see any of the stumps actually, which would suggest that he's in front of all
Ultra
three
edge
of them.
coming up
That's
now.
a bit of view. It does look like it has hit him just outside the line.
Oh yes,
One more
there we
frame
go.
through.
Oh, yeah.
Rolling through. I've got a flat line and a gap between bat and
I think
ball
it's
as it goes
hitting the
past
stumps,
bat.
but its impact
And we,
with
go
the pad is
ball tracking
outside
when
the
it's
line
ready.
of off stump. We can see that. We'll have to have it confirmed with ball tracking, as Rod Tucker says. But Shoaib Bashir,
Ball tracking coming up now.
he's figured it out, as have all the England players.
Outside
They
off
know.
stump, impact outside off
And
stump.
they're all taking up
Hassan,
their
you'll be
places
staying
in the
with your
field
original
once
decision
again.
of
So
not
good,
out.
good decision
We'll let you know
from
when you're on
umpire
screen.
Ahsan Raza.
You're on screen now. Signal now.
I offered him a cup of coffee this morning, and he said he was a tea man.
Interesting. Yeah, it wasn't a bad start there for Bashir. It turned back sharply, and I mean, England are going through the motions a little bit here. They're sort of every now and again looking at the sheds to see if any of the New Zealand bowlers are getting their whites on.
Bashir in once again, driven out towards Crawley at halfway mid-off, and he picks up, has a shot at the stumps. Kane Williamson was certainly hurrying and scurrying. to make sure that he made his ground. Williamson 124, Daryl Mitchell 18. The lead is 480. If 500 is the magic number, then we might even get there in the next 15 or 20 minutes. 276 for 4.
Yeah, I think 500 could be the number, but I might be thinking about time as well. How many overs do they actually want to have at the end of the day when the light is fading? And you can use the lights here, but once the lights do turn on, the ball tends to react a little bit differently.
Here's Bashir again. Forward comes Mitchell playing defensively. Again, there's no run. We have now had official word from the England camp, and this is an important update. I haven't had the chance to read through it, so I'll be sharing this news with you, breaking, sharing it with myself as well as all the listeners and viewers at the same time. So reverse sweep from Mitchell. Plays that shot very well. It's gone straight to the fielder, however. England captain Ben Stokes, who left the field during the middle session on day 3 of the 3rd test at Seddon Park, is currently receiving treatment for a left hamstring issue. He will not return to the field in this innings and will undergo further assessments. Bashir in again, pushed away by Mitchell on the leg side, and there's no run. Will undergo further assessments to determine his availability to bat in England's 2nd innings. Well, I mean, it is a hamstring issue because he hasn't had time to go for a scan. Well, thank you very much, Dan McCarty. So if your hamstring's sore and you don't know the extent of it, then it's a hamstring issue.
Yeah. He's obviously had hamstring issues before as well, so he probably knows the gravity of it more so than anyone. But it's generally not a bad sign when you walk off the field. And he didn't walk off slowly. He walked off relatively briskly, I'd say. And
there was a limp.
There was definitely a limp, but I've done a couple of hammies before as well, where you literally can't get out of a slow walk. So I'm not too fearful that it'll keep him out of the game for a long period of time. The only disappointing thing is he's just come back from a hamstring injury before that Pakistan series earlier in the year.
Jacob Bethel's going to continue with his left arm spinners, and he's bowling to Kane Williamson as a long off, and that's the fielder he finds immediately, driving it down the ground for a single.
I guess the other question is whether it's the same leg as the previous hamstring injury.
Harmy thought it was different.
Different leg.
Yeah, I think it was left hamstring, the one that kept him out of or missed the 1st test in Pakistan, kept him out for 2 months, that did. 277 for 4. Lead is 481. Williamson up to 125. 34th Test 100 for the former New Zealand captain. Daryl Mitchell now forward and steers that one to the same fielder, same position for another single.
Clearly he'll be disappointed as well as the English fans, but before the next test he does have time, and hopefully now that he's really good at doing his rehab, he knows every box he needs to tick, and he's come back in really good shape from his last hamstring, which is the positive thing.
Here's Bethel once again, and forward comes Kane Williamson. The key date is January the 10th. It's slightly less than a month away. That's where his very lucrative contract with Mumbai Indians Cape Town starts in the SA20. That's the opening fixture. Here is Bethel again, and Williamson nudges it out on the onside, and Gus Atkinson fields, no run. That might be a bit soon.
Yeah, it might be, and he might just need to readjust his Christmas plans. He might need to be a good boy over that period of time and really do his rehab as well as he can, and especially if that is a target and a goal of his.
Forward comes Williamson again, steering it to Duckett at extra cover. So if he's going to have any downtime, it's going to have to be married with some hard time, hard rehab physio time over Christmas, I suppose. Here is Bethel once again. Didn't expect to bowl in this innings. That turns and bounces. That's a good delivery, and Williamson follows it and gets a little thick outside half of the bat just momentarily. That looked like it might have come off the edge and flown to slip, but Bryden Cast fumbled it as he chased back from short third, and Williamson is able to come back for 2.
It was a lovely delivery. It almost seemed slower, and Kane Williamson was looking to charge. He came down the wicket, maybe 1.5 steps, and Bethel just held the pace back off Kane Williamson. Discovered a little bit of turn and bounce out of this wicket from the city end. Bashir and Bethel now working in tandem, and the ball is spinning a little bit, but they're just struggling to get the ball in the right area for a longer period of time.
Bashir in again and tossed up full half volley almost outside the off stump, and Daryl Mitchell happy to drive it to Gus Atkinson. Straight to him. He's on the boundary at deep extra cover. Maybe a yard or 2 in from the boundary. He didn't have to move. He just stood stationary and the ball hit him. Absolutely perfect. Would have been a hole in one. And he picked it up and tossed it back, and they've gone through for a single. Here's Bashir now to Williamson, and he tries to guide this one past Harry Brook at slip. It gets a little bit too much bat on it and falls dead a couple of yards from where he's standing in the crease. 281 for 4. New Zealand lead by 485. I wonder, sometimes it's not about the runs, it's not about the token of 500, it's about the bowling plan that you want to implement and how long that'll take. So it's Duckett fielding this time. This is driven down by Williams. So if Tom Latham goes, well, I don't know, but, you know, I mean, it'll be flexible, this plan, but if he says he wants 4 from Southey, 6 from Henry, I don't know, 5 from O'Rourke, whatever it is, he'll know. Bashir in again, that one defended by Mitchell. Actually, you should be saying this. He then worked backwards and say, how long would it take for that plan? What's their optimum one spell burst for the 3 seamers? Does he want a couple of overs from Mitchell Santner? So you'll be able to do a more credible one than me.
Well, I just think the fact that they bowled, was it 35 overs in the first innings, pretty much allows them to again bowl whatever they want. Usually if they had a heavy workload like England did in their first innings, it becomes a little bit harder to manage your bowlers. But now that we've seen Bethel and Bashir spin the ball and it is turning, then you can front load those seamers and actually try and get them to utilise that new ball as hard as they can.
Steered away by Williamson. Bashir completing his 21st over, 283 for 4. New Zealand leading by 487. But I mean, thing is, like batting like 6:30 to 7:30 under lights, grey skies, long day, long 3 days. That's not going to be easy.
You're usually sitting down eating your dinner at that time, aren't you? After you've had a shower at the hotel. But no, you're right. And as soon as those lights turn on, the ball, and at that time of the night, the ball does do something a little bit different. The sight of the ball coming out of the hand isn't as crisp as what it would be in the middle of the day.
Here's Jacob Bethel looking rather good with his left arm spin. Pushed by Daryl Mitchell. He tried to find the gap at mid-wicket, but couldn't do so. Once again, it's Gus Atkinson. No, it's Joe Root who finds himself doing the fielding this occasion. Daryl Mitchell, 21 not out. Bethel is into him again, and that is pushed straight back to the peroxide blonde left-handed 21-year-old.
Does he white ball bowl? Does he bowl first-class stuff back home? I haven't seen a heap of them bowl.
A lot has been made of his first-class record, and you know, there's a legitimacy to the observation that he averages 94 for his first-class wickets, but he's 21 years old. That one is guided by Williamson, square of the wicket on the offside. England have shown over the last couple of years that records mean nothing to them. It's potential. You know, I don't care what he averages with the bat or the ball. I'm not bothered. But Jacob Bethel hasn't scored 100 in any format, and his bowling average is 94. But you will have seen in 2 overs that he can bowl.
Absolutely. The one that turned and bounced the previous overs, it's obvious that he knows how to spin the ball hard, and he's actually used his pace relatively well. That's why I sort of asked, because he reminds me. I think he could do a really good job in white ball.
Yeah, well, that's where he bowls more than in first-class cricket. He hasn't managed to fight his way up the order at Warwickshire, which is something I think he's not best pleased about, as Daryl Mitchell tries to punch this one wide of cover, but again, it's a bottom edge and there's no run. 285 for 4. You're dead right. That's a very good observation, and it's a lovely change of pace as well. Dan Mosley is his Warwickshire teammate, who's got a phenomenally, he bowls off spin. He's got a phenomenally quicker ball that comes out at something like 110 k's an hour. It's just quite
I've seen that.
extraordinary. 285 for 4, lead of 489.
Yeah, and again, just that last ball, that over there from Bethel, Daryl Mitchell just pushing that one. It did travel in the air for a moment in time there towards cover, and just shows me that he actually knows how to control his length, and he has a bit of a plan on where he wants guys to be trying to hit the ball. And he'll get better over time with learning how to use his field to his advantage. He's probably just going off the skipper's thoughts in this one here, but once he gets a bit more experienced, he'll know exactly where he needs to have his fielders to draw certain shots out.
Shoaib Bashir going to continue. 2 catches, stationary catches, short, mid-on and slip. Bashir in to Williamson, pushes that one out to Matthew Potts at short mid-wicket. Does Christmas in New Zealand mirror Christmas in the UK in every aspect? I mean, I've seen lots of Father Christmases and Christmas lights and Christmas trees, and so I know that there's that. Bashir in again and driven up towards Bethel at extra cover. What about turkey? Is that a thing?
It is, yeah. Turkey, ham, obviously, here in New Zealand.
Are there any quirks, any differences? And is there anything about a New Zealand Christmas that is a bit unusual, unique?
Pavlova. That's probably the dessert of choice, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I like the sound of that. Bashir drags one down, short, pushed out to mid-wicket, no run.
Kind of have a bit of a roast lunch at times, and then maybe a barbecue in the afternoon, and whatever you like to drink throughout the day.
A roast lunch and a barbecue on the same day?
In the evening, yeah.
Okay. Is a warm-up the bits of leftover ham?
It can be.
Oh, I like that. Bashir in again and driven down the ground by Williamson. It really is going to take some kind of explosive or industrial accident for Williamson to be removed here.
Yeah, he looks eager to keep batting, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. He's just completely in his own world, isn't he? I mean,
we're living in his world, aren't we?
Bashir again. What is it with this drag down? That's another half tracker. It's only cost a single. But it looks like, I don't know, is he trying to come over the top of the ball? Is he trying to bowl a big top spinner, but it sort of gets stuck in his fingers?
Generally, yeah, that's when you do drag it down. It's when you're trying to get right over the top of the ball. But he tends to bowl, it's a term like a doorknob spinner, which is when if you're envisaging opening a doorknob, he tends to get the seam in that angle at times as well.
Another single to Williamson. Jacob Bethel does the tidying up at extra cover. 288 for 4 at the end of 73 overs. I think this may be one of those very, very rare occasions that if and when the new ball becomes available, there won't be any volunteers for it. That doesn't happen very often, and I'm probably wrong. But anyway, John Norman's coming in for the next 20 minutes.
Yes, I don't think there'd be too many people putting their hand up, but, someone like Matthew Potts, first test for the series, and he's the freshest legs of the 3 seamers that are out there at the moment, and it might be a job for him, or maybe even just taking the new ball and using it for the spinners to see if it does do anything else off the wicket with a slightly newer ball.
Spin at both ends continuing is Jacob Bethel, and this is wide and cut away for another run for Kane Williamson. He moves to 132, 289 for 4 here at Stedham Park, where we're reaching the stage of the afternoon where the flies start circling. 3 of them in our commentary box here at Seddon Park. It's not as humid as we had in the first 2 days, so a little less sweaty as Bethel continues. And, this is straighter and fuller, tossed up by the youngster and pushed back to him. He fields from his own bowling. Slip in place, there's a short fine leg, and this is pushed to Ben Duckett, who's wide mid-off or extra cover. Cross is up at short third, fielder back on the boundary at long off, deep point, long on and deep square. There's also a fielder at mid-wicket. Who's in now is Bethel, driven lazily by Mitchell to the right or to the left of Bethel, up to long off, comes through for a single. Mitchell moves to 24, Williamson 132. Do you know what I would do right now, Anton Devcic? I would ask Ben Duckett to bowl, and I would ask Zach Crawley in the manner that you see in county championship cricket, where the team that you're bowling to has got enough. 494. This is driven in the air, up over extra cover and to the boundary.
Classy
4 more
shot.
runs. There is a classy shot from Williamson. And the field spread. And he knew as soon as he got it over that fielder that it was relatively safe. He moves to 136. At the end of a county championship game, and I'm sure in Plunket Shield as well, there's usually a little conversation between the captains, and proper old school part-timers come on to bowl, and essentially Englanders would say, look, you've got enough runs, we're not going to employ our bowlers anymore, we're going to get the batters on to bowl. Fielded by Bryden Cass, and it's no run, 294 for 4. And to see what New Zealand did then.
I'd love to see Ben Duckett running in from the 30-yard circle, but in saying that, it's not the worst idea. Daryl Mitchell might be able to hurt them, but Kane will just respect whatever's bowled. So I don't mind it, and I'd actually really enjoy that little period. I'd love to watch it. But what does Duckett bowl?
I have no idea. Anybody know what Duckett bowls? Me at the back of the box says, I can't imagine him getting too much bounce. Alistair Kirk, Sir Alistair Kirk, of course, famously took a wicket. Harry Brook took a wicket. He's got Kane Williamson out. On the reverse is
That's right.
Daryl Mitchell, who's going to take 4 down to third on the reverse. And he hits this pretty sweetly, actually. Touch over pitch from Bashir.
I remember I was in the changing room when Harry Brook took the wicket of Kane Williamson, and at the end of the day, it was all the boys were planning on walking home, and he piped up and he said, Baz, do you mind if I get an Uber home, because my big toe's a bit sore.
Flatter from Bashir. Mitchell will take a single to square leg. Hurled in by Joe Root towards the non-striker's end, fielded by Bashir. He's a funny guy. Did you hear what he said when Joe Root they were around the dinner table after play before this test match? It was Stokes who said it. Stokes was chatting with Harmy. It was a really good interview, actually. Go and check it out on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Joe Root made a comment about how Harry Brook had passed him at the top of the ICC rankings. Driven at 4 more from the bat of Williamson, over pitch from Bashir, and this is driven through extra cover. 300 up for New Zealand. The lead has gone past 500, but still they bat on. So Joe Root made comment about Harry Brook replacing him as #1 test batter in the world, and Harry Brook just turned to Ben Stokes and said, he's going to run me out, isn't he? He actually only lasted a delivery, didn't he? Inside edge onto his own stumps, William O'Rourke bowling. So, you know, from hero to zero. What a batter he is, though. Short and pulled to Rayan Ahmed on the field for Ben Stokes, the injured Ben Stokes. Just a run added.
He's the type of batter, isn't he, who, although he got out first ball in the first innings, you kind of expect that not to happen again, and you expect him to get runs in the second innings. He's been that hot over the past 2 or 3 years, and
yeah, that innings at Wellington was extraordinary. In the second test match, This is clipped to Bryden Cass, who's at short mid-wicket. No run.
This is quite a tough field to bowl to for Bashir. Sort of mid-off, backward point and a deep cover point sweeper. There's acres of room through the offside.
Mitchell will take a single fine. Chase on for Root, I think it is, and Root's going to lose the battle. Another 4 runs. 208 for 4. Ben Duckett, I've been told, bowls a leg spin.
Nice.
I'd love to see that.
It's worth a shot.
I would love to see Zach Crawley at one end bowling, and you know, proper run up as well.
Yeah, I've got a feeling he maybe bowl offies or something as well, though. I'm trying to think back to the Nets during the last tour.
I'd love to see him running in.
Yeah.
Full 20-yard, 20-pace run up. I was actually at the game when Alistair Cook took the wicket of Ishant Sharma, and he was doing Bob Willis bowling impressions, and I can imagine Zach Crawley getting the old Stuart Broad bandana out, and Ben Duckett the other end doing his full Shane Warne impressions. That is what Test cricket can be about. I'd like to see more of it as Bethel continues, and his foolish length delivery, which is driven to long off by Kane Williamson.
Well, they've got nothing to lose here now. Because, you don't know, over 500 ahead now. It seems to be more about just how much time they want to spend out there with the ball tonight.
Mitchell it is, driving square of the wicket for another single. Duckett bowls off spin, I'm now being told. Williamson now averages over 100 at Hamilton, and still he bats on. So let's try and work it out. Well, let's try. 309. They lead by 514. How many overs have we got left in the day? 35 overs. England didn't bat 35 overs in first innings. Push to point, fielded by Cass. What do you reckon? What do you reckon? What time is it now? It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon here in New Zealand. We've still got 2.5 hours remaining. Bat for another hour. The lead would be up by, pitched up and driven over extra cover. There's a chase on for the fielder. I'll tell you what, that's timed exquisitely by Kane Williamson. Similar shot we saw earlier in the over, or the over before last actually. And Matthew Potts can't prevent the ball from going over the boundary. He was closer to it as well. Put in a good chase, but the ball was just died on him, and away it goes. So I don't know, has Williamson just started to accelerate a touch? He's moving towards 150. 146 from 195 balls, strike rate at 75. Maybe the declaration is nearer than we think.
Oh, that's a nice ball, boy.
Yeah,
Bethel continues, push to mid-wicket, no run.
Maybe it is a little bit of tempo shift for Kane, but they were two of the most elegant lofted shots over cover I've seen from anyone, especially on a wicket like this where the bounce is not overly consistent.
He's gone again as Williamson. He's given himself a little bit of room, and he's lofted it up over cover and away for another boundary. And it's 150 up for Williamson at his favourite cricket ground, Hamilton Seddon Park, where he averages 100, and he's got 150 here today. New Zealand's lead has moved to 522. They're 318 for 4. Anton Devcic is going to make way. I think Jeremy Coney will be coming in alongside myself, John Norman. And New Zealand bat on. As well they might. 2 full days to come. 33 overs remaining today. If we can get them in, we can play all the way up to 7:30. It's the lights are as good as, or the light is as good as it's been all day. The floodlights are off. The Barmy Army are populating the banks. There's a good smattering of local fans as well, although it being a a Monday, it's a working day. And Bashir is set to continue. This is on the pads of Mitchell, who'll take a single to square leg. And good afternoon to you, Jeremy Coney. Good afternoon. How are you doing?
Hello, John. I'm well, thank you. I'm well. Very good. Spinners operating from both ends. I guess that's because, well, Stokes off the field and the rest have bowled a bit, haven't they? Potts 42 overs,
Yeah.
Atkinson 35 and Cass 30. Cass, of course, is not so well in terms of the feet.
No. Round the wicket to Williamson. This is cut away. He's hit hard. Chase on for... Who is that on? Is that? It's Gus Atkinson. On the cover boundary. And another couple of runs. 525. I mean, England won't
I
take...
passed Harmy going over as we were swapping.
He's in a good
There
mood.
was steam. There was steam coming from various apertures of his body. And honestly, what he wasn't going to do if New Zealand didn't declare in the next 10 minutes and leaping off buildings and all sorts of things.
Is that
He just
Harmy
wants
up
to
on
play
the
golf
floodlights?
tomorrow. I know.
Tossed
he's
up,
climbing
driven to Bethel at mid-off by Kane Williamson. Yeah, he's certainly put forward a good argument for why New Zealand should declare.
Well, the weather forecast is reasonable. It's for sun tomorrow.
It is.
Yeah.
It looks pretty picture perfect, actually. Another run to square leg.
And the longer that the pitch has player traffic on it, you can equally make a case that New Zealand have had this done to them just a game ago, can't you? When they had 500 and whatever, 600 and something, or 800 and something, or
I mean, it gets to a point where
3,005.
it does get to a point where it's irrelevant.
Yeah.
583 they were set. Well, actually, no, they were set 584. Mitchell, horrible shot, really. Pushing this to the offside. Extravagant. He wasn't trying to get a run. Squared up a touch, possibly, down the track. It's Bashir again. Mitchell this time pushing into the offside, fielded by Bashir. I mean, there is so much time left in the day as well, because it's...
Yeah, well, it's a 3-hour session, this one,
Yeah.
probably. And so there's no need for New Zealand at this stage to force their bowlers to come out early.
Exactly. It's 2.5 hours to go. So, I mean, do you really want England to get off to a good start and then 3 seamers, of course, and then you suddenly feel you need to protect them a bit before coming back tomorrow? That's what will be going through Tom Latham's mind. He's thinking, I want a good burst. You know, maybe Matt Henry 2 spells, Southey a couple, 1 for O'Rourke. Santner's going to have to bowl. So, hour and a half, maybe, tonight at England. That's my reckoning.
I think it might be less, but anyway, we'll see it. And don't rule out the fact they might even go into tomorrow. Don't rule that out,
Harmy
people.
in the room.
Don't rule it out. No, he isn't. I wouldn't say that with Harmy nearby. Not with an arm's length.
Pitched up and driven up to long off by Williamson. I mean, is Williamson looking at 200? An hour to go.
Yes, why not?
Let's say.
He's playing beautifully at the moment. Those strokes over cover and over ducket.
They were.
Just lovely kind of... They're not hard hit shots. They're just timed over the top of him.
Yeah, absolutely. And as Anton Devcic, as this ball is driven back to Bethel, as Anton Devcic was purring. You know, they were timed so well, and you know, it's not a pitch which has seen those kind of shots timed in the manner that we saw from the bat of Kane Williamson down the track, and this is driven in the air, but safely. Bounces well short of long on, and Mitchell will take another single. The score moves to 325 for 4.
But so different from Mitchell that we just saw then.
Yeah.
You know, slightly clunked, but I mean quite effective.
Yeah,
let's be fair to him as well. But to see the infallible sympathy with the bowled ball, you know, he's just there beside it and stroking the ball.
Pitched up, and Mitchell, or rather Williamson, just pushes this back. Do you think England would take the second new ball? Because we don't.
Well, it depends on the bowlers. It's getting round the bowlers, isn't it? And having a look to say to Potts, really, do you want to go to 50 overs here?
I can't see him going to take. Well,
Don't know.
you never know. We'll find out in a few overs' time. Midway point of the 78th over as Williamson advances down the track and pushes this up to long on again by Williamson. 326 for 4.
The other quality I think about Williamson, he always has what I call a bailout option. So if things don't go well for him in the first stroke that he plays, and the ball does something a little bit unusual, as Bethel did actually after.
No run this time as Mitchell sees off the end of Bethel's over.
Bethel got one to bounce and to turn away from him. He'd gone down the wicket and it was going to leave him, and there was a chance of a stumping, and he just adjusted his shot from a drive into a, just opened the face and got it wide of slip. He just always seems to have an answer for things, and he's thought about things very carefully. And that what quite often is a mark of someone who has a superior quality.
He's also the leading run scorer in the Test series. He's gone past Harry Brook. He's also gone past 1,000 runs in the calendar year, the sixth batter to do so. Some way behind Joe Root, who's at the top of the tree with 1,500.
Well, wasn't it Smith's got 100 recently, and so has Coley, and yeah, Coley has recently.
Yes, Coley got 100 in the first Test, didn't he?
Yep.
The first Border Gavaskar Trophy Test match.
Root has had 100, of course,
Yeah.
so he's been the fourth. You know, we're back to the four.
Back to the big four.
That's right.
It's been incredible how the fortunes have drifted, and some have peaked as other have just dropped. There was some chat. Darren Lehman saying that former Australia coach and fine middle order bat and Yorkshire stalwart, that Joe Root couldn't sit in the top echelon because of his record in Australia. He's not scored a century in Australia, as Williamson again will take a single up to long on. But he will have another chance to do so, hopefully, at the end of next year, 2025. He was, of course, burdened by the captaincy, Jeremy. Some are burdened, others are freed. Graham Gooch's record went up by quite a few points after he got the captaincy back in the day. Bashir is going to bowl over the wicket with the slip in place as Mitchell just flexes his knees, comes down, sweeps, and will take a single. The New Zealand bowlers weren't out on the outfield warming up during the tea break, it was noted. And so that was a big clue that New Zealand weren't looking to declare anytime soon after the tea break. But from your eyes, the big four, I think Steve Smith maybe have operated on his own level for in terms of consistency for a 4 or 5 year period. Down on the sweep is Williamson. He could be caught by Rayan Ahmed running around on the edge of the boundary, and that is a good tumbling catch from the substitute fielder. Williamson's knock does come to an end. It's a success for Shoaib Bashir. A shake of the hand from Ben Duckett as he walks past Williamson, who's taken Bashir on and has been caught by the fielder. Slight toe edge from the bat. Bashir, or rather Rayan Ahmed, running around, taking the catch, and the applause for Williamson, who's got to go for 156. And the second wicket has fallen today. 327 for 5 New Zealand.
I think you've got to give a little bit of credit there to Bashir, actually. He's toiled away, and he's actually defeated Williamson in the air so that it's pitched a little bit shorter. So whether he's got a little bit of what we would call top spin, that actually so suddenly as it's dropping, it drops more steeply, and therefore it's pitched a little bit shorter than Williamson felt, and it gives it time to bounce. And Williamson just played a kind of a semi-heavy sweep, and so that's why it carried as far as it did to Ahmed. If he had just paddle swept it gently, then it wouldn't have reached him and he would have been relatively safe. But he got enough bat on it, and Bashir going to his left, he had time to get underneath that, set himself and take the catch two-handed. So Williamson goes I don't know whether I put the curse on him, I hope not, but he's batted nicely, and it's good to see some of the Englishmen saying, well played.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is a series that's been played in good
Yep.
spirits. Blundell, the England team, were very quick to congratulate him after his knock, and Harry Brook received a lot of fine words after his performances in the first 2 Test matches as well. And Stokes actually set the scene really by applauding and really commenting on how brilliantly New Zealand had played in India. Daniel McCarty is in. And will talk us through the next 20 minutes or so. It's is it Glenn Phillips who's come to the no, it's Blundell. It is Blundell. Okay, well I was hoping for a bit of fun and games with Phillips, but it is Blundell who's down to come in. Mitchell at the other end, and so we'll see. The second new ball is due in 9 deliveries time. It's Blundell about to face his first ball. 327 for 5 after a word from Jeremy. It will be Daniel McCarty.
Well, the middle order in the first innings for New Zealand, going from perhaps Ravindra down, have had some work to do to restore their pride and just their, the numbers of how they can put together.
Blundell on strike, leaving a ball that spins back from wide of off stump from Bashir. Hello, Jerry.
Yep. Hello, Dan. All right.
Lights are on again.
Yes.
Don't
yes.
look up like I just have.
No, okay. That's what we used to say to Braces when we went to the lighting towers in Sydney. Don't look up at the lights, Brace. Well, he went off, I think, with sunspots after about 4 overs.
Blundell defending from the crease line. There's no run. Well, as you can imagine, the competitive man that John Bracewell is.
I can do it.
I can do it.
Yes.
Just come off air with him and Harmy. Harmy looks broken.
Well, he was steaming when he walked past me.
I've had enough.
I know. He was looking for an open window to jump out of.
Bashir, very slow through the air. Good disguise in that delivery as Blundell just nudges to backward point. I'm not too sure who was happier to see the back of Kane Williamson. Was it Steve Harmison or was it Bashir who finally got a wicket? And it was well bowled, defeated him in the air. Unable to control the sweep shot. Well, Bracewell, the lead is 531. I think Bracewell wants 700 set. He wants more.
Well, that's Braces, isn't it, really? The grinding element of the game, it rates quite highly with John. So, and there's plenty of time left, to be fair, isn't there, to go further. It might happen later on today, and New Zealand maybe get 40 minutes. I think that's a possibility. The lead at the moment is 531. Let's see how they go here. If they continue to build on this lead.
Mitchell's on strike. He defends Bethel back to the bowler.
They've got worked themselves into this situation because they bowled quite well and they bowled England out. And then there's been enough batting to go with it, and they bowled England out quite cheaply, the same as England did in Wellington.
Bethel bowls again. Shorter this time, spinning, bouncing a little as Mitchell defends. Well, let's not forget that England had a lead of 530 at stumps on day 3 in Wellington and came back to add
another
49
session.
runs.
That's
so
right.
Someone could get 100.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Harmy's got to be a wee bit careful with his arguments.
Pushed into the onside. There's no run. Oh, shoes on the other
He
foot.
just wants to play that golf, doesn't he?
It
Really.
rained this morning, ruined his chance of an early tea time.
That's right. That vicious
Power fade of his. We'll call it. Low full toss, bunted through mid-off by Mitchell. He's 38 or 57.
I've had a letter, a
327.
note from the trees along the side of the course.
Will be
They're
trimmed.
terrified. Yeah, that's right. Stunted.
This is not a links course.
No.
Yeah.
You can hear 2 noises, the one that goes in as it enters and the one coming back as well.
That terrible thud. Oh, when you hit a tree and you're like, oh no, where's that going? Not where I want it to go. Bethel, the light's on now. Drags this one down very short outside of off stump, but it's cut away by Blundell. He's off the mark. 1. Mitchell, 38. The lead is 532. Still a minimum of 30.1 overs remaining in the day's play, or 7 o'clock finish. Whoever reaches first. The 2 spinners continue to operate. Might be 7. We might have play finishing in a scheduled time. Bethel bowling again on off stump. Mitchell watchful. No run.
You mean we get through the overs? Is that what you're saying?
Indeed, that's
Yeah,
right.
with all the spinners operating. Yep.
The
Yeah.
over rate still, though, 13.3.
Yeah, I think new ball is due when very shortly, is it?
Now.
Yeah. I'm not sure whether they'll take this. I think Bashir will just keep on going.
Harry Brooks warming up. Is he bowling some leggies?
I don't know.
Is he going to take the new ball?
Well, Bashir has bowled quite well. I mean,
Yes.
he's gone for a few runs, hasn't he? But at the same time, he's stuck at it. He's kept the ball outside that off stump and trying to turn it and trying to get it to drop and dip.
Reverse sweep attempted by Blundell as he caught brilliantly at slip. Turned down. The English are very confident of this. Similar to Duckett and Wellington when he anticipated, although he went from off to leg, Brook has anticipated and gone a long way out. Whether or not Pope, the on-field skipper with Stokes off the field, let's have a listen. They've asked for a review because he's hit it.
Yeah.
Umpire Raza, I'm assuming, thinking it's bump ball.
TV umpire to director, we have
Yeah, it's just a question of whether Blundell, has he hit this into the ground with his reverse sweep first, or has it just come off the top edge and straight to Brook?
Normally the umpires would come together and send that upstairs themselves, wouldn't they? So what have we got, Jerry? What do you see on the replay?
Well, I think it's hit the boot first. So it's come off the toe, but if the batter's followed it through and
roll through there
picked
and
it up there,
hit the bat after it's come off the toe.
so that would suggest that it hasn't hit the ground, wouldn't it? That it's come up,
What would that be on
taken the
offside,
leading edge,
being a right-hander.
and looks like a catch and will
Oh,
be
yeah,
given
that's on
out,
review.
I would say.
That's at the outside of the left foot. Ballooned away. Question is, as Jerry's pointed out,
Okay, so it goes
has he got
close
any
to the
bat
bat
on
there.
it?
Is there any other view there that will give me
It's gone under the bat.
whether it's come off the bat? We can go.
Played the reverse sweep.
Moment.
It
you got a
follows
split
in the
screen
in the wake of the ball.
There, Lynchy.
Again, sharp reactions.
Ultra edge coming up.
Ultra edge
Thank
coming
you.
up. There it is. Hits the boot. Balloons
So it
away.
goes off the toe.
A wider
Up
slip.
in the air.
Well, this is out, isn't it? Has
Where's
he
the
hit
bat?
that? Has that hit the bat?
I don't think it has hit.
Has it hit the bat? There's no.
Near the bat
No,
there.
maybe
Just
it's
keep
not.
rolling it, kid, through. Keep
I
rolling
don't
it
think
through.
it's hit the
Just
bat at
go
all,
back again,
nor
just
the gloves.
confirming that there's no bat involved.
My word, that's carried a long way from the
Yep,
boot,
got away
hasn't
from
it?
the bat. Thank you. Yep, so no
His
bat
left
involved.
big
Okay,
toe.
we'll go back to Hassan on field. It's clearly outside off stump, so we don't need to check for LBW. Hassan, stay with your original decision of not out. You're on screen now, signal now.
Very odd. Blundell remains on 1. 329 for the loss of 5. Spinning back into the right-hander, turning with the turn into the mid-wicket region. Potts there to field. No run.
I can understand the review though, can't you? It went so far from the boot once it hit the boot and the toe of the foot before it got to Brook.
Very slow through the air, coming down, beaten in flight was Blundell. Wanted to nudge forward of the wicket. Ball off the inside edge of the bat, backward a square. He will go to 2. 330 for the loss of 5. Well, credit umpire Raza. He obviously saw it's off the toe.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't seek any assistance from his buddy at square leg. Mitchell back on strike on 38. Open starts of his, bends at the knees, quite prolonged, gets an outside edge, and this is taken sharply too by Brook, low and to his left. No debate here. Mitchell wanders down, knocks the pitch, and Bashir quickly has 2. Well done, shot Bashir. And Mitchell goes, caught Brook, bowled Bashir for 38. New Zealand now 330 for 5. Now they're checking if it's carried.
See your best angle, please.
Mitchell's walking off. It's like he knows. Now he's shrugging his shoulders. That's in the hands, isn't it? That's a catch.
Well, it certainly looked like it.
Stop it there.
To me,
Yep, I've got ball on the ground before his fingers get underneath it, so the ball
Closer
is
look,
it's
Yeah, it's going to be not out. It hasn't quite carried.
just in front of the left left hand. Just sort of ramps up
Yes.
into the hands.
Just half volleyed into the hands. Quite hard to tell. Nothing wrong
No.
with Brooks saying I've caught that, because you do feel you have.
So close, but a little bounce through to the hands. And he's given that reaction like shrugging the shoulders. I didn't know. And we all agree with you, Aaron. No problem about that. 330 for the loss of 5. And Mitchell, come on back, Daryl. Come back, Daryl. Stop trudging off. Bashir's like,
I've had to write. Just, I put the
Do you want some
I
Whitehouse?
started to put it down in the book, but there we are.
I wonder if Manthorpe's done it in his book. That would cause all sorts
Oh
of...
dear, that's
Oh,
just
there'd be a
so
meltdown.
perfect.
There'd be such a
So
meltdown.
perfect.
Wider of off stump, spinning, bouncing, past Pope. Or did it actually flick the pad? It may have. So New Zealand won't run. Yeah, it's flicked the back pad and gone over the top of Pope, and no stroke. And New Zealanders, we like the Spirit of Cricket Award, decide not to run.
But well done, Bashir again.
Yeah.
He's stuck at it. He's creating problems, getting a little bit of bounce. Very close to another wicket there for him.
Tall man's in again, he bowls, and Mitchell's looking to reverse sweep, and he picks out. And backward of square on the offside, there's no run.
Quite hard, I would have thought, to play the reverse too, because of that bounce that he gets, and it's sometimes a bit shorter. And then it's given the ball time to just bounce a bit more. So quite a tricky shot to play.
330 for the loss of 5 at the end of the over. The leader's 534. Look around a minute. Have you calmed down after the scoring error of Wellington? Oh, yeah. We put the wrong score down. One line of his perfect, immaculate scorecard.
He'll probably sell them later.
Yeah.
They'll go up for sale. Some, pricey auction house.
I thought he'd received some terrible news from back home. I was like, are you okay? Bethel bowling to Blundell, defending, no run. And then he looked up to me with big puppy dog eyes, slight tear welling, and he showed me there was an error. Jacob Bethel caught Blundell, bowled Smith for 16, pushed into the cover region. He put down the man who took the catch incorrectly.
Well, you must take your time to identify, player identification.
The youth
matters.
The youth of today, Jeremy. Blundell pushing forward once more. Well bowled by Bethel. No run. But we were able to fix it. We were able to fix it. And the fans are happy. And they're starting to celebrate as a result. But Manners' scoreboard is immaculate. Turn to mid-wicket, there's no run. Listen to them. They've never been so joyous.
Obviously, a big bid's just gone in.
Won't be from you, will it? It's Bethel from around the wicket, shorter outside of off stump, rocking back Blundell. Nice looking stroke into a gap. And only took a good catch in the deep. The substitute fielder has to come across. And Blundell comes back for 2. 332 for the loss of 5. The leader's 536. Already would be a world record run chase if England could chase it down. The lights undertake hold again. Only half the tower on. And the City end, Bethel bowling to an advancing Blundell. Nicely pushed back past the bowler to long off for a run. Nathan Smith running on with new gloves. That's the end of the over. Bethel now 9.4 overs, none for 51. It's 3-3-3 for 5. Daryl Mitchell getting new gloves. Does Ollie Pope get charged with another bad review with that one? He's 0% on LBWs, isn't he? Hold on.
Yeah, well, Pope's not 0 from 9.
Wow.
So he's asked for 9 and lost every one.
McCullum was 14 out of 77. In fairness, Tim Southey demanded most of those.
Yes, he did.
He quite likes Saudi. Okay, Tim. Sure, mate. We'll have a look. Probably not out.
You would have, you would have thought out of 50 of them that he might not.
Here's a hit towards long on and Duckett. He's got to be quick, Blundell, because Duckett's actually smartly about 10 metres in off the rope, and it travelled so quickly. Blundell sort of was admiring his shot for a second and then realised, I've got to get to the other end. 334 for 5, 82.1 overs, and I've just lost that. 0 of 9. Pretty confident to say Jeremy is not good. He'll get there one day. Sweet now by Mitchell, very fine just for a single. 335 for the loss of 5. Reviews, Mahdi Hassan, 1 out of 9. Kumble, 0 out of 11. Oof. Gale, none out of 12.
I think he probably wasn't watching the game at the time. Other things to do, man.
De Kock, 2 out of 14. Spinning into the right hand of Blundell, work to square leg, no run, and Yusuf 4 out of 20. My calculus marks at school. The sounds of Christmas from the embankment. Lone trumpeter as Blundell hits wide of long on, nice stroke. All about the placement. Mid-wicket is back, also about 3/4. Duckett, and has that travelled? No, 1 bounce into the fence for 4. Blundell to 10, 339 for 5. The lead is 543.
Good stroke, Blundell. Got close enough to it that he could actually then create an angle to hit it away from long on, and got it square of him, and got a good piece of it too.
Sheeran again from over the wicket. Blundell goes back and will pick out square leg where Root quickly gathers and throws to Pope. Lovely echo on that trumper round the ground. They had to wait to get in, but they came in good numbers when the smell of play. He enjoyed hitting straight over Duckett's head this time, all the way, low and hard. 6 to Blundell. He's 16, 345 for the loss of 5. He's not hitting with the dastardly Wellington Northerly at his back this time. But that's sweetly struck, and Drinks coming onto the field. The lead is now 549. Mitchell's 39 not out. Blundell is on 16. New Zealand have lost just 2 wickets today. That of Rachin Ravindra, caught cast bowl Potts for 44. They were 274 for 4 at tea, with Kane Williamson scoring his 33rd Test match 100 and 123. He was finally dismissed. Really, he was going in second gear the whole way, such is the quality of the player. 156 before he top-edged the sweep of Shahab Bashir, and well caught by Ahmed, the substitute fielder, making long run to his left and pounced it very nicely. And at that stage, 327 for 5. But Blundell's come out, been aggressive. Mitchell in far more compact, circumspect, just nudging it around, being a bit of a glue man, you would say. Still, plenty of overs available today. Around 27 is the minimum. It is 5:29 local time. We can play through for another 2 hours, theoretically. The schedule cut-off time is 7 local time. But they do have an extra 30 minutes up their sleeve if they can't get to 27 overs bowled by 7 o'clock. Lights are on, so that won't be a problem. Katie Martin's going to replace Jeremy Coney. Wearing England attack. Down a man. Waking up early, listening to our coverage on TalkSport 2. Heavy news as Ben Stokes limped off with a hamstring injury. The news out of the England camp, he will not return this innings and is being assessed whether or not he'll take part in the England second innings as far as a batting perspective is concerned. Joining Katie Martin, we'll get her thoughts on the state of play. It will be the Immaculate Notes himself, Mr. Neil Matthew.
Once again, following on from Jerry Coney. So that's a high bar to then fall back down to me, but that's okay. Yeah, it's sort of on standstill a wee bit in the game. England have the opportunity to take the new ball, which they haven't done so far. you just sort of feel like it's somewhat of a waiting game between this side. New Zealand leading by 549 runs. The runs are there. Records would need to be broken for England to chase this down. Whether they'll have the opportunity of Ben Stokes having a bat, although a Ben Stokes injured is a dangerous Ben Stokes who can stand there and whack it. But yeah, I wonder if the discussions in the huddle drinks is to be whether they will look to take that new ball and actually try something out there.
Katie, we used to have a couple of formulae, I suppose, in order to work out the probability or the possibility or the likelihood of a team chasing down a target. One of them was to say, if all of the batsmen score their average, then what does that add up to? And then in extreme cases, we'd say, if the top 6 all equaled their highest score, would that be enough? That certainly would be enough in England's case now, that their target would be 550. So Harry Brooks' best is 317, so they're over halfway with that one. But yeah, I mean, there's a couple of things at play. Apparently there's talk of New Zealand batting on in order to exacerbate or speed up the process of the wicket deteriorating. That unless the batsmen have got extra long studs in and are running up and down the middle of the pitch, which the umpires won't allow them to do. I mean, if it was a baking hot sun or a hot wind blowing, as we had the day before the first test, it was quite a warm wind then, that might dry things out, but I can't see that currently there would be a great deal of deterioration happening very quickly on the pitch. I think it's more a question of, and I mean this in the nicest possible way, enjoying the pain and suffering of the England bowlers, who certainly made the Black Caps bowlers suffer a little bit. Well, there's a couple of Spider-Men in the crowd. They're 2 days late. Saturday was dress-up day.
If you were to go to the cricket on a dress-up day, what would be your dress-up outfit?
Banana.
Oh.
Here's Jacob Bethel, left arm spin. Daryl Mitchell plays defensively. I don't know why, they make me laugh. Last time I was in England, there were a group of post boxes. Red, those red English post boxes. And they were waddling around and they kept them on all day. It was absolutely brilliant. Just managing to pour lager through the letter hole throughout the day. I never saw them in the gents, so I'm not sure how the opposite worked. 3:45 for 5. Jacob Bethel bowling because of the injury to Ben Stokes, and we do wish the England captain the very, very best. His next assignment is in the SA20, a very, very lucrative contract signed with the Mumbai Indians, Cape Town. This one punched off the back foot by Mitchell as Bethel gives him a wee bit of width outside the off stump. That's a bit under a month away, so Mumbai Indians, Cape Town finished in last place in the first 2 editions of that tournament. And, Stokes was a big part of their rebuilding. Blundell goes down the wicket, and momentarily, and it was very momentarily, Zach Crawley wondered whether he might be in business for a catch, but now finds himself having to straddle the LED advertising hoardings in order to go looking for the ball, because that was very well hit by Tom Blundell.
350 comes up for New Zealand as well. I sort of look at this and I go, well, New Zealand is still scoring freely, 7 runs off the over so far with that older ball. And so that's why I sort of go, okay, I know that they want to not take the new ball to stem the flow of runs.
Well, they haven't got anyone to take it. I'm not sure that anybody's up to it. That one is steered away by Blundell to backward point, fielded by Bryden Cass. There's an element of seriousness to that, actually. You've got one, obviously, Ben Stokes is out now. He's not going to bowl again. He might just bat. And you've got 3 seamers, Matt Potts and Bryden Cass and Gus Atkinson, who are really out on their feet. And if you're going to be, that's defended by Blundell out towards point. But if you give them the new ball and they're bowling at 125 kilometres an hour rather than 140, and you know that they're not going to be at their best, then the likelihood of the new ball becoming very expensive increases, I think, exponentially. End of the over, 3:52 for 5. We still have potential hour and 55 minutes. Has this affected your dinner plans?
No, not tonight. I feel like you can't. It's hard to plan around cricket. Do you not think? Like you just don't know what the day entails.
A 7:30 finish was never a part of my. I didn't know that was a possibility.
Do you put in like in your contract? Is there a certain time you only work between 9 and 6:30?
No, I'll do the
9:30?
shift. I didn't realise that the play could be extended by an hour, and we start half an hour early as well, which I think makes great sense. I'd be more in favour of starting an hour early than adding an hour on at the end of the day.
Well, the intriguing part is there's no lights at the Basin Reserve, so if it had been in the same situation, we would have finished a lot earlier. So just because there's lights here, it allows you to play a little later.
Very good lights too. 3:53 for 5. Bashir again. It's once more short and wide outside the off stump, and this time it's chopped away by Tom Blundell to the sweeper on the cover boundary.
Would you think they would use the spin, or at least Bashir, with potentially that new ball? Maybe getting a little bit more out of the wicket with it, just because it's a little harder?
Yeah, that's a good call. A bit of extra bounce. Yeah, I don't mind that idea. Down the wicket comes Daryl Mitchell now, pushing that one back to the bowler. Bashir dives to his left, parachute rolls. The lead is 558. I mean, that's now. Is that irrelevant now? Can we agree that that's irrelevant?
I think so.
Here's Bashir in once again. Once more trying to get over the top of that one. Looks like he's trying to bowl an over spinner, a top spinner, and it's defended. So it's about. So that's why I mentioned the fact that we had now just under an hour and 55 minutes. If New Zealand have decided that they've got a bowling plan that they want to implement. Oh, down the wicket comes Mitchell, and he's hit that very, very sweetly. Straight. Hassan Raza didn't have to wait for a confirmation from anybody about the result of that one. That's a very, very good strike from Daryl Mitchell, who is now on to 47, his first maximum. 6 fours and a 6. 360 for 5. Is there any seriousness in what your fellow New Zealanders have been saying about the Cantabrian mentality and Tom Blundell and wanting to grind England into submission before he finally goes for the sword into the back of the neck? 85 overs gone, 361 for 5. Is there a sort of sadistic element to the people
You're asking
of
me
Christchurch?
if Christchurch people are sadistic. I have to be careful because I live there. I might not be let back in, but there is a massive competitiveness, and especially in the rugby environment where they are so one-eyed. My dad coached rugby with the Highlanders and the Super Rugby for a period of time, worked at Otago Rugby for a long time, and so I grew up as a child going to the rugby club room, so you get used to sort of that rugby mentality, which is very much Cantabs. And remember, I'm a Otago girl through and through. That's down in the middle of the South Island, and you go to rugby games, and I wear my Otago rugby top with pride, and the Cantabs, they would just throw bottle tops at you, they'd throw bottles at you, and you stayed quiet if you were ahead of the game at Otago, which didn't happen very often. And so you would just get hurled abuse constantly. And then the second Canterbury got ahead of the game, that was it. They were just arrogant as anything, one-eyed. It was like, yeah, we knew we were always going to win. Well, I've been bashed for about, 70 minutes. That's how long Otago could hold on close enough to Canterbury rugby teams. They're pretty brutal.
Here's Jacob Bethel, the reverse sweep from Daryl Mitchell, and he gets a little fortunate here. That didn't go according to plan. He plays the reverse sweep so well usually, but that I think just ricocheted off the corner of the bat and went vague direction that he was planning, but very close to the leg stump. 362 for 5. One of my favourite test grounds, not just in New Zealand. It was the it's not a test ground anymore, I don't think. University Oval in Dunedin.
Yeah, still a test ground.
Is
It's
it?
quite small, yeah. Yep.
That's what I loved about it. So 2,500, 3,000 people, and it looked full, and it looked marvellous. And again, walking distance from Dunedin city centre. Another sweep shot from Tom Blundell, and he picks up another single and moves on to 24 from 23 balls, 2 sixes, 363 for 5. Jacob Bethel didn't think he'd be bowling this many overs, if any. He's only bowled 1 in his international career. That was at the Hagley Oval in his debut test match, 1 over, and he's now into his 12th because of the hamstring injury to Ben Stokes. Here's Bethel again, and attempted reverse sweep once more from Daryl Mitchell, hits him on the pad and goes nowhere. I mean, New Zealand have now got too many test grounds, haven't they? They don't play enough test cricket for everyone to get a game every summer.
Well, remember, I think last time, was it Eden Park the last time England was here, or the tour before that? It was a tour before that.
Yeah.
That famous test match at Eden Park. What a venue that is, a unique venue.
Turned away by Daryl Mitchell out towards Shoaib Bashir at deep back of the square, and 50 for Daryl Mitchell. It's certainly not an opportunity he's not going to spurn, you wouldn't have thought. Daryl Mitchell, it wouldn't be a surprise to see him still there when the declaration comes. And he's played very nicely indeed. 50 from 74 balls, 6 fours and a 6, which we saw moments ago as Bethel is in again. Tom Blundell nudging it out on the onside. The thing about Eden Park is that it's such an iconic venue, and it is also iconically rugby. I mean, we were talking about Carisbrook with Jeremy.
Did I miss the Carisbrook chat? That was my home ground. First time I debuted for Otago.
Just the greatest spectacle for me. The first time I went there for a one-day international, the rugby post was still up the day before. Honestly, I mean, as I said to Jeremy, we felt like magpies moving into someone else's nest, and you know, it was very, very clearly, and a rugby venue, and it was extremely cold, very, very cold. In fact, the one day we had reserve days in those days. Here's Shoaib Bashir turned out towards square leg. Anyway, the game was postponed because it was too cold. It was like 2 degrees.
Try going in Invercargill, it's even worse.
It warmed up to a balmy 7 or 8 degrees on the reserve day, so we got the game underway. But the students did what they do at rugby matches and brought their couches down and set them on fire.
Yeah. Well, that was my upbringing, so I think that probably explains a few things.
Listeners on TalkSport would be wondering whether I'm being serious. I am. Students carried their couches to the top of the concrete stand at one end of the rugby stadium, and there were concrete stands. So I mean, there was no luxury spent. I mean, it was extremely basic. So they couldn't burn. They weren't going to burn the stadium down. And I had never seen this before. I was unaware of what was happening. Anyway, they had a few drinks and they started to set fire to their couches. Apparently there's no shortage of second-hand or third-hand couches in that part of the world.
Well, I talked about my old man, and he worked at Otago Rugby, which was based out of Carisbrook. So as a kid, I would spend a lot of time there, and that was where the Otago Sparks played all of our cricket until we moved to the University Oval. But just incredible sights to see, just couches on fire, smoke.
Lap sweep from Daryl Mitchell now against Shoaib Bashir. He's played it very, very well, and despite the best efforts of Rian Ahmed down on the deep long leg boundary, he put a sprint and a full dive in, but he couldn't prevent 4 from being scored. Where did that come from then? Was that to keep warm?
Yeah, it was to keep warm, and because when you think like they are like terrace, so it was, you think a traditional oval and the wicket going up down normal. It was at square leg, so you'd have it at square leg, and in behind was the media area where you had broadcasting and corporate boxes, and it was quite a high, skinny.
Wide and full and driven by Mitchell straight to Bethel at mid-off, no run.
Sort of a high, skinny sort of corporate area. And they'd bring their couches, and they said, oh, well, we want to be able to have comfort when we're watching, because it was quite uncomfortable sitting on the concrete terraces, and they'd sit there, and then the brand of alcohol down there was synonymous with Dunedin, so they had a number of that, and they did have it snuck in the cushions of the couches as well. So there'd be a slight, under the couch here you've got that sort of that layer underneath that's stapled up. You could just see it slightly hanging down, and the students would say, "Oh, it's just getting old. But it's all the beer cans that they had sitting in there that was just weighing that bottom cover down." So it was incredible. Eventually they had to ban it because of the fact that the couches got lit on fire. People got banned from bringing them in.
Jacob Bethell continues a reverse sweep from Tom Blundell, and he too will get a single. So Casey Martin, what perchance makes you so familiar with the secret drinking habits of students? Were you ever one of them?
Oh, look, we're all New Zealanders are known as being binge drinkers, and I've spent a lot of time in the terrace watching rugby, and I guess fortunate that I was able to play cricket, so I didn't have to watch too much cricket there. But it's a learned habit.
Bethell into Daryl Mitchell, pushes that one out to extra cover, and there's no run.
But the problem is did he talk about the Adam Paroi incident against Australia?
No.
Well, so that was a one-day international, a day-nighter against Australia.
Bethell in again. Down the wicket comes Mitchell. He's having some fun now. He's opening his shoulders, and he's hit Bethell straight back over his head. And just to the right of the sight screen for another 6. Daryl Mitchell, 60, 375 for 5. On with the story.
Was I? Yeah, I really
Adam
interrupted
Paroi?
by 6. Yeah, so Adam Paroi, it was in a one-day game in Dunedin, you'd sort of sit there for a long period of time, and then as the game got exciting, everyone started to stand up. They all sort of hovered together, trying to keep warm.
Sweep shot from Mitchell. No run, straight to the fielder.
And I think it might have been Brett Lee bowled a bouncer, and Adam Paroi used to have, when he had his helmet, he used to keep that neck connector quite loose, and he bowled him a bouncer, and it hit the side of his grill, and the helmet went onto the stumps, and obviously he was given out.
Bethell in. Mitchell goes straight again. Hasn't got hold of it. Man underneath it, positioning himself, takes the catch. Matthew Potts, I think, has hung on to it. Did he touch the rope? Did he touch the foam triangles anyway? He's claiming it, but he's not celebrating. There could be two reasons for that. He's not 100% sure that he has taken the catch cleanly, or that he has touched the boundary triangles, or maybe it's just the fact that New Zealand are 579 runs ahead.
Might be a bit of relief as well. Just opened up on the shot, Daryl Mitchell. It just squirted off the face. He backtracked. It hit him in the hands. He reverse cupped it. It hit him in the hands and popped back out. So then he had to get it on the second go, fingers up, and he was doing that. He was falling backwards close to the Toblerone that's on the outside, and his hat flew off and his sunglasses flew off, and I think he thought, oh, hang on, have I actually connected to the boundary rope? But not so much. Good composure in the end, but Daryl Mitchell, normal Daryl Mitchell punchy innings, out for 60. And you bring in another now local Dunedin boy, Glenn Phillips, as well. He doesn't know as much of the culture. He's a new age, a modern Dunedin person now, Glenn Phillips.
Well, he was born in the very un-Dunedin-like city of East London in South Africa, but is, I think we can say, 100% Kiwi. I think he came here when he was like 7 or 8 years old, so he's thoroughly retreaded. In fact, that's not even it. No, I think just he's a new tyre.
His brother Dale's played for Otago as well, so he moved down there with his family and spent the last couple of seasons. Just to close out the Adam Paroi story, so obviously the students were unhappy, the terrace was unhappy, so full cans of beer, other cans of beer, rubbish all got thrown on the field, and I can't remember who was at square leg boundary, but they just had to walk off, and the game got delayed maybe 45 minutes an hour because of all the rubbish that got thrown on the field. So there was a little bit of more control on how much alcohol was consumed, and obviously the couches weren't allowed that period of time. So it was an interesting place to watch cricket and also rugby back in the day as well.
So Jacob Bethell has a first test wicket at the age of 21 in just his third test match. He's came within 4 runs of a maiden test century at the Basin Reserve, and now he has a test wicket to boast about. Not one that's going to change the course of this test match, But a test wicket is a test wicket, and nobody will ever be able to take that away from him. I suspect that he will pick up 1 or 2 more in his test career, but I suspect also that they will not define his legacy as an international cricketer. I think they will be little garnishes on what he hopes will be a batting record to remember and be remembered by. 376 for 6, 580 is the lead. Another word from Katie Martin, and then it'll be John Norman for the next 20 minutes.
Now New Zealand looking to continue to push this game forward. A really intriguing undertone of this game is whether Tim Southee will get an opportunity, if they decide to have a bowl tonight, to try and reach those 100 sixes. He's currently on 98 sixes. Just saw a vision on the screen that he wasn't padded up. That would be I love the romance of cricket. Sometimes there's just some fairy tale stories and some romance stories. So Mitchell Santner, he's due to be in next. Matt Henry, and then Tim Southee listed at number 11.
Oh, we got to see Southee. He can't leave him stranded in the 90s. Push to the left of Bashir, and there's a shout for a run out. Glenn Phillips, first ball, has come down the track, pushed to the left of Bashir, with Bethel quite deep at extra cover, and Blundell sent him back. He's halfway down the track. He turns, runs back to his crease, but whether he's got the bat grounded in time before Ollie Pope has dismantled the stumps. And the answer to
throw coming in,
Katie Martin is
grounded,
yes.
And bails removed.
Yes,
bat
he
is
has.
well grounded.
I love that fielding from Jacob Bethel to be able to pick the ball up in a hurry, and he rocketed it back to Ollie Pope behind the stumps, and he was quick with his hands to take the bails off. That just after being out there for 88 overs, toiling away, England just really getting put into the dirt here from New Zealand, to still have that energy. I think that sums up the attitude of this England side.
Absolutely. Although he is 21, so, 88 overs.
True.
We might actually finish early tonight. I mean, not early in accordance to how we've finished in any other night. Clipped to mid-wicket. Phillips yet to get off the mark. I mean, spin at both ends. Going at a decent rate in terms of the over rate. There's 22 overs remaining, is it? Either way, it might finish about 7:15, maybe 7:20. Maybe we will eat tonight after all, as Phillips gets off the mark with a pull across the line. 21 overs remaining in the day. I mean, surely New Zealand are going to bowl tonight. I mean, no?
Honestly, I've given up trying to predict what these teams would do. We thought England might have bowled in Wellington. You'd expect with the overhead conditions, it's getting a little darker again. Some darker cloudy skies are over.
45 minutes, surely, back and deep in his crease. Blundell's playing defensively to a delivery on a good length. From Bashir, a bit of bounce there as well. Confirmation, by the way, that play will start early tomorrow, 10:30 in New Zealand, so that's 9:30 p.m. in the UK. As Bashir comes in again, this is a touch wide and played very late by Blundell, but there's Zach Crawley stationed at backward point for exactly that shot, so no run. 377 for 6, a lead of 581, with Tom Blundell 25 not out, Glenn Phillips 2. Surely we're going to see Tim Southee. No, he's not going to. I can't believe we're not going to see Tim Southee. Come on, he's playing in the game. Forward and driven to long on by Blundell, moves to 26. 378 for 6. No sign of the second new ball. It's just been spin ever since Ben Stokes walked from the field, nursing a sore hamstring. It's going to be monitored and assessed, and he will not bowl, but will he bat? Will there be any point?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of cricket coming up for him, and we know how important it is in terms of preserving his body. He's talked so much publicly about trying to manage his body and turning down lucrative contracts, and obviously he's got the SA20, but probably more importantly it's the whites, it's the test cricket against Zimbabwe. Whether they might have looked to have rested him in that test, I'm not sure. And then India 5 tests at home as well, and then obviously the Ashes.
I mean, it's still the best part of 6 months away, isn't it? So I'm sure he'll be fine by then. But it's just the recurrence of the similar injury that will be of concern, I imagine, as Blundell props forward and just defends this delivery from Bethel, who's continuing. He's I'm not sure Bethel's going to be bowling too many 13 over spells moving forward, but that's what he's doing today. Again, this is pushed into the covers by Blundell.
I think if we do see Tim Southee go out there to bat if there's another wicket loss, then you sort of will probably give the indication that New Zealand would want to have a bowl. I think the team that bowl accounts would love him to get 100 sixes.
This is wide and wide enough to cut from Blundell. He does that kind of hop and a jump after hitting the ball that we see from him. His movements after hitting the ball can be quite exaggerated. He's quite... How many balls has he faced? 31 balls. So it usually calms down a touch, doesn't he, after he's played 15, 20 balls. He is a nervy, skittish starter. But that 100 in Wellington would have done in the world of good. Listening to your conversation with Manners about sports grounds that double up, and it made me remember Phillips' forward and again pushing to extra cover. I watched a World Cup game, football World Cup game, at a at a ground that is one of the most instantly recognisable rugby grounds in the world, Ellis Park in Johannesburg, and that was quite an experience actually. The game itself forgettable. I can't even remember who was playing, but I remember it was forgettable. Pushed to extra cover again. If I was to be pushed, I would say it was. No, I can't remember. But I remember the ground. I remember that stadium so vividly. I remember I'm not sure what kind of skylarks, or there were some birds up in the roof. This is sliced by Phillips. He's trying to drive. It's a leading edge, which flies to Rayan Ahmed, who picked up a good catch earlier today to dismiss, or help dismiss Kane Williamson, but not before Williamson had hit 156. Another run to the score, 380 for 6. Yeah, even although I was watching a football match take place at that ground, I was very much thinking rugby, and I'm not a rugby fan. I wasn't really brought up watching rugby so much. I struggled with it a little bit, to be honest. But yeah, it's a famous old ground in quite an atmospheric part of town as well.
I remember actually, I don't know if you've seen this vision online, but there was the lady that was singing the South African national anthem, which is one of the most beautiful national anthems that you can hear, and she was singing. It could have been Ellis Park actually. She was singing the national anthem, and the crowd got so much louder and louder that she just put the microphone down, and the crowd sang, and you could hear it word for word. It was just that spine-tingling moment. Have you seen that video?
No, I haven't, but do you know what? I remember being at the Maracanã, which is the famous football stadium in Brazil, with Phillips coming forward to Shoaib Bashir, who's bowling with a slip, but field spread. Fielders at catching positions on the onside, but apart from that, there's runs, singles all around the field. Phillips, though, isn't interested in a single, and he may perish at deep mid-wicket. Cast settles underneath. High steepling opportunity in the gloom here at Seddon Park with the floodlights on, and that pockets the catch. So Phillips' innings comes to an end, and Katie Martin, can you just hear the shout that is coming from the crowd here in Hamilton? You say it because you pronounce his name better than me.
Southee.
I love that. Southee. Well, they got the S right. Mitchell Santner, who really starred with the bat in first innings. Where would New Zealand be in this match if not for his 76? He walked to the crease. What, he must be 231 for 7. Blundell was dismissed, and Santner's 76 helped add over 100 runs for the last 3 wickets. And then, of course, 3 for 7 when he bowled, a wicket and over. But there is disappointment, Katie Martin, because it should be Tim Southee walking up to the middle right now, surely. 98 not out in terms of the 6 hitting. Come on, New Zealand.
Well, there's been so much conversation around sentimental games for Tim Southee, and I'm sure at some point he'll be out there to have a bat. got no
Well,
doubt about it.
that doesn't bode well for the declaration tonight.
Yeah, I know. I think it probably might still have a number 11 on, but yeah, it just looks like they are continuing to try and go for it in their own way, just picking the balls. This time, I think he just got a little bit too underneath it. The bat was probably a little too straight in terms of trying to play that sweep slog rather than a bit flatter across the ball. Just got that right off the toe of the blade. Again, Phillips.
What was our microphones just picked something up there?
I wonder if that's Ben Duckett going, this is so boring.
Harry
Was
Brook.
Was it Harry Brook?
Was it Brook, was it? He was just moaning. Do you know what? I'm not sure if you picked it up on the TV pictures earlier today. Remember the Kane Williamson outside edge the delivery? I think it was Bashir Bowling. Must have been Bashir Bowling. And it flew to the right of Harry Brook at first slip. It was too high and wide for him to catch. He wouldn't have been able to catch it, but it went very close to it. And Neil Manthorpe was describing it, and because the TV pictures that we have in the commentary box are on a delay, obviously I'm not going to be able to see the pictures before what happens out in the field. Let's break away for this first delivery for Santner, who steps forward and just pushes this ball back to the bowler, Bashir, who's just picked up his second wicket. He's bowled 30 overs. But essentially, I looked up at the TV pictures, and of course it's in delay, and just before Bashir had bowled the ball, the TV director had actually focused on Brook. Forward again is Santner at first slip. Just at the moment, he gave the biggest, most drawn-out yawn you've ever seen. And the microphone has just picked up from him. Maybe he's disappointed that Santner is in ahead of Southey as well. Down the track, Santner has lofted Shoaib Bashir back over his head, over Brendan McCullum, who's just below us. And the England coaching staff, it will be Brendan who asks for the ball, and he underarms it back to Ben Duckett inside the boundary. That's not boring at all, isn't it? Maybe Mitchell Santner will one day reach 100 Test sixes.
I wonder what is going through Brendan McCullum's mind. He's talked so much about trying to save Test cricket, trying to move the game forward, and then you have situations like this.
What was that tagline during the 2015 World Cup? Clip to the left of Joe Root at mid-wicket. Believe? Well, there was brilliant marketing in and around the 2015 World Cup here in New Zealand. And I was here in the country, and the country just got behind that tournament in a way that I haven't experienced. TalkSport actually don't have the rights for ICC events, so I haven't been fortunate enough to be in India. I wasn't in India for 2023. I'm sure, obviously India gets behind India in the World Cup. I really enjoy being in the country during that time. And obviously a 50-over World Cup does go on for quite some time, 6 weeks or so. Just Believe, it was something like that. But Brendan was at the heart of everything to do with New Zealand cricket. And, that was such a team that you had then. It was such a time to be a New Zealand cricket fan. Fell at the final hurdle, of course, but unbeaten in New Zealand and beat Australia, of course. We have a bowling change, and we asked for this, and we've got it. He's bored, maybe, but he's going to be bowling. It's Harry Brook. Harry Brook, who we haven't seen bowl since the Wellington Test match of 2023 when he picked up the wicket of Kane Williamson. So Mitchell Santner, beware. And he bowls a bouncer first up. Oh, well, it's just as well that Mitchell Santner's got the helmet on. Doesn't like the short stuff, does he? And he looks back at the bowler with a massive grin on his face. Round the wicket comes Harry Brook, and he is tossed this up. It's seam up, and this is pushed to mid-off.
I think the word that comes into mind when I watch Harry Brook bowl is trundler. Just the awkwardness, the sort of the gangliness in terms of how his action is.
And he's in again, touch wider in the crease and defended back to the bowler. The phrase that comes to mind when I watch Harry Brook bowl is, from the perspective of the batter, I cannot get out to this.
Yeah.
Please,
you
no.
know why a bowler gets bored on, and that just that instinct inside goes, go away, come on, not now.
Here he is again, rolls his arm over, and this is on the pads of Santner, who drives to mid-on, no run. 387 for 7 if you're just waking up in England and wondering what's going on. Harry Brooks bowling, and New Zealand lead by 591. And Mitchell Santner has just climbed into the 5th ball of Harry Brooks over. Oof. And that is a brilliant one-handed grab by the guy in the white shirt, the black tie and the shorts. And he'll have something to tell his mates when he goes home. At 6 runs from the bat, 393 for 7 New Zealand.
It looks like he's just come from school in a school uniform. He probably has. Oh, outstanding. He's charging around. His mate's got in the way. 2 hands on it. Fantastic.
Oh, Mitchell Santner's been squared up by a rasper from Brook. Dot ball to end the over. Good catch by the man in the crowd. He sold the other guy who was trying to catch the ball, the almighty dummy, a yard from an iron fence. So one's been sconned and one's taken a good catch on the banks. It's all going on here in New Zealand, and we're still waiting, hoping that Tim Southey is going to come out and have a bat.
They used to have this competition at that World Cup you were talking about where you had to wear a certain brand of T-shirt.
It was an orange-coloured T-shirt,
Yep.
wasn't it?
And you won 100,000. There was $1 million, I think, up for grabs, and there was $100,000 if you took a catch one-handed.
I remember it well, and it was shelved after 2 seasons, and I'll tell the listeners why in a second, as Tom Blundell just steps away from the crease and tries to beat Zach Crawley at backward point with another late cut. He got out to a similar shot to Bashir on the first day of Christchurch, really just placed it straight to the hands of that fielder. Bashir continuing, Katie Martin is off. And hopefully we'll see her, we'll see her at some point tomorrow. Driven back to Bashir. Anton Devcic is settling in alongside me. We've had some fun and games in the last few moments. Catches in the by the spectators. Harry Brook bowling. First test wicket for Jacob Bethel as Bashir continues and clips this to the leg side. And Harry Brook, alert to the opportunity, has already started racing from first slip to a very short, fine leg where he picks the ball up. And actually, Blundell's a little bit slow to get going, then suddenly realises he's going to have to scamper. Brook hurls the ball at the non-striker's end, but Blundell is home and he misses anyway. 394 for 7, 2 runs away from a 600-run lead. Now coming round the wicket to the left-handed Mitchell Santner, who's already hit 2 sixes in his short stay. This is pushed up to mid-on with Joe Root Fields. Anton, you well? Still batting?
Yeah, still batting, yeah.
But we have seen Harry Brook. We were asking for Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley or Harry Brook about an hour ago when we were last on, and we've had Brook.
Harry.
This is another big shot from the bat of Mitchell Santner. No one out of the boundary at deep extra. And he's taken a little step down the track, and in a manner that we saw from Harry Brook at Wellington. He doesn't go as high and as handsome, but he'll pick up 4 over extra cover, and the score moves past 400. No, too short. 398 for 7. Bashir continuing. This is down the leg side, and that's well fielded by Ollie Pope behind the stumps.
Harry Brook was obviously just waiting a little bit closer to the ball change, but I don't think they'll be taking that option the way Mitchell Santner striking the ball. But the one thing we do want to see is we do want to see Southey have the opportunity to hit the 2 more sixes to get to 100 sixes in Test cricket. So
we do indeed. We heard the cheers from the crowd. Well, they weren't cheers, they were just shouting his name. They want to see Southey come on. Did Ross Taylor play his last ODI or his last international for New Zealand here at this ground? I think it was against Netherlands. He actually took the catch that ended the match, but the crowd were screaming for him to come on and have a bowl, because at the start of his career he bowled a lot more, didn't he?
He did.
Kind of
He bowled nice off spin.
Brook is back for his second. It's another short delivery, and it's hooked away to the square leg boundary where Gus Atkinson fields from the bat of Tom Blundell.
It's one of those things where I guess you always try and do both for as long as you can, but once you start scoring runs, it's pretty easy to give up, because it is the more tiring skill of cricketers running in and having to bowl. So yeah, this was like a home ground to Ross Taylor.
Wide of the crease, Harry Brook angling into Mitchell Santner, who defends back to the bowler. He's got a very deep first, well, essentially Ollie Pope's up behind the stumps. And then almost like a regulation first slip to a seamer. Joe Root's just on his own. As Santner goes big and misses. And that was a bit of turn there this time by Harry. He spins away from Santner a touch.
A little off-cut slow ball. He's bringing out the full repertoire here.
Yes, indeed. There is also a short third, deep point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a fine leg. It's again wide of the crease, and this is angling down the leg side, and Santner takes another single. When Katie was on, she was talking about there was a marketing campaign where if you're in the crowd at a New Zealand game, you were wearing the sponsor's orange distinctive top, and you took a catch one-handed, you went into a pool to share what was at the start of the summer $1 million. So if only one person did it all summer, and you were that person, you won $1 million, and if 10 people did it, you got 100 grand each. Wow. Not only is the second new ball been taken, Anton Devcic, it's going to be taken by Harry Brook.
Well, he did take that famous wicket last year at the Basin, where he got Kane Williamson.
Was it the Basin?
Caught down the leg side.
And Kane was on 150 odd at the time.
So well deserved, some might say.
Well, are we going to see much of a change to the field? Because it would be hilarious if suddenly there was 4 slips in place and a guy in a backward point. I mean, we are reaching that stage of this game where essentially anything can happen.
How do you think?
Apart from a declaration.
How do you think Jimmy Anderson on the sidelines? What he's thinking about Harry Brook accepting the new ball?
Well, he has got 2 slips and a leg slip, and he's going to take the second new ball. Is Harry Brook, and this is wide, and Blundell just steers the ball through vacant extra cover and away to the boundary for 4. 404 for 7. The lead is past 600. 608. Blundell 32. Santner 18. And I can't wait for Steve Harmison's next appearance. That's coming up, folks. If you're just waking up in the UK, New Zealand are still batting. There was no play before lunch. We got underway at 1:30. And here is Brook again. Punch to the left of Duckett, Ben Duckett. I'm starting to forget the names of the England players. It's kind of reaching that stage, really. Another single to the score. End of over number 94. New Zealand 405 for 7. So, yeah, so for the first season of it, there was an innocence to this marketing campaign. Essentially, you're sitting there with your corn dog, and suddenly the ball's hurtling towards you, and you instinctively stick out a right hand or a left hand, and you catch the ball, and everyone's going wild, and then you remember, oh yeah, I'm wearing that orange shirt, and you're in the pool for $1 million, and it's brilliant. But by the time it came around for its second series, the entire bank was filled with burly blokes wearing orange shirts, just essentially there to try and catch a ball if it came their way. And it was quite a dangerous, it was like a stampede. It was like being on the Zambezi, watching wildebeest charge around, pursued by a hungry, ravenous lion, which is fine if children, families and people who are turning up just to watch the cricket. And I think it was probably after the 3rd or 4th trampling as Bashir is in, defended on the back foot by Blundell, 33. It was after the 3rd or 4th trampling, and as the Red Cross, or St John's Ambulance, wasn't quite that bad, St John's Ambulance costs started to spiral. Bashir, this is flat, wide, cut, and another run to the score. I remember watching a game, and it was quite late in Series 2, and how nobody had been seriously injured. And Michael Holding was on commentary, and he watched as another white ball landed on the bank, and a picnic went flying, and those camping chairs were destroyed. And he just was watching. It was that Michael Holding pause. This is again, it's a little bit too leg side from Bashir, who maybe doesn't want to put it anywhere near Mitchell Santner's arc. Doesn't want another swing. You don't see the ball disappearing over long off. The fielders are back though. And Michael Holding, and he was new to the country. I don't think he'd seen this play out, and he just kind of was watching. As you know, children were crying. This is wider and driven on the up, not far from a leaping short mid-wicket fielder. Bryden Cast possibly, who gets to his feet. Potts it is, gets to his feet like the man who has bowled the best part of 50 overs in the last 3 days. And he was just put forward the opinion that if he, Michael Holding, was at a cricket ground where a stag party had essentially destroyed his picnic, endangered his children, and ruined his day, push to extra cover this time, the person responsible would be in serious danger of bodily harm.
Yeah,
And the competition kind of ended after that.
Well, it did, yeah. But they tried to put it into zones after that.
That's right, it
So
was
it was
shorter
like,
and
like a
driven
zoo.
to-
You put all the animals into one area, and they just fought for anything, like lions over meat. It was quite entertaining to watch.
Garth Galloway's about to come in. I don't particularly like baseball, but one of the things I do like about baseball is when you're watching a baseball game where the baseball stadium is next to a river, and there's people in boats in the river waiting for the baseball to be hit out the ground. And when it is, you just see this mad, basically 7 lilos thrashing around in the water as people try and retrieve the soggy baseball. Don't get that in cricket. Anyway, Garth Galloway's about to come in, so you could talk about whatever you like, Anton.
Yes, well, how do we follow that? If only that competition was still going, there might be a couple of opportunities if Tim Southey gets a bat out here today. But with the arrival of the new ball, we have Matthew Potts warming up from the City end. He's going to be bowling his 15th over. He looks fresh. New ball always brings a fresh face.
Does, doesn't it? Hi, Anton. Yeah, well, we're watching Potts running in from the City end, and a new ball indeed, long overdue, you might say. And here's a bit of a false shot from Blundell as he tries to dab it down into the offside. No change to the score, so 35 for Blundell. Santner is 19, 408 for 7. New Zealand's lead a monstrous 612. And only the most optimistic of England fans would think that they have got a chance. I imagine that McCullum and Stokes won't be ruling it off. Stokes, of course, is off the field with an injury to his left hamstring. It was being assessed. He won't field again in the innings, and there'll be a decision made as to whether or not he can bat. Just injured on his follow-through, pulled up lame, and you heard him just yelling in a bit of pain too. So doesn't sound good for Stokes. This next ball is outside the off stump. No shot from Blundell. It's quite pleasant now, Anton. The clouds got a bit higher. The lights are bright. It feels like the middle of the day.
Yeah, and the crowd's getting into it.
They're waking up.
Yeah, they're waking up, and so is Tom Blundell. The first ball to Matthew Potts bowl, he was well and truly late after facing Harry Brook trundle in from that end for 2 or 3 overs.
Just a ring field on the offside and a few back on the boundary on the onside as Blundell drives back to Potts, and Potts is gesticulating and engaging in a little bit of discussion there with Blundell. What's
I think
happening?
the words were "get on with it," if my lip reading is correct. But I like this, a little bit of aggression. And
Yeah, and a bit of frustration as well.
of
So New
frustration,
Zealand's
yeah.
strategy, I think, is just working. Yeah, it is. Blundell's just looking pretty impassive, really. I don't think it'll change his approach as he faces Potts outside the off stump, no shot. And Potts is wandering through again. He's been impressive, Matthew Potts.
he has, and maybe a part of his frustration was he did have to watch Harry Brook bowl with that new ball for 1 over, and maybe he just wanted to get it in his hand and try and wrap up the tail of New Zealand.
Harry Brook with 1 test wicket to his name. That of Kane Williamson. Excellent innings from Williamson today. His ball, which is down just let's have a look at that one. That was quick, wasn't it? Here's Blundell just getting a delivery from Potts, which just goes through and close to the off stump. He's played completely down the wrong line, played around it, really.
Yes, and that just shows that this wicket still has enough in it to take wickets. A tired England attack. Matthew Potts coming back for a little bit of an energy spell, and that's cut Tom Blundell in half. He's come back off the seam. Ollie Pope's had to dive to his left to take it. It was a very good catch from Ollie Pope.
Here's this ball is driven by Blundell. Well, and I'm just looking at the stats, it's no run off that last ball, 408 for 7. I don't know if John Norman's mentioned this, but stats come through from Gary Morgan, a fantastic statistician on Talk Sport. So England had made above 600 in the fourth innings of a test. It's a timeless test in 1939 at Durban. They made 654 for 5. And 218 overs. They were 8 ball overs. They had 9 actual playing days. And 1 day lost to rain. 2 rest days as well. Timeless tests, eh? I'm pleased that they've disappeared long ago.
Yes, me too. I would have, don't know how long I would have lasted if I had to play a few of those.
Well, there was one in, I think, 1932-33 between England and South Africa. In fact, it may have been. There was one which got into the 13th day, and England had to just withdraw because the boat was leaving, and the next boat was months away. So the match just stopped. Here's Bashir bowling, and driven by the left-handed Satner to Ahmed at .409 for 7.
It's amazing. You could quite often think about how the international cricketers back in the day had to travel, and we think it's hard now, but wow.
Yeah, they were on boats for months heading across the high seas to get to England and back again. Here's Blundell coming down the pitch. He's used his feet well today. This time he tries to whip the ball away to mid-wicket. It strikes him in his pads.
Yeah, turned sharply again. This new ball just offers, looks like it's just offering a little bit more for the spinners as well. A little bit of inconsistent bounce.
That's what you would expect as this is onto the back foot and Blundell's playing to mid-wicket. Well, I think Satner, tell us, I mean, you're obviously a left-arm spinner. Are you surprised by the success of Satner in recent times? I suppose in India, 13 wickets in the second test, an extraordinary effort really for a player who's, they pick up another run playing the ball into the vacant cover region. For a player who before that series was averaging 42, he played in 28 tests. His best was 3 for, hadn't taken, I don't think, 5 wickets in the first class match. And here he is taking 3 for 7 in this first innings in this match as well. Are you seeing that he's doing something different? Obviously in India the conditions suited him, but he looks to be confident, and here he is playing into the offside. 1 more run, so 10 for 7. What are your thoughts on him?
Yeah, I've always thought he's had the potential to do it. Like you don't become one of the best white ball bowlers in the world for no reason. Obviously he's got good control and he can bowl in all conditions, and I remember playing a one-day series in India, and Kane Williamson was talking to Kohli after the game, and it was early in Satner's career, and he said, well, this kid can bowl.
Yeah. Here's Bashir bowling and to attempt to turn in the onside. Well, I think as the over comes to an end, 411 for 7, Blundell's 36, Satner is 21. We're almost going through the motions a bit in Hamilton at the moment, with 1 hour and 5 minutes remaining in the day's play starting late here. I mean, I think he is a magnificent white ball cricketer. His variations, his ability to dip the ball, his subtle variations and pace of things, he's one of the best. And I guess then, I mean, the thing I've always noticed about it is his ability to get the ball to drop, and he just hasn't sort of been able to settle on that in Test cricket.
Yeah, I think one-day cricket, T20 cricket, natural variation's fine, where the best spinners around the Test game tend to be able to bowl the same ball over and over again. Not saying that he can't do that, but maybe his mindset previously has been, I need to bowl lots of different balls to try and take wickets, rather than let's just hit that patch for the
I
next
agree.
15 overs.
So it's that difference of bowling to a plan, isn't it? It's more like that game of chess and trying to induce the mistake. Here's Potts going around the wicket to the left-hand Santner. He's driven to cover.
Yeah, and that comes with experience, and I think I mentioned it yesterday. He actually hasn't played a hell of a lot of volume in terms of red ball cricket, even for Northern Districts.
No.
He gets a little sprinkling of games here and there, but I don't think he, in his whole career, I don't think he would have ever played a full Plunkett Shield back to back.
No. And I've always felt that New Zealand has a tendency to pick spinners who can get runs as well, and so that they don't tend to choose the absolute specialists. And Ajaz Patel hasn't played much cricket in New Zealand for New Zealand. Here's Santner teeing off and hitting this ball to wide, long on for 4. So Santner is 25, 415 for 7. That won't make Potts any happier, but it would be really good for New Zealand cricket, and obviously for Santner if he can establish his place and become a force in Test cricket.
I think so, and the other thing you got to remember is we had 3 of our best fast bowlers that we've probably ever produced. Neil Wagner, Trent Boult, Tim Southey, and we started producing wickets to suit them.
Yes, absolutely, as Potts bowls, and this is driven straight back to Potts, who fields on his follow-through.
And if we do discover Mitchell Santner can be very effective in Test cricket, and we do lose the likes of a Southey and a Trent Boult, and we no longer have Neil Wagner, it's a little bit like the West Indies. They used to have big, fast, bouncy tracks, and now they're heavily dominated by spinners and slow bowlers.
Be fantastic to see.
The pitches reflect it.
Yeah, I suppose the only thing with that is, so I think this has been an interesting cricket pitch, and it's nice to see Carl Johnson trying to get a pitch that in New Zealand which will deteriorate a little bit. Here's a very good shot indeed from Santner. That's a class shot as he stands and pulls off the front foot over mid-wicket for 6. Potts won't be any happier with that. That's a terrific shot from Mitchell Santner. He scored a very good 50 in the first innings, and he's now raced away to 31 off 25 balls.
Yeah, lovely shot. It wasn't actually overly short. Matthew Potts coming around the wicket. He's tried to hit, I guess, maybe 2 or 3 inches above the stumps, and Mitchell Santner, don't know whether it was premeditated or not, but he latched onto it and dispatched it over mid-wicket.
Here's Potts bowling again, and this time he's playing with a little bit of uncertainty as the ball goes underneath his bat and through to the keeper. I suppose the other thing from New Zealand's point of view, Anton, is we've seen this development of O'Rourke this season and towards the end of last season. And when you see him hurrying, picking up the wickets of Bethel, Root and Brook in this game, number 2 and number 1 in the world, pitches with a bit of bounce and things are really going to suit him and New Zealand.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's about how do we support him. He is still a young cricketer, and he's going to have a heavy workload over the next wee while. And
1 ball remaining in the over, but Santner is playing away from his body, gets a thick edge, and it's to Ahmed at deep backward square leg. 4-2-2 for 7. Potts has bowled 16 overs, has 1 for 64. The lead 626, Blundell 36, Santner 32. 1 more over until drinks.
Yeah, I think importantly we have to make sure we've got a good group of bowlers around him, so he isn't doing all that hard work all the time, because he's gonna get a lot of offers over the next wee while, whether it be IPL during the off season, maybe a bit of county stuff. So he's gonna have a heavy workload. So yeah, the guys around him are going to need to do a really, really good job as well.
Are you optimistic? As in fact, I think we are going to have drinks now. So the drinks have come onto the field with 1 minute going until we have an hour. So 61 minutes remaining in the day's play. Are you optimistic? So New Zealand and our listeners in the UK, I'm sure, will have heard of Kyle Jamieson, who played a few tests for New Zealand. About 6'7" blonde bowler who had a stunning start to his Test career, but has been punctuated by a couple of injuries, and I think now they're looking to bring him back into the domestic game. Are you optimistic that we'll see Jamieson bowling in again in the future?
How old is he? Is he late 20s?
Late 20s.
TalkSport 2,
Yeah, I think,
official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the English Football League. TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner.
I think in terms of Jamieson, I think the best thing that he can do is just get some cricket under his belt. The other thing is you look at, depending on what age he is, he needs to work out whether he does have a long future playing the Test game and whether that's a priority for him, or is he just going to focus on white ball where his overs are limited, they're capped, he can track it really well day in, day out, but also at the end of the day, if opportunities pop up to go elsewhere, he can look after his family. I know he got the big IPL deal a few years ago, so he should be getting relatively set, but it comes back to what you want to do at the end of the day and what you think your body can handle.
Ben Sears, another good possibility for New Zealand, played in one test towards the end of last season. I don't think, was it just the one test that he played? Yeah, it was, against Australia. He's another one who looks like New Zealand, again, like England. I mean, we have far fewer resources, obviously, over here, but just some real potential in the fast bowling stocks.
Yeah, he's raw pace. I wouldn't say he's in the same mould as Jamieson in terms of his consistency, line and length, but he does have genuine pace. He again might need to just be wary of how much 4-day cricket he plays or 5-day cricket if it's Test cricket, and just manage himself, because he has had a couple of injuries as well with his feet. We've talked about fast bowlers' feet a hell of a lot over the last few days because they do get beat up. And he'll just need to bide his time and choose wisely which type of cricket he wants to play also.
Indeed. Steve Harmison is waiting to come in here, Anton, so we can bid you farewell, I think, and I'll do a swap with Neil Manthorpe in a minute. The game situation, just if you're wondering, just to sum it up, New Zealand still batting. They've been in for 98 overs. They're 422 for 7. Blundell is 36, Santner is 32. We've seen a magnificent 150 from Kane Williamson this afternoon, his 33rd Test century. New Zealand are leading by 626. Potts has 1 for 64 from 16. Atkinson we haven't seen much at all, 1 for 16 from 9. Carse none for 34 from 11. Stokes injured, 12 overs and 2 balls before he pulled up with an injury to his left hamstring. 2 for 52 for Ben Stokes, and Bashir has had a long spell, 34 overs 2 for 161. We have 1 hour remaining in the day's play. New Zealand lead by 626 with 3 second innings wickets in hand, and some comments now from Steve Harmison, who wants a declaration and wants to see England batting, and then it will be Neil Manthorpe.
Yes, you did say that right, Garth, and people are listening. I know it's middle of the night back home, but New Zealand are leading by 626. It wasn't something was said in jest, it was actual reality. New Zealand are so far ahead. England captain Ben Stokes is off injured. Bashir's bowled a lot of overs. England have used the second new ball. The lights are on, the cloud is lifted. We've got 60 minutes left, Manners. 60 minutes left. I'm not sure what's worse. 60 minutes left in today's play. On New Zealand are 626 in front.
I suppose football supporters will say, who was it who beat Coventry 9-0 a few years ago? Down the wicket comes Mitchell Santner to Shoaib Bashir. And there's a swing and a miss from Santner.
Manchester United beat Coventry 9-0.
Football supporters will say, well, the Manchester United players didn't walk off after 70 minutes because they were 7-0 up. It's a 5-day test. You don't have to use all 5 days, though. Slog sweep from Mitchell Santner. He's got that. Dude, backward square leg, and there's no run. That is an important difference there.
Absolutely, I do get that. But, Arsenal were 4-0 up. Newcastle, St James's Park, half-time, and Newcastle come back to 4-4.
Yes, I remember that game. It's good, wasn't it? So England might chase down the 626. We were talking about batsmen in spectacles. Mitchell Santner is one of the unusual... Oh, bouncer from Shoaib Bashir. We like that. That's good. We like that. A swing and a miss from Mitchell Santner. It may just have hit him in the ribs, shoulder.
Back of the shoulder, wasn't it? Good bouncer, well directed. Good
I don't like that. Good pace. It was a good pace.
Aggression.
96.8 kilometres an hour.
Take that, Mitchell Santner.
Here's Bashir again. Bowles Santner swings and misses again. ricocheted off his gloves from Ollie Pope. Yeah, it's there's all sorts of records that England have scored more than 600. 654 for 5 in the 4th innings of a Test match in 1939. Famous timeless test in Durban, which ended in a draw because England needed to catch the boat back from... People forget that they actually had to catch a train to Cape Town. That's where their ship was leaving from, and so that ended in a draw. They were... It wasn't actually... It finished on the 10th day, but one day was lost to rain, and there were 2 rest days during that Test match. They were the days you didn't have to worry about television broadcasters in 1939.
Yeah. All about the train. It was all about the train and all about the bus trip home. You know? Tom Latham, Gus Atkinson have been reliably informed. We're in a game for Surrey when Surrey chased 500 to win against Kent and got them. But 627, that's a little bit of an extra stretch, that one, especially when you've got Ben Stokes, who probably won't that in that game.
I wonder how often Joe Root's been brought on to bowl his first over the 100th of the innings. Here is Joe Root taking his turn, and Mitchell Santner swings hard and swings handsomely onto the grass bank, and there's a cheer, ironic cheer, because we had a very good catch taken earlier by a schoolboy on the grass banks, but this one is shelled. Doesn't matter. Mitchell Santner, part of the bespectacled batting brigade. Clive Lloyd was a fellow left-hander. He wore glasses. Santner swings once again. He's having some fun now, and that's out towards deep mid-wicket. An attempted diving stop from Rian Ahmed, and it doesn't go according to plan. He had to cover a lot of ground around the deep mid-wicket boundary. He put the dive in and throws it away in disgust because he didn't stop it.
I'm just saying, what's worse, 60 minutes left in this game, or 600 not in front. Joe Root either short leg or bowling.
High full toss now, and it's a swing and a miss again from Santner. He might have got a wee edge on that. It's gone past Ollie Pope. No, it's a byes. 4 byes, signalled by umpire Adrian Holdstock.
Yeah, Joe Root fielding at short leg, 150 Test matches in, and Joe Root being asked to bowl at 627 in front.
100th over of the innings. Santner is up to 43 from 36 balls. He's having a swing at everything now, and he's swung very hard again, and he's got 6 more, I think he has. Another jeer in the crowd as another catch goes down on the grass bank. England tried very, very hard to stay fully focused, or at least serious. But it's red nose and orange wig time now. As Root's in again, Santner drives and is caught at backward point, and Root has another Test wicket. Shoaib Bashir takes the catch. New Zealand slumped to 443 for 8, just 647 runs ahead now.
And that was the leg spinner as well.
Was it a leg spinner? Southey or Matt Henry? It is Tim Southey. He's on 98 sixes. This is what we've been waiting for. It's 20 to 7 in the evening local time, and Tim Southey has a shot at history, and he will never ever have had a better shot at 6 hitting in a Test match than he has right now. It's his second guard of honour. He got one when he came out to bat first time, and the England players are once again lined up to welcome him to the crease. They're all clapping. As I said, there's a sense of otherworldliness now. We're just waiting for Pinocchio to come on and bowl the next over. There's Never Neverland. Oh, that's a nice touch.
Where you going? Is it Hobbiton? Hobbiton's around here, is that?
Yes, yeah, home of the Hobbit.
The Hobbit, yeah. So
Lord of the Rings.
Talking about fairy tales and fairy tale land.
Tinkerbell.
Tinkerbell, split me out. This, I'd like to think this has got so much air on this ball. Come on, Joel, throw it up in the air.
It's route to Southey. It's short. It's not quite in his hitting arc. And all he can do is pull it not off the middle of the bat out to deep mid-wicket. And Jacob Bethel does the fielding. So that's the 100th over completed. 444 for 8 New Zealand. And Tim Southey's on strike. And who will provide the range hitting for him? It'll be Shoaib Bashir. Do you know what? I've never wanted to see a batsman hit 2 sixes ever more than I want to see Tim Southey hit 2 sixes now.
I just hope it happens in the first 2 balls.
And then they walk off.
And then they walk off. Because I think once he gets to that 106, or he gets out, New Zealand will walk off. So fingers crossed it happens in the next 2 balls. Nothing against Shoaib Bashir. I just think this game could do. We're getting on with it.
It is Shoaib Bashir then to Tim Southey. Will he go for it first up? No, he won't. He just clips it down the ground all the way along the grass to Ben Duckett. And Tim Southey moves on to 2. Tom Blundell has 36.
Hopefully he hasn't come out here for a net. Bat 10 overs.
Surely not. Here is Bashir to Tom Blundell. He has a swing at this one. Matthew Potts fields it at mid-wicket. Again, there's no timing on that one. The lead is 649. There's me trying to fill my scorecard in. I'm wondering what the point is. Here is Bashir again, and Blundell now goes for the slog sweep. He's hit that very nicely indeed into the hospitality tent away to our right at deep mid-wicket. There's a few people sitting around tables there with I hope the glasses of Chardonnay and Sauvignon Blanc are plastic, because that's landed right on them. Anyway, no one seems to mind too much. 6 more to Tom Blundell. Here is Shoaib Bashir. He's down the wicket again. He's clipped that one just past a diving Bashir. Down to Ben Duckett again at long on. And they have another single. The scoreboard is just displaying the most sixes in Test history. Ben Stokes top of the pile on 103, and Tim Southey on 98 in 4th place, along with Chris Gale. He has a swing. He doesn't get quite into position. That's like when a baseball player gets ready for the home run and he just has to bunt it because he wasn't quite there for the full swing. The crowd are well into this. The scoreboard's got making sure that they know what the game is within a game, and now Bashir gives him too much width outside the off stump. Another one not in his arc, and all he can do is chap it to backward point. 452 for 8. We lost the whole of the morning session to rain, but we've made up lots of time, and we're playing deep into the evening here in Hamilton. We've got an early start as well, just to make sure that we catch up as many of those overs that were lost as possible. New Zealand leading by 656. It's the second time that New Zealand have set over 600, the team batting in the 4th innings. The last time was quite recently, that Sri Lanka was set 649, so they've gone past that. This is the most New Zealand have ever set an opposing team in a test match in the 4th innings. Lucky Jacob Bethel's turn has come round again.
Got his first test wicket, probably going to get the second one.
Bashir in. Southey has a mighty Blundell, has a mighty swing at this one, and again maybe just swung a wee bit too hard at that, hit him on the pads. Harry Brooks had a bowl today. He fields it slip. The lights are on, the sun's out, just to add to the air of surreality. We've got artificial and real lights. The best real light we've had all day, but the lights are still on. Tom Blundell says, you know what, you have a go, Tim. Chips it very deliberately out towards mid-wicket. He goes, OK, I've missed a couple. Your turn.
Boundary riders are set. They're ready and waiting. Tim Southey likes to go to the leg side. I would say the leg side is a little bit longer. Batting at the end that Tim Southey's at now.
Jacob Bethel to Tim Southey. Can he hit a 6? He's hit it straight down towards long on. He hasn't got enough of it though. It's going to be caught. It is caught by Zach Crawley. Tim Southee's Test career comes to an end. The great New Zealand swing bowler will finish with 98 career sixes. He had a chance to go to 100 maximums, but he hasn't made it. The crowd nonetheless stand as one to give him a standing ovation as he leaves the Test arena as a batsman for the last time.
His entertaining career as a batsman has come to an end. 98 Test match sixes. It was in the slot for Tim Southee, and unfortunately for him, he could only pick out the fielder, cloth the bat. He's just had a wry smile as he walks past his former teammate and captain, somebody who's played a lot of cricket with him over the years, Brendan McCullum. But Tim Southee's Test career as a batter comes to an end.
He's gone for two, and Matt Henry makes his way to the crease. New Zealand still going. Jacob Bethel has a second Test wicket, and he has a third. He's bowled Matt Henry, first delivery. Henry now runs off the field to strip his pads and gloves and his batting kit off, because he's going to have the chance to bowl an over or two at England. New Zealand have finally been dismissed for 453, and Jacob Bethel finishes with 3 for 72 from 14.2 overs. New Zealand have an overall lead of 657. It means that England's target will be 658 runs in a little over 2 days. Jacob Bethel, well, he only got a bowl because Ben Stokes injured his hamstring and has been off the field for the most part of the final session. But well, he's done a tidy job. He's actually bowled some very good deliveries as well. He's shown that he knows how to put a lot of revolutions on the ball. It's finally over, Harmy, but not for the day, just the innings. Tom Blundell finishing unbeaten on 44. I wonder whether England will, for the first time, just sort of take a deep breath and say, you know what, let's have a full go tomorrow. Let's just limit the damage this evening. I don't know why I'm asking the question. It's rhetorical. Of course they won't.
No, they won't. I think they'll come out and play in their own brand and their own way. You know, the England players as they walk off. They put a good shift in. I think you have to marvel in the brilliance of Kane Williamson. 33rd Test match 100. It's been all about Williamson. England have used 8 bowlers. Shoaib Bashir 2 for 170 off 36. Has been the mainstay and held England together once Stokes came out of the equation. I'm pleased for Bethel. Got 3 for 72. He can bowl. He has a future in Test match cricket, not only as a batter, but I think he can bowl. And he's got a part-time role in the infancy of his career, but I think the more and more he plays international cricket, white ball and red ball, I think we'll see him bowl even more. For me, that was all about Williamson. It really was. His first 50 was a little bit scratchy, not as fluid, and I'm talking about scratchy in such a way because we talk about Kane Williamson in the same regard as we talk about Joe Root, and raise the bar. That bar is raised at such a high level. But 50 to 100 and then 100 to 150, it was just elegant. It was perfection. And 2 or 3 of his shots over the top of extra cover going from 100 to 150 were absolutely breathtaking. England miles behind it. 658 to win. And it's what is it about now? They'll come out and say if we bat 2 days we'll win the game. I mean, it's a massive ask, especially without Ben Stokes. That's just put a dampener on this tour. England are likely to lose this Test match. They've been excellent in the first 2 Test matches and deserved for me to win the series, but the dampener on the tour could be leaving Seddon Park in defeat and also in disappointment that Ben Stokes is probably going to spend a prolonged period off the field. New Zealand, on the other hand, they put a mammoth total on the board and want to send one of their all-time greats, Tim Southee, off with a victory in his last game in Test match cricket.
Talk about Jacob Bethel taking 3 for 72. How about Joe Root? 1 for 17.
Off 1. Yeah, I mean, by the end it was Brook. It was this sort of declaration bowling. Once Stokes went off, that for me was the end of the game from England's point of view. I think New Zealand were about 450 in front when Ben Stokes went off. Maybe he's a little bit, around about 450 in front. And for me, they could have just walked off there, New Zealand, because the disappointment of what England were, the body language, everything they've thrown into this winter so far with Pakistan and New Zealand, the two series they've had, to see Ben go off, see how hard he'd worked to get fit first and foremost, and then to see him go off. I think that was a huge disappointment for all his teammates, because they know exactly what their captain means to them. And then the lights were on, it was a heavy atmosphere. I think I would have walked off then. I would definitely have walked off around 500, but New Zealand wanted some more time on the wicket for the wicket to sort of deteriorate that little bit more. And yeah, it might have been a sentimental thing to see if Tim Southee could get to them 2 sixes to the end. There's no reason why. 5 days is the allotted time to finish a game, so there's no reason why it should finish in 4. You've got all that time, you might as well use it. But it's going to be an uphill task for England.
Do you remember, when Daryl Mitchell made that excellent 84 in the second innings in Christchurch, when they were losing the Test match, and he's gone out in the third innings, and he's batted really doggedly and resolutely, and in a seemingly hopeless cause, and it did transpire to be a hopeless cause. And he spoke afterwards, and he said, well, if nothing else, we're putting more overs into the legs of the England bowlers, and that might benefit us as the series goes on. So you could understand that completely, and it would be very, very easy, and not just easy to understand, but easy to condone New Zealand's approach today if there were Test matches to come, because frankly it probably will take a week for England seamers to come completely right after the toil they put through here. But frankly, really, all they have to put up with is a flight home.
Yeah, a flight home, and that's the strange thinking of where the declaration. There's only Tom Latham will know, what his thoughts were on that. There were passages where, especially when the atmosphere got heavy, you could see why there was a room for declaration, but keeping England out there, ramming home the advantage, looking at the winning margin. If England go on and get bowled out for 200, 250, then the size of the winning margin. So, look, you can look at it either way. You always want the game to be respected in that such a way. Like I said to you, I think at the end of day 2 in Wellington, which one would you rather see? Which one's more embarrassing? Embarrassing is not the right word. I mean, patronising towards the opposition. If you declare inside 2 days, at the end of day 2, to set up the game, I'll go and set a team 650 to win.
Well, England could have declared at the end of day 2, and would have done if Joe Root had been out, I suspect.
Yeah. But England could have gone on and getting 600, 700, 800 in front if they needed to. So, look, we're in this position now. England, yes, there was some tired bodies there. I think the reason why, and you talk about Daryl Mitchell, the reason why England are weary and tired is how well they've played in them first 2 Test matches, which warranted only one change in the team, which was Chris Woakes, the captain. He always pushes himself as far his body will allow him to, and that's whether he's carrying a knee injury, not being able to bowl, or as fit as a butcher as when he came into this tour, and probably bowled more than anybody else more than he's bowled in his whole the last 5 years in Test match cricket. So Tim Southee's getting an ovation, a standing ovation, as he enters the field on his own, in front of his home crowd, his teammates. And he let him walk out there and pick in the applause. Disappointing it wasn't on day. There wasn't as many, and there has been in Seddon Park on days 1 and 2, but it doesn't really matter. He's getting high fives and a hug off every single teammate. He's wore this black cap with pride and with honour, and he's been a great servant to New Zealand, and he deserves his day in the sunshine. The sun has come out for Tim Southee, and he will be hoping that there will be some movement in the air, especially in these next 6 overs of what's left in the day's play. Maybe we're looking to make early inroads and hope to take one, if not both, openers home tonight.
How you doing, Harmy? We're still here.
We're still here. We're still going. The worrying thing is we're still going to be here for some time to come.
Thanks a lot. I love you too. Actually, you're off in 4 minutes, but you'll be back in 24.
I'll be back in
19 minutes.
I'll be back in 24 minutes.
Where are we going to go for a drink tonight? That's the question. I'm going to have one. Then I think I might collapse.
By the time we've finished everything off, there might not be anything open.
By the time we finish tonight, we're going to have to start again.
Should we just send out for breakfast?
Day 3 will become day 4. We'll fire off an advert break and then we'll be back. I tell you what, though, this is as sunny as it's been all day. Maybe we should see if we can push play past 8 o'clock.
Yeah, we've got the lights on. Carry on. Yeah, let's just carry on.
We've lost overs today. We should be able to make them up.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be. I know I can be an old man and be on my soapbox sometimes, but I draw the line at that one.
The paying spectators pay for 90 overs, Harmy, and I demand that they get 90 overs today. How many have we had?
Should we have some commentators from the crowd then? Some will argue at home to be better than what they got at this minute in time, but
I tell you what, what's the saying? A bad day at the cricket is better than a good day at work.
absolutely, 100%.
And this has been a very, very, very good day for New Zealand, and it could be about to get better. Zach Crawley against you-know-who. Henry is in, and he beats Crawley with a ball that comes in. And he's playing with bat well away from body. And the familiar strains of Jerusalem play out. It's a song that signals so much hope and refreshment, rejuvenation. The promise of what is to come when played at certain times, but it almost sounds like a lament at others. Henry again, and this time he beats Zach Crawley past the outside edge of the bat. Maybe, Steve Harmison, just maybe, New Zealand should have been bowling a little later. Or I mean a little earlier.
I don't think they could have bowled any later. I think 1 or 2 more overs and then they wouldn't have been able to bowl any later. Yeah, Jerusalem in hope. Oh my word, hope. England 658 behind. Wow. I've just seen that ball. Even more wow.
Down the track this time, Crawley punching past mid-off. He's off the mark with a boundary 4. And I imagine very soon the Barmy Army will be reverting from Jerusalem to Bon Jovi. We're halfway there.
About this time tomorrow then.
I think we'll hear it a few times before then. If Crawley and Duckett is still at the crease, or even if they're not. And there we go. Proof that the fans are still here. Decent crowd. But majority English. It's a Monday evening here in New Zealand. The office workers I joined in the coffee queue down the track again, but Crawley, instead of trying to drive a ball of drivable length, with Henry just dragging his length back a touch, realises he's in absolutely no position whatsoever to do anything other than just kind of play a forward defensive shot on the move to a ball that zips past the outside edge. 4 without loss.
TV director's not doing Zach Crawley any favours whatsoever. Zach Crawley turns away, looks at the big screen.
Down the track again, he's been struck on the pad, Henry wants it, and the umpire's finger goes up as Henry picked up the wicket of Zach Crawley for the 6th time in 6 innings. Crawley reviews immediately, but as things stand, England 4 for 1.
For me, that's straight. I give it straight away. I think that's out. I mean, he's hitting below the knee roll. He's coming down the wicket.
Check both feet.
How far he is
Bring
down
we
the
go
crease,
front
I'm
on,
not
please.
so sure. That's going to get away with it. He's going to get away with it with that. He went straight away, so has he hit it? I don't think he's hit it by
now.
Zach's body language.
Well, he's missed it by
Okay,
size
there's
of
no
a Mars
ban
bar.
involved. We'll just confirm that with Aldridge.
He
please.
is down the track. We saw an umpire's call go the way of Kane Williamson earlier
Don't need to.
today.
It's clearly missed the bat. Yeah, that's all right.
Given out
Follow
on
through.
field, of course, so we know that how this
There's a large
goes.
gap between bat and ball, so we
ball
can go
needs
to
to
ball
be-
tracking when it's ready.
Missing.
Thank you.
He's a tall man, Crawley. High ceiling. It's height. Maybe
building
the ball
ball
is doing
tracking,
too much
Adrian.
here. Dev Sitch has gone not out, as has Dev Chich.
Anton said it's not out either.
We wait. Crawley looks up at the big screen that was just showing all of his
Ball
dismissals.
tracking coming up now. Pitching outside off stump, impact in line and missing the wickets, going over the top of the stumps.
Well, that reaction
Adrian,
will tell
I'll get
you.
to overturn your original decision of out to not out.
Most of the fans
I'll let
here
you
are
know you're on
English.
screen now. Signal
Oh,
now, reverse
yeah,
your
I
decision
thought
to not
that
out.
was going to clip the Beals. The way England's day has gone so far and the way the Test match has gone so far, I thought that was just going to clip the top of the Beals.
It has been one of those days for England, hasn't it?
It has, it really has.
He reviewed it almost immediately, Crawley. And he was wise to do so. Henry is in again this time. Again, Crawley steps down the track but doesn't play a shot. And if Henry is to take Zach Crawley's wicket for the 6th time in 6 innings, it's going to have to wait. End of over number 1 then. 4 without loss. Hey, well, something to talk about. Crawley survives. 4 not out. Duckett has been watching at the non-striker's end. I was wondering whether we might see Crawley and Duckett bowling at one stage. It wasn't as though New Zealand's innings pushed, 140, 150, 160 overs. It was actually far shorter than that. But with the injury picked up by Ben Stokes, the futility that really surrounded the bowling effort, you just wondered. Harry Brook did get a couple of overs and actually took the second new ball, which I doubt he'll ever do again. 3 slips and a gully, point mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wickets, fine leg. And Southey, taking the new ball for the last time in his career, pitches a delivery up to Ben Duckett, who drives to mid-on where it's fielded. He went wicketless in the first innings. The atmosphere will really just go up a notch if he was to pick up one of these two late on day 3 here at Seddon Park, where the shadows are just starting to lengthen on the banks. The pitch under cloud momentarily. Floodlights on as Southey, right arm over the wicket, and Duckett, one step down the track, has cracked this past the bowler. The ball has bisected umpire and non-striker Zach Crawley, and that has absolutely flown to the boundary.
There's a statement right there, isn't it? Duckett and Crawley both using their feet to come down the wicket, try to change the length of the New Zealand bowlers, but also take the shine off the new ball.
Southey again beats Duckett this time, drags his length back a touch, it's straighter, bit of movement away from Duckett, who plays inside the line, but he plays at the ball as well. That's taken by Blundell behind the stumps. Oh, that's big movement away from the left-handed Duckett. So good luck edging that. 8 without loss, second over of England's second innings. They need to bat out 6 sessions. If they do that, they will chase down the 650 they needed. Bowled him! Southey strikes late on day 3. Duckett advances, and the crowd can celebrate. Late in the day, late in the career, late on in the Test series, but Southey has removed Duckett without scoring. Actually, he's gone for 4. That was a wild shot from Ben Duckett. An inside edge back onto off stump, and England lose their first. 8 for 1.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a loose shot there from Ben Duckett, but England clearly going to come out and play some shots. It's a great moment for Tim Southey in his final test. He was wicketless in the first innings, but he's got the first wicket here in the second.
Jacob Bethel, who picked up 3 wickets today, walking to the crease. New Zealand have been sending out the night watch, William O'Rourke, with about 25 minutes to go, and we've got about that amount of time left in the day. But that's not the England way. Well, not since Stuart Broad retired anyway. What was it, the Night Hawk? But Bethel with a job to do. I'm not sure we're going to see him adopt the Ben Duckett approach, dancing down the track and trying to smash the bowler back from whence he came. It's been a long day for England in the field, and now to come back and have to bat out the last 20 minutes or so, always going to be an ask. But even for a wildly optimistic opening bat like Ben Duckett, especially after he just played such a sumptuous shot, that was out there. That was wild. And Southey has a wicket. Bethel readies himself, and this is pitched up by Southey. Pushed to the right of Santner at mid-off. And no run taken.
It's a big ask for Bethel. As he's grown up, he would have watched many people in this situation, and it's just about getting through to the end of the day, but that's not how this England team play. He'll be expected to play positively and set the tone for the English batters to come and try and run this total down. It is a big total, but Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum have said draws aren't options, so very tricky situation for a young guy trying to establish his career.
And of course, by the time England play their next Test match at the end of May, Jamie Smith will be back in contention, you imagine. 4 slips and a gully in place for Bethel. Again, this is very full from Southey. Bethel jabs his back down on the ball. And a big shout of no. A bit of swing there as well from Southey. 8 for 1 then at the end of over number 2. Duckett's gone for 4. Southey's picked up his first wicket in the match. England miles off. New Zealand 9 wickets needed. But yeah, I mean, Bethel's going to go to the crease, and he doesn't know when he's going to play his next Test match. There's been a bit of chat. Should Ollie Pope retain the gloves? Bethel looks solid number 3 in the 3 matches we've seen so far. Jamie Smith, for me, has to play. I'm not sure about Ollie Pope retaining the gloves, but he certainly looks better at 6 than he does at 3.
He's done a decent enough job with the gloves, and I think with a little bit more time, maybe he could turn into a really nice wicketkeeper. And Bethel, yeah, it's a tough situation for someone like Bethel, although he has taken 3 wickets, which would make going out there to bat tonight a little bit easier.
Henry is in again. Crawley driving on the move, and there's half stop at mid-off, which means Crawley can get off strike. It's big innings for Crawley as well. I mean, he often goes through periods of low scores, and then he knows he's backed by the management. There was an article suggesting that maybe Bethel should open with Duckett. Again, can't see that. For me, Smith may actually be better suited at 3. But of course, then he can't keep the gloves. But then maybe Ollie Pope keeps the gloves. But then that would mean that Bethel steps aside, as over the wicket comes Matt Henry. Bethel comes forward and just very comfortably gets behind the line of the ball and just pushes it down into the ground. Goes and just takes a little stroll towards square leg. Has a packed slip cordon, as you'd imagine. And they've just taken a little step to the right and up towards the batter, Bethel, who, with Matt Henry now bowling round the wicket, angling the ball into off stump, again just comes forward and pushes. And there are shades of Andrew Strauss about him. I think it's the collar up, maybe the shoulders as well. Obviously both left-handed bat. Strauss played a lot of cricket at 3. He wasn't just an opener.
Andrew Strauss also played for Northern Districts here for a season, which got him back in the mix for the Test side. I remember a game where I'll carry the story on after Matt Henry bowls his ball.
There is Henry continuing round the wicket. Bethel's touch straighter, and again pushed to cover, no run.
I remember a game where BJ Watling and Andrew Strauss were batting, Andrew Strauss hit one straight up in the air, and that easiest catch you've ever seen. And BJ Watling just walked into the middle of the pitch and sort of went to go console Andrew Strauss, and the fielder dropped it and ran BJ Watling out at the non-striker's end.
Pitched up and driven nicely by Bethel. There's a half stop by Glenn Phillips at mid-off, I think. But he can't prevent the ball from racing away to the boundary. So Bethel gets off the mark with a nicely hit 4. That's a good one.
Yeah, I think straight after that, I think he scored a big 100 that day, and I think he went straight over to the Ashes. It was during that period where he got dropped for a little while.
I think it was just before England arrived here, 2008, and he rescued his career late in the day in that 3rd Test match. Again, Matt Henry goes at full, and Bethel is slightly unsure about whether to run or not, because he's maybe blindsided by the mid-off fielder, whether the ball is collected cleanly or not. Crawley's down the track, he can see it's going to the boundary. And 4 more, 17 for 1, end of the 3rd over. Crawley 5, Bethel 8. I mean, Andrew Strauss really, you know, he was on the absolute, he was on the edge of the cliff, he was on the precipice, staring down. Vertigo was hitting him. You know, he went into that 2nd innings in the 3rd Test match without a run. And England, I think, was something ridiculous, like 2 for 3. And then he hit a century in that innings. England won the Test match after being 1-0 down. They lost here at Seddon Park at the start of the series. And within a year or two, he was captaining the side. Within a year and a half, he was captaining the side. Came in after KP's short term come to an end. 3 slips in a gully for Crawley as Southey picked up the wicket of Duckett in the last over that he bowled. Is in and around off stump, and it's just pushed to the mid-wicket fielder, Rashan Ravindra, at 17 for 1 then. Hey, you must have had moments in your career when, you know, the pressure was absolutely on you and you're walking out to bat, not knowing, you know, what was to come. It's one of the perverse parts of cricket, really, watching a batter desperately trying to rediscover something approaching the form that's got them into the game in the first place. Is off the pads this time, Crawley, fielded by mid-on, no run.
Yeah, been there many a times, to be honest. Spent majority of my career in that state. But the thing that always used to strike me is you used to be battling down that end. You know, you felt like you got the best deliveries, and then your mate down the other end just got half volley after half volley, and that was the frustrating part of it. But I mean, Bethel's played 2 lovely shots to start. That must make him feel really good. Absolutely.
Here's Crawley in the late or early evening sun here in Hamilton. Glorious end to what's been a long, quite grey day. And this is again the meat of the bat, in and around off stump, with Crawley playing with bat just in front of the pads, pushed to wide mid-on, where it's fielded by William O'Rourke. Southey slowly walks back to the top of his mark. He was given the opportunity to reach 3 figures earlier with bat in hand, and he couldn't quite manage it. But he's back bowling now past the umpire, and this is again just pushed up to mid-on. O'Rourke fields again. I don't have a lot of overs. I think we've only got, let's just have a quick look. Might just have 2 overs remaining today.
Six.
Yeah, 2.3.
Yeah, 2.3. I wouldn't mind seeing O'Rourke have 1 at least. Not much point in warming up for 1, but he did look the most likely in the first innings, and just with that little bit of extra pace.
Well, he's doing a little gentle warm up there, isn't he? I'm not sure you're going to be able to get the ball out of Southey's hand. In again, and there's an attempted drive from Crawley. He seemed to get in pretty good position for this shot. It was there to be hit. He's got an inside edge onto his pads. And there's no run. 1 ball left of the 4th.
Yeah, that ball just nipped back slightly, but I think Zach Crawley fancies his chances against Tim Southey more so than any other of these seam bowlers. So I think he really likes this matchup, but one thing Southey has done well over the years is he has had the ability to bowl that three-quarter ball that just comes back late, which has been Zach Crawley's little bit of kryptonite over the last couple of series.
Last ball of the over. And another swing and a miss from Crawley. He's a touch flat-footed there, beaten past the inside edge. Again, there's movement. It is. That says jagged back and not gone a million miles away from off stump as well. So the target is still a notional one. 6 sessions or 641 runs with Crawley and Bethell at the crease in single figures. Duckett's gone for 4. England 17 for 1. 2 overs remaining. To talk you through them will be former New Zealand international Anton Devcic and Neil Manthorpe.
As Matt Henry shapes up to run and bowl again. Here's 4 slips of gully, backward point.
Alone, and allows it to go through to keeper Tom Blundell. So, Anton, I'm just working out, you've, I think as far as I'm concerned, or as far as I can work out, you've got 4 careers on the go. As coach, commentator, builder, and you're making coming out of retirement to play once again, I understand, as that one is pushed out onto the offside. They scamper through for a quick single. Jacob Bethell very keen to get down the non-striker's end. Seriously though, you've been invited to play for Croatia in the European qualifying campaign?
I've
You've
been
forgotten
asked,
you'd mentioned that.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about all the franchise gigs that were being dropped on my desk. But no, kind of, yeah. They've asked me to. I didn't realise I was actually eligible for a passport, so a Croatian passport. So I'm going through that process now of trying to get that, basically. And
Ancestral passport.
Ancestral passport, yeah. So, yeah, all things going well.
4 slips in a gully. Henry in to Zach Crawley. Leaves it alone outside the off stump. It's been given out once in this innings, but reprieved in the DRS. It looked like a plum LBW to most of us in the commentary box, but Anton picked it straight away and said it's too high. That sounds fabulous. I mean, I bet you what? I bet you something. I bet you at 39 years old won't be the oldest player in that Croatian team.
No, definitely not. I actually know a couple of them, and I'm actually the youngest by, well, one of the youngest by quite some time.
Outside the off stump again. Crawley's happy to leave that one alone now. You don't see this from Crawley too often, but he just wants to get through to the close of play now. Unless he's bowled a half volley outside the off stump, he'll go for that. 18 for 1. And do you know what that involves yet?
No, not entirely. I mean, yeah, I didn't even really think about it too much until I got speaking to a guy. And as soon as he said we have the odd tour to Spain and Portugal and places like that, my ears pricked up.
Henry in again. That keeps very low outside the off stump. Hey, never mind Spain and Portugal. Croatia itself is fabulous. Just play the home games.
Yeah, well, that's right, yeah. I'm not sure what the pitches are like. Hopefully they're flat.
They'd be artificial, wouldn't they? Surely. They'd be Astro.
Yeah.
In which case, you know exactly where it's going to bounce. That'll be great.
Yeah. Well, unless they're like the Dutch Astros, which are
a bit
laid on that limestone type material.
Yeah. That's actually, they could be dangerous, can't they? Yeah, I've seen those. Yeah. Right.
Struck on the pad again. Up goes the finger a second time. Crawley's given out LBW for a second time, and he's reviewed a second time. I tell you what, don't think that was too high.
No, it wasn't too high, but it did nip back. First initial thought was it was drifting down leg side, but as I caught the replay, it looks like it's about Midland leg.
I'll check the feed, it's a fair delivery. We go to front on, please.
You know what's interesting? Zach Crawley didn't bother consulting with Jacob Bethell. He's having a chat with him now, but Crawley's. Well, I've played 53 Test matches. You're 21 years old. I'm taking the review, and I think he may well. Is that? Can I smell burning?
Please.
I think I can smell the smell of a burnt review.
Yeah, I think if it could be umpire's call here.
Ultra edge coming up.
What? Going down?
Yep, we've got a clear
Well,
gap
I think it's
between bat
clipping
and ball.
leg, but it'll be umpire's call.
And a flat line, so we can go to ball tracking when it's ready.
That is the voice of Rod Tucker that you can hear, the third umpire.
Just waiting on ball tracking, Adrian.
Yes or no? 6 out of 6. Matt Henry against Crawley.
Out.
So 6 out of 6.
I think it's clipping.
All it has to be is clipping. It's umpire Murray Erasmus who raised the finger for the second time in Zach Crawley's innings. He's currently 5. Well, he's currently out, actually.
Stand by.
4-5. He's not on 5. But we'll ball tracking will tell us. Okay, so no contact with the bat. And we now go to ball tracking. And it's umpire's call by the barest of margins. Goodness me. It's only just touching the leg stump. But as far as the umpire is concerned, if the bail falls off on the graphic, then it's out.
It's a tough decision. I mean, Zach Crawley could probably feel relatively hard done by there, considering that Kane Williamson was given not out on an LBW earlier in the day, and it was a downside.
More out than that one.
And then he obviously been given out previously a couple of overs before, which was going over the stumps, so he can feel hard done by. I think a little bit of frustration shown there as he's walking off. England, unfortunately, 18 for 2.
What was interesting is Zach Crawley was absolutely frothing with anger. He was cursing and muttering and looking back as if it was the umpire's fault. I mean, they all know how the technology works in the umpire review system. He was just shaking his head like he'd been really appallingly robbed of his wicket.
I can understand a little bit though, considering the Kane Williamson LBW, and I know it's tough as an umpire, don't get me wrong, but there just seems to be a little bit of inconsistency with ones that are given and the ones that aren't given, I guess. Yeah.
Well, it's not. I don't think it is inconsistent. It's consistent with the laws as they stand pertaining to the technology. I think they are what needs reviewing.
Well, he didn't consult his partner either, which suggests that he definitely thought he had either hit it or is going down. Maybe a little bit of frustration with that as well.
Will O'Rourke is coming on for 1 over. He's replaced Tim Southey, and O'Rourke will bowl the final over of the day's play. Up to the crease now, bowls to Bethel and beats him with a snorter.
That is quick.
That is a ripper. First ball. I tell you what, you know what? You might not be completely sold on the DRS technology, but I'm not sold on the speed gun.
That's quicker than 132. Tom Blundell's had to jump to take that, and it was just a genuine hard length delivery. It wasn't a short ball by any means.
That's just quicker than... See, it has been explained to me, and it's speed out of the hand and rather than speed off the pitch. But still, it's the bounce. Maybe it's the bounce that made it look quicker, but it was a beauty. Here's O'Rourke again, bowls to Bethel, who was inconvenienced by O'Rourke in the first innings, I think it's fair to say, and that's an understatement. And O'Rourke bangs it in short. Bethel up onto his toes to play defensively.
It was a good challenge for Bethel in the first innings. You don't get too much better bowling than that, playing out in a test match. And I can imagine when Will O'Rourke gave his hat to the umpires, probably the last person he wanted to see bowling for the second to last over of the day.
There are 4 slips in a gully and a short leg. Cover mid-off as O'Rourke is in, bowls to Bethel and beats him. That's another ripper. That has... It's angled in from around the wicket and straightened and left the left-hander. Well, good luck getting a bat to that. Honestly, that's a fantastic ball.
It's a beautiful delivery. It's actually just shaved, just missed off stump by the smallest of margins again. Might have even gone just over, but the carry through to the keeper. It's a sure good sight to see the ball travelling through to the keeper. It's something that we didn't see a hell of a lot from the England bowlers. Understandably, they have had a big workload throughout the series and probably are feeling a little bit tired, but Will O'Rourke is really getting it to fly through here.
Leg slipping now, mid-off's gone, and Bethel is forward blocking that one resolutely, defensively. 2 balls remain on the third day of this third test match, which has been completely dominated by the home team, and they are charging towards a monster consolation victory. England set 658 for victory. And they're 18 for 2 with both openers gone. Joe Root's at the non-striker's end and are very happy to continue leaning on his bat for the last 2 balls of the day. Jacob Bethel, 21-year-old, on strike. Here's O'Rourke, round the wicket again, bowls, left alone outside the off stump. Best weather that we've had all day, and it's 7:30 in the evening, or 7:25. The sun is out, the floodlights are still on, and the Barmy Army are giving us something to be perked up by. They've stuck it out. Been a long day.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded that. Maybe about 11 o'clock when we were waiting here, twiddling our thumbs. No, it has been a long day, but a good day for New Zealand.
Quick photo opportunity. Everyone behind the bat.
There we go.
2 leg slip, leg gully, 4 slips, gully, backward point. Here's O'Rourke, last ball of the day. Bethel defends it. Back to the big fast bowler. He leans down to his right, picks it up in his right paw and immediately dries the ball before handing it to umpire Ahsan Raza for safekeeping overnight, because New Zealand will be requiring it once again tomorrow morning, the 4th morning. 6 overs of England's reply, their attempt to scale a whole mountain range of new world records in a pursuit of 658. They've lost Ben Duckett, bowled by Tim Southey for 4, wicket number 390, and Zach Crawley LBW to Matt Henry for the 6th time in the series. 6 out of 6 for Matt Henry against Zach Crawley. That's one of the most prolific predator bunny statistics in the history of Test cricket. He's got rid of him 8 times in total out of, I think, 10 innings, and 6 out of 6 in this one. So Jacob Bethel will resume on the 4th morning on 9 from 15 balls. Joe Root has yet to face a ball. But the day, I think, really, the headline maker was Kane Williamson with century number 33, a brilliant 156. Super contributions as well.
Online, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker.
Live exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of England's Test match series in New Zealand.
Excellent contributions as well from Will Young, saying Kane Williamson 156, century number 33. Will Young made 60, Rachin Ravindra a kind of workmanlike innings of 44 in which he tried to find himself, get himself back into form, but not nearly as flowing or as elegant as we're used to seeing from him. 49 quick runs at the end from Mitchell Santner and Tom Blundell, finishing unbeaten on 44 as New Zealand were bowled out finally in just over 100 overs for 453, leaving England with the nominal target, you would suggest, of 658, and they've lost both openers, 18 for 2. New Zealand have played some very, very good cricket in the first 2 Test matches, Anton Devcic, and they've lost both of them. They didn't do themselves any favour in the opener at the Hagley Oval, but it has to be said that there was not nearly as much distance really in the matchups of the 2 teams as was reflected in the results in the first 2 Test matches, and it may be a consolation victory, but it is thoroughly well deserved, and they've shown what they're capable of, this team.
Yeah, obviously they're going to be disappointed with how the series has played out, and it's fair to say they just haven't been up for it. To be fair, they have the top 6 batters probably didn't score enough runs. Well, they didn't score enough runs, and they're all capable. I'm not sure whether it was a bit of a hangover from the Indian series or not, but you know, after this test they're going to have a long break, and I'm sure Gary Stead and the coaching staff for the Black Caps they'll look at this and they'll try and work out what hasn't gone to plan, and make sure everyone trains and tries to get prepared as best they can moving forward. But I think, yeah, Kane Williamson today, you know, he just looks like he's on autopilot. I think someone said earlier that he's just in his own world and we're all living in it, and it's exactly what it looks like. And he never gets rattled. He never plays a false. Well, he does play false shots, but they look almost planned at times. And he just has the ability to stay in it for a long period of time.
Just a final question before John Norman and Steve Harmison take their place, I think alongside you for the following on podcast. But what do you reckon the thinking was behind Tim Southey doing the television interview at the close of play, on the basis that presumably he's going to be required to do at least half a dozen tomorrow at the end of his Test career, because it will be tomorrow, won't it? This isn't going to a fifth day. I can't believe that that's possible.